I'm not naive enough to believe people are dying to hear my thoughts first. They want to know what you make of all of this.
I'm mad. I'm mad because these things that wear away and erode the integrity of a program continue to happen. I'm mad because I'm looking at, and from a human side of things, there's no defense for what Sherrone Moore did. Absolutely no defense. And the selfishness with which he acted is unbelievable. Because when you're in a leadership position, and this kind of somewhat goes to what I was talking about the other day, the void of leadership, and this obviously talking about the head coach at the University of Michigan, where you've hired assistant coaches. Hell, he hired a coach just a matter of what, a week ago? 3 days ago?
Special teams coach, yeah.
All of a sudden, he's there in Ann Arbor. He moves there. Now, his kids are grown, but he's got a wife. And all of these assistant coaches, all the players, all the recruits that just committed, as I sat there on Wednesday and interviewed him about all of these guys that have made the commitment to come to Ann Arbor, their families are now, and the guys that are on the roster right now, when you are in a leadership position, you have to make choices based on how this affects not just me, but every single individual that I am tasked with leading, hiring, and mentoring. And I go back to my time at Michigan, and I think about the head coach that I had in Lloyd Carr, who for my entire adult life has been someone that I leaned on and looked at, and now the kids that are on the roster right now, there are really good men that are assistant coaches. And thank God they have them to lean on in this moment. But to not have the leader of your program as a guy that you can look to and turn to, a guy that sat there and talked to you about all of the things that Michigan is supposed to be, the integrity, the character, making good decisions, how it affects your life. Now, not everybody makes great decisions every day. We all make mistakes. But as a leader, you have to be able to put some of your wants, some of your desires, some of all of those different things. And it's a very different conversation, but it does all kind of wrap into one about, hey, I'm going to take this job, I'm going to do this, I'm going to make these promises, and then I'm going to go ahead and jump ship. All of those things, there is an unbelievable void, and this is the next one. This is egregious. And I'm beyond mad, and I'm disappointed, and I'm sad for every single individual that is inside that program right now that is sitting there going, what does my tomorrow look like? What does my January 2 look like?
You're right.
What does next year look like? Because I don't know who my head coach is going to be. I don't know who my position coach is going to be. Is this even the place for me?
It further erodes the integrity of Michigan. This isn't the first instance, but it further erodes the integrity of a university that you care about, that you love, that you played for, that you were captain of, that you won a national title, that you still work with. This erodes the integrity of the university, of the athletic department. And John, it's cheating on the field and now cheating off the field. It's a guy who can't keep it in his pants, so he blew up his own life, his own family, his own kids, his own wife, and you know all of the families involved in the university. Because, I know people have said the timing is suspicious. They just signed their class. These guys are going to all be allowed to go to the portal with the coaching change. So he has blown up the lives of all of these players, all of these coaches, all of these people associated because he couldn't keep it in his pants. Inappropriate relationship with a staffer, fired for cause yesterday. If you would have told me, hey, Sherrone got fired, and we had conversations about is he the guy or is he not the guy, we thought, okay, year 3 with a young team, we'll see if he can turn the corner. There are Michigan fans today that didn't think he was the guy and may think this is a good thing because now you can go get the guy. It's not a good thing to have your program thrown into upheaval again because this is not the first instance of upheaval at Michigan. But this is embarrassing. And that's where the story sat until the night went on. And now you're talking about a guy getting detained. You're talking about not just blowing up your family and all that, but now his safety and the safety of people around him is into question. This is one of the most wild stories I can remember.
You know, and I'm glad you brought that up too. And there, we're going to work our way through it over the next 4 hours. And I talk about the families of the coaches themselves, the players, their families, the recruits, their families. And I should have talked about his family, his 3 young daughters that, you know, his wife is going through this. His 3 young daughters are young. They probably have, they're young enough to, you know, not understand what's going on. But the bomb that he threw into his family, the Michigan family, it's just, and I even go back to the amount of times where I was asked to speak to recruits, to speak to, you know, and sell, and it feels like they're trying, like, and when he was sitting there listening to me, and I'm talking about character, integrity, all of these things are the, you know, what the Michigan football program is built on. And then I have to go and listen to this and it feels like he was trying to, I don't know that I could stand up there and say those things, so I'm going to have him do it. So that angers me. That angers me.
Kind of feel like he made you a little bit of a pawn in the game there.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that feel like they're pawns in this game.
Yeah. We have open lines, 248-539-9797. Of course, there's going to be a who's the next head coach discussion today. We've got odds. We've got opinions. You've heard a lot of the same names we've seen and talked about off air. We'll do that on the air today, too. So there's a football side and there's the human side of this. And all of it needs to get talked about today. You know, there's also a question about the athletic department. Like, how long did you know about this? How long was this ongoing? Were you looking the other way until it became undeniable and then someone was going to blow the whistle and you had to fire him? I think these are questions that are fair to ask of Warde Manuel today. You know, this story feels like it's just getting started.
Mm-hmm. And this isn't one where, you know, and normally I'm the one, even when this happened in East Lansing, I was talking about, you know, like, we need to find out what the facts are. And I'm always the one that says, let it play out. Well, this one played out in real time.
Yep.
And the reporting on this, we know what happened. And so there's no let it play out. There needs to be statements. There needs to be action.
How quickly does this move? Like, Michigan's going to need to get stability in a head coach sooner rather than later.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yes. And
like before the new year, before the bowl game? Is that a realistic timeline?
Oh, I mean, so Michigan, and we can talk about, you know, we can make arguments about what's the number one job. All right, well, since some of them have been filled, I think the number one job still available is obviously Michigan now. Mm-hmm. But you have to have a list of coaches. You have to have, and last night, while this is going on, if you are concerned about the human side of things, about the players, not just the winning and losing, that is so far down the list right now, but it's about the human side of these things, then you are on the phone making those calls as of last night.
Right. 248-539-9797. Some of the initial texts that are coming in, we'll get to the phones. I see them lighting up. Says, integrity with Michigan? You've got to be joking. Ha, 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 ha. They waited until right after signing day for a reason. Don't give me integrity and accountability BS. Look, I'm not going to defend Michigan's admin.
No.
I just don't think, like, signing day isn't what it used to be, both in terms of how it's covered and what it means for programs. John, am I wrong here? Any coach that leaves opens the portal window for players. If a Michigan recruit just signed on the dotted line, it wasn't a blood oath. With a coaching change, they can play for somebody else next fall.
Yes, but the issue is, and especially in today's day and age, yes, okay, they could transfer willingly, but they were promised a certain number of dollars. They were promised a roster spot. Now, all of a sudden, you're looking at it going, hey, a lot of these recruiting classes are full. And yeah, they can enter the portal. And the guys that are 4 and 5 star, right? They'll always find a home if that's the path that they choose.
But they may have to take a pay cut. I didn't think about that.
There are limited options at this point. All options were on the table as of Wednesday.
As teams handed out a contract to a running back, right? Or paid their receiver or took care of a defensive tackle, that money's allocated at those programs. It's a good point.
And when I talk about character and integrity and all those things, like that ship has sailed. Like that crystal ball has been absolutely destroyed. And that's what makes me furious.
Guys, his offense was horrible. He was only going to last one more year. Another says, what's great about this is most Michigan fans couldn't stand more. Ward Manuel needs to be fired. Nothing but chaos under his watch. The lack of reaction from the players and recruits tells me this was the worst kept secret. He wasn't a true head coach, and Ward needs to go too. We're going to get your feedback, your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Sharon Moore, fired for cause. It's 97.1.
Hey, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score, bet before the game kicks off, and if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good morning, 97.1. We'll get right to your phone calls. We're talking about Sherrone Moore, fired with cause, detained later in the night. Let's get to Ariel in Southfield. You're on 97.1.
Hello, guys. As alumni, I feel betrayed. I mean, my head is spinning even trying to think about this. I don't know what to say, and I can't imagine how Bryce Underwood or any of the players feel. I can't imagine how the staff feels. I can imagine they're beyond angry. They feel really betrayed in the fact that some recruits do that. Something's going on. It shows the kind of character Sherrone Moore really had, and I personally knew something was off, especially with how unprepared the team was game in and game out. But something like this, it's mind-boggling. And there's reports going up that the university knew about this for weeks. If that's true, then why didn't they act sooner? Why didn't they make the move before signing day? That shows a lack of character and integrity from the university, and that falls solely on Ward Manuel, because Ward Manuel is the AD, and he got those players signed out of deception. That's wrong. That's what irks me. That's why, as alumni, I'm really ashamed, and the university failed from a leadership standpoint, because a leader is supposed to lead by example, and no one from that university did that.
And Ariel, I do think too, part of this is a leader is really tested in times of adversity. When things aren't going well, it's easy to be a leader when you're big time revenue, big time block M, everything's going well. It's harder to be a leader when you have to put out fires, and they've had to put out far too many fires under Ward Manuel. I think it can go without saying, like, he's got a lot to answer for here, and he might not survive this. There's a lot of texts, and we'll get more phone calls, who have elevated this beyond Sherrone and the recruiting class and Bryce Underwood and are taking this to the very top of the athletic department with Ward Manuel. In fact, I know Gabe and Lapeer, that's the point you want to make.
Yeah, over his tenure, think back to Xavier Simpson and his car accident and all that stuff.
That's Jeff Jackson to you.
Ward, oh, sorry.
I'm just kidding.
Using his car, and then all the stuff going on with Juwan Howard. And now you have Sherrone Moore in this. It all comes from the top down.
Yeah, I mean, how about Matt Weiss? The Matt Weiss situation with those women's profiles all happening under his watch in the athletic department, right? I mean, did he handle the hockey programs scandal properly? I mean, all of this is going to fall under scrutiny.
And I feel bad for John, because I listen to you guys daily. Being an alumni, this is ridiculous. This stains the entire Block M across not just the U.S., internationally as well.
It does, and the frustrating and it's okay. I'm not carried about my time at Michigan, and you know, when I talk about integrity and I talk about character and building trust, it's you live your life a certain way, and when things like this happen, all of those things are drawn into question. There are things. Everybody that wears the Block M is feeling this right now, and should.
Yeah,
and it should motivate them. Like, this cannot continue to happen.
Yeah, and going back to just the football side of it, the football program part of this, not the entire athletic department, but the news of the day is Sherrone Moore's actions. The leader of your football program is messing around with a staffer. There's a power dynamic, an inappropriate relationship. This is the man who sits in the office that dictates the tone of the program. And this is what he's doing behind closed doors. He's got a wife. He's got kids. He's got a family. He's got a great job, one of the great jobs in college football. And it's not enough? He's willing to throw it all away for this?
It's, again, I go to the leadership. And I've said this for a number of years. This is a Michigan problem today. But I think there's a major problem when you have guys like Nick Saban that are stepping away because they don't want to deal with the way college football is right now, and you're forced to have younger and younger and younger head coaches with less experience of leading 18 to 22-year-olds, and you're sitting there telling them, you're espousing all of these words, and then this comes out, and all of those words mean absolutely nothing. And then I sit there and I ask them throughout the course of the season, like, hey, what are you doing on the bye week?
Yeah.
And, I'm going to be buried in film. I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to sleep here. I'm going to do this here. I'm going to do all of these things, different things, because we've got to find a way to get, we got to find a way to get wins. We got to find a way to get consistency. And then you're like, what are you doing?
Yeah, not buried in film. You're buried in something else.
And I know there's going to be a lot of times where I set, and I'm going to set you up for moments like that, not intentionally.
Yeah.
But that is what disgusts me. Not your comment,
right?
But the fact that I have to sit there and eat it.
Right. That you guys are the butt of the joke. Oh, trust me, social media was electric yesterday. And it got a little darker later in the night with Sharon and safety of the people around him and himself. But people were getting their jokes off yesterday. That you guys are the butt of the joke. This is what your leaders do. You guys are the butt of the joke, absolutely. And I think you should be irritated. You could be irritated at me. I think that's a daily occurrence.
No. Yeah,
but really the situation that allows people to get their jokes off today.
Because there's no defense.
There isn't. Look, people are shouting out names. We're going to get to that later in the show, who Michigan can hire. I think this is a fair question. Like, we're getting some heat for Ward. Is Ward making this hire at the same time that his job is under scrutiny? Like, that further complicates the mess that Michigan finds themselves in. You are already against the clock because everybody who just committed and this young football roster that has some upside, who are already there, are all looking, going, should I stay? I'm going to get phone calls from people. You don't think Bryce Underwood's phone was blowing up yesterday? I'm sure it was. And he wouldn't have been the only one on the roster. Hey, you don't have to be at that mess, that swamp of a school in Ann Arbor. You don't have to play at a place that lacks integrity. We'll actually let you throw the ball a little more, too. Like, I'm sure those conversations are happening. So while people may say, good riddance, Sharon was no good, I'm happy he's gone, in the immediate future, Michigan's program is a mess. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, where should I start, boys? Well, obviously, we've been talking about it all morning. Sharon Moore, who completed his second regular season as Michigan's head coach, was fired for cause after having an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. In a statement on Wednesday, Ward Manuel said, following a university investigation, credible evidence was found that Coach Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. This conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy, and U of M maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. Then, after that, news came out that he was detained in Saline and then arrested in Pittsfield Township. They say for an alleged assault. There has been other, what would you call it? I don't know if they're rumors or
there's
not.
A lot of rumors.
Well, there's a lot of rumors, but
Today's a weird day because, like, I've read more than has been reported, and I don't know what on social media is legit and not legit.
I agree. I've read so much about this story, mainly because I kind of wanted to know the rumors, right?
Oh,
like
sure.
I
It's
kind
all
of,
juicy.
yeah, and that's what I was like. Oh my gosh, I'm sitting on Reddit last night reading these rumors, and I don't know what's true or what's not. But
and you're
there's
just
a lot
sitting
out
there. Are they going to be confirmed, or what's the next thing that's coming up? Because it seemed like it was never ending.
Never ending. This is a great story. Let's switch gears a little. A Detroit man is going viral for walking a 6-year-old girl to school after he found her alone in the cold on Monday. So this young girl had no hat on, no gloves, no boots, and it was downright chilly on Monday. And that's when this man, Joshua Threat, jumped into action. And he says he took it upon himself to see that she walked nearly a half mile to school with him and arrived safely. He said, I didn't want to get her in the car. So he decided, I'm just going to make sure she's okay. And he did record everything. And that interaction went viral. He was shocked to see her outside alone. But he was later asked why he decided to film the interaction. And here's what he said. And he thought she was probably scared. She'd been walking about 10 blocks. So his little interaction took over social media for a little while. So that's a good story. This is also interesting. On Sunday, Shedeur Sanders went viral himself, not for what was happening on the field,
This is
but
hilarious.
for what he was apparently wearing. Yeah, so it appeared that he was wearing a thong, right? So, of course, his brother asked him about it later on his podcast. Back tape.
Did you see the picture?
I did.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's the way the tape kind of like arches out from.
Oh, yeah. The whale tail.
Oh, the whale tail. I have not heard that since like high school time.
I think I brought that up maybe
The
a year
whale
or
tail
two,
you did?
a couple years ago.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Jeez
Yeah.
Louise, man. That's the news,
Yep.
guys. Brought to you by Gardner White.
All right. Lions fans, listen up. We know how expensive tickets are. 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila, proud partner of the Lions. They're giving away Lions tickets. Go to 971theticket.com for details. Click on the ticket event page. Come out, enjoy tequila, and win some tickets to a future Lions game. With how expensive they've gotten, and you know that, you don't want to miss your chance. Don't forget, make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Please drink responsibly. Headline of the day, Sharon Moore fired for cause, inappropriate relationship with a staffer. Then later in the night, arrested and detained. Wow. Okay, bombshell story. We're going to spend a lot of time talking about it. We've also got the Thursday touchdown.
All right, the big news of the day, obviously, is that Michigan fired Sharon Moore yesterday. What is the most important trait that Michigan's next head coach must have?
Integrity. Got to be a great leader. Got to be somebody that can come in and stabilize everything and hopefully stabilize the team, the players, and sell to the players and put some confidence in them that, hey, we're going to be okay. We're going to put our heads down. We're going to work. We're going to continue to do things, or we're going to start doing things the right way. And I think integrity is got to be top of the list.
Stability. How many coaches have been suspended, show causes handed down, interim tags? It doesn't matter who you hire if you can't build on any of it and if you're tearing it down every other year. Stability is most important.
Notre Dame was left out of the college football playoff, so they decided not to go to a bowl game. Should players on the Fighting Irish be forced to forfeit a game's worth of NIL money since they're not playing in a bowl game?
No, because the program made the decision.
I thought the captains did.
But not every single player may have agreed with it, so they're all going to get money taken out of their pocket? No, the program deals with the consequences. They want to pull out of the bowl game as a program, the program can pay any fees or fines.
I agree. It's a program decision. It was a coach decision. It was an administrative decision. And, yeah, okay, the players can have their opinion. But go back to an insert segment I did the other day. This comes down to leadership. And even if the players come to you and say, we don't want to play in this game because it's not the same team. Oh, boo-hoo. Hey, sorry, we're going to play in this game. That comes down to the coach and the administration.
Would you like to see the college football playoff have a play-in round? Now, let me explain this. It would be this weekend sandwiched around the Army-Navy game. This year, you would have Notre Dame at James Madison. That'd be kind of cool. And then you'd also have BYU at Tulane. Those winners would then get in. It'd be a 14-team playoff, basically. Do you want more football this weekend?
No.
Oh, you always want more football.
I want the Army-Navy game to be on its own. That is, I think, one of the greatest moments and events in the college football calendar. And Notre Dame, BYU, they had their chance, and it didn't come to fruition. If you want, I don't want it to play in game. If you want to go back and change the parameters of who's in the 12 teams, I'm fine with that, but not the play-in games at this point.
Yeah, you already said it. Now we're up to 14. I'm going to fight a losing battle. I don't want any expansion. Clean it up. If you crown the proper conference champions, there would have been no drama this week. And for the teams that were left out, boo-hoo. You didn't win your conference. You lost multiple games. You couldn't beat the best teams on your schedule. Better luck next year.
I agree with your last part there, but I would still want to see more football. Having James
Why
Madison,
not make it 24 teams then? That'd be more football.
Prove
Why
it on
stop?
the field. It's the last two teams that don't get in, and you've got these group of five or whatever they
Tom,
are
why
now.
stop there? 16, 24,
Well, you got to
36.
stop somewhere.
Well,
this
but
is where I want to
I
stop.
want more football.
I got a triple header this weekend on Saturday, and we get to see Notre Dame go to James Madison. And okay, prove it, boys.
Have you been to the Army-Navy game?
I haven't. I've watched it.
Okay. I'm telling you, one of these days, you got to put that on your bucket list. It's an unbelievable experience. And I think the home of that Army-Navy game should be in Philly every single year.
Is there integrity in that game?
Yes.
Is there stability in that game?
Yes.
All right. We might be looking at a world where the NFC South winner has a worse record than a team that misses the playoffs, kind of like the Lions could be in that situation. Mm-hmm. Should division winners automatically get playoff berths?
Yes. But
Why?
my Costa compromise is you aren't given a home game. You're in, but you are not granted a home game just because you won your division.
You sound like the guy that used to sit in that chair.
Well,
The compromise is good.
I'm going to agree with you on this. And I think if you're going to have divisions, and I think they have to have divisions, you're going to have a division winner that might not have the same record or as good of a record of a team that's going to be left out. I don't care. You go and you play the games, and maybe it is you don't get a home game, but I don't have any issue with it because it doesn't happen every single year.
If I was the czar of sports, this is one of the things that I would do. I would rid sports of divisions and I would go by league or conference standings, and this divisional thing simply forms your schedule for regional reasons.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Who gets division championship shirts anymore?
No one.
used to.
But the divisions, when you have, let's take this to college football. When you have a conference that's 18 teams, you're almost forced to have divisions. And as soon as we get away from divisions, now all of a sudden we have 18 teams, and you can't figure out who's going to be in the championship game.
All right, the Lions are in third place in the NFC North. What is the biggest reason why the Lions are staring up at the Packers and Bears in the division?
They have not been good stewards of the trenches. And let's take a look at what did the Bears do as soon as Ben Johnson got to Chicago. They improved the offensive line. They've always had a good to above average defensive front, and that hasn't changed, but they took care of the offensive line. What did Green Bay do? They went out and got Micah Parsons. They've got a dominant defensive front, and they're acceptable offensively. They could be better. This is where the Lions have fallen behind.
Translation, Brad Holmes.
Yeah, everybody hates.
You put the roster out there. This is the roster you're given.
The GM let the other teams catch him.
Yes. Yeah, everybody hates SOL. It's actually the reverse. It's LOS, line of scrimmage. That's why they've fallen behind in the division.
The Lions face Sean McVay and the Rams on Sunday. Has McVay universally become the second best coach in the NFL behind Andy Reid? And who are your top 5 current coaches in the NFL?
Yeah, when I sat down to do this, I did put Sean McVay number 2 behind Andy Reid at number 1. To round out the top 5, I have Nick Sirianni, John Harbaugh, and Kyle Shanahan.
I have no argument with any of those. I think when you look at what Kyle Shanahan has done repeatedly with a number of different quarterbacks and taking Mr. Irrelevant and getting that kid paid because he just comes out there and wins, and when he goes down, you insert another quarterback and they're still in the mix. I might bump him up a little higher, but I think those are the 5 best.
Yeah, I put 4 guys that have won a Super Bowl semi-recently, and Kyle Shanahan.
Who's played in one.
Yeah.
John,
couple.
is Sean McVay universally the second best coach in the NFL right now?
I don't know that you can argue that. I mean, whether I like him or not has nothing to do with it. I don't have an argument for it.
Thank you. The Dolphins have salvaged their season at 6-7, and they are in the AFC playoff graphic. That's all you want this time of year, right? So Mike McDaniel was thought of to be the next coach that's going to be fired, but maybe that's not the case. Who will be the next coach that's going to get fired?
Well, I do think McDaniels is going to be on the chopping block, and then you look at Taylor in Cincinnati. Now, and I know the argument is going to be your head coach or your quarterback was injured all year. Well, why was he injured? Because he continually gets beat up. Some of that is general manager, some of it's coaching and scheme. But I'm looking at Jonathan Gannon in Arizona. Like, they have invested on both sides of the ball. They've got playmakers. And, okay, Kyler Murray, I'm not a Kyler Murray fan, but when you cannot find ways to win and you're always going to be left out, I think he's probably the next.
With a different A team, the Atlanta Falcons should fire Raheem Morris. He should be the next coach fired. They've lost 7 of their last 8 games.
John, you mentioned the Bengals. Just quick, people will be salivating over that job because of Joe Burrow.
Yep. Oh, absolutely. And they should be.
Thursday touchdown. Get back into the Sharon Moore conversation. It's 97-1.
Hey, in the Motor City, as we are right now, winter isn't just the season. It's a challenge, and I hope everybody was up to the challenge yesterday because there was a lot of snow, and when snow starts piling up on Woodward and the slush takes over on I-75, you don't need a sleigh, you need a Sierra. This is professional-grade capability. The GMC Sierra, built to dominate the job site and upgrade your driveway, whether you're hauling the family tree or towing those toys up north, and boy, do we love our toys, and it's from snowmobiles, maybe this weekend, ice shanties in the summer, you got the boat. The Sierra delivers the power, the tech, and the premium luxury that you've earned. But you need to move fast. Right now, the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are holding their holiday event. This is your chance to get behind the wheel of a truck that defines Detroit toughness. Don't let the holidays pass you by. These offers absolutely end on January the 2nd. Start the new year in professional grade style. Visit your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. We are professional grade.
Flooded with response this morning. We're going to get to all of it. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Sherrone Moore, the topic of the day. Got cheating on and off the field at Michigan, and he loses his job. Inappropriate relationship with a staffer. And then the story got darker as everybody was getting jokes off on Twitter. He gets detained and arrested. And you've heard in some updates, our brother station WWJ has talked about it. There's a knife. There's fear for the safety of Sherrone himself and the people around him. This got very dark. And this is a dark time for Michigan football. Like, I know, John, we got this text, and I'd love to get your response to it. Hang in there, John. He was never the right guy anyway. It's a gift. Merry Christmas. To what do you say to people who say this is actually a good thing?
It's disgusting. If a coach is not getting the job done on the field, you make those evaluations, you make those changes. I can't believe that you would ever look at this and say that this situation is a gift, because his family is crushed. The players that are on the current roster, the recruits that just last Wednesday signed on the dotted line, and everybody could say, well, yeah, these players can move around, they don't have to stay, and that's true, but it doesn't change the angst that they're going through right now. And there's so many people that are affected by this, so many families that are affected by this. In no way, shape, or form do I view this as a gift.
Some people having some fun with this. I heard Connor was in the corner giving signs, and Sherrone should have done what the Irish did. Signed Roy and Clarkston. Just pull out. This one says, good morning. No sarcasm or smarm from me today. I 100% want John to be named the AD. You have the principles the department needs.
There needs to be integrity in the position of the head coach. There needs to be stability, as you put it, in the Thursday touchdown with the head coach. There needs to be a lot of individuals that are looking at themselves saying the right decision, to me, doesn't need to be that difficult. They can be hard to make. They can be painful. But doing the right thing is never wrong.
Guys, I've defended Michigan through the lean years. Hoke, Rich Rod, cheating, dumb moves. I'm not sure I could be a fan after this cover-up. I am curious about the timeline of events here, and I'm not the only one that wants to know why after signing day and why only as this thing was seemingly going to blow up and go public did it come up. Because I'll just tell you this, I had no idea this was going on. But we would get occasional texts, and you never know what to believe, right? I mean, people spread rumors, and we're not going to go to the air with something that's unnamed ticket text or up on the Twitch board. No disrespect to the Twitchers. But there had been whispers about this stuff for weeks. Hell, maybe months for all I know. They needed to know. This was happening underneath their watch. This was his direct report. Oh, it just came up. We just got the credible evidence 24 hours ago. That doesn't smell right.
Well, about 2 weeks ago, I thought it was starting to there was a lot of smoke, and I kind of started to believe that something was going on. But
like when he got
you
fired,
can't go with something if you can't source it.
Yeah.
All right, there's a responsibility factor here.
Of course.
To that fan's point, he says, "I don't know if I can be a fan anymore." I've told you guys, I care way less about Michigan football because of this. This started especially with me with the Mozzie stuff and how they handled that. And here's the deal. They masquerade as something they're not. And that's just the truth. John wants it back. He wants the integrity back. Not sure if you can quite do that in this current college athletic landscape.
You can. Don't let that be a crutch or an excuse. Just because of the way business is done right now doesn't mean that you have to compromise your principles. It doesn't mean you have to compromise your integrity. If it means you don't have 12 wins and you have 11 because you do things right, that's okay.
Well, maybe starting with doing things right is not having a prosecutor in your back pocket.
Well, that's the other story here. How's he going to handle all this? because now it is a legal matter when you have the police involved late last night. Everybody's watching the story evolve in real time. 248-539-9797. Tom, is this where we get your guy Brian Kelly?
All right. Look, I still think from an X's and an O's perspective in the Underwood era, and keep in retaining him, by the way, that it would be a good fit. Look, he's 65. You're talking 5 years here, roughly. Winning on the field, I think he would do a pretty good job, and I think he would get them to the playoff. But no, he's got too many.
At what cost?
Yeah, he's got too many skeletons in his closet for Michigan to go there right now.
25-1 to be the next head coach, according to Bet Online. Brian Kelly.
That's not happening.
People were messaging me going, well, maybe Gov's going to get his guy in all of this. We're going to tell you who we think the coach should be coming up at 7:02 and give you some of the odds and where Michigan goes from here, because a lot of this is the human level. There's the football side of this. Like, Michigan needs to act quickly, swiftly, get the right guy, retain as many of these guys as possible, a young team with some upside, and get the right leader in there.
And you need to act like Michigan, where no one is off the table.
Correct.
You if there is a list of 5 guys and you go and say, well, okay, well, he's already got this job or what, what? No. You make the calls.
Make them say no.
And make them say no. And if they say no, okay, you move on to the next one. But no one is off the table. If there is somebody out there that you think with that there is integrity, there's winning, because you can have both. Mm-hmm. You can have both. And I could sit there and tell you, just from my experience, Lloyd Carr is by almost every player that played for him, that were around the program at that time, one of the individuals that I've said this before, I view on the same level of decision making, and it was about what is good for Michigan, what is good for these individuals. Decisions, they're not easy decisions, but every time I look back at decisions that Coach Carr made, I think, how did he know that was the right decision? And he continually did that, but it wasn't, well, I need to make this decision because I need to win X amount of games. No, it was, what is the right decision? And you can also pair that with winning Big Ten championships and a national championship, because he did it.
Wayne in Madison Heights. Wayne, good morning.
Hey, guys. Hey, the first thing I did last night, John, I know you didn't get much sleep. I didn't sleep at all, and you're a bigger fan than I am. You went there. It's just sad. First thing I prayed for is his wife and his kids. Mm-hmm. And I even prayed for Sherman Moore. There's a lot of guys out there that go through this stuff, and it's just sad. But I feel bad for the university. My mom and dad, they went there. They'd be upset right now. They're gone. But you guys said Kelly, but it sounds like you don't think that's a good fit. And I know you heard coaches like Jesse Minter. What do you think of him? I mean,
Jesse Minter still has a show cause, and then it raises the question, are you just going back to some of the same issues that you had when Jim Harbaugh was here?
Yeah. And you know what, John? I'm glad we won the national championship, but to me, it's still tainted. It makes me mad. Other universities, they mock us. And you know what,
and Wayne, you know what makes me most mad about that is that was a team of great kids, great players, and they didn't need any of that. And now every time somebody talks about their national championship, it's always going to be with yeah, but.
I'm happy you brought that up with Minter, because I think people have amnesia or aren't paying attention. He has a show cause until April. And for the first time in a long time, Michigan's going to have to hire outside the family. Hasn't always gone well. We'll get to some of those names. We'll do that coming up to start the next hour. We want more of your phone calls, more of your texts. 248-539-9797. This is scumbag behavior. You blew up the university because you couldn't keep it in your pants. And now Michigan has to pick up the pieces and figure out what to do in real time, mid-bowl season, mid-portal season, while other vacancies have already been filled. Now, if you're Michigan, you make a splash. 97-1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Sharon Moore was fired with cause by Michigan last night for an inappropriate relationship with a staffer. He was then arrested by police last night and spent the night in Washtenaw County Jail. No charges have yet been filed against the former Michigan coach. Longtime author, sports journalist, and Michigan alum John U. Bacon broke down the situation last night on WWJ News Radio 950.
Apparently broke into the employee's home with a knife, threatened himself and her, and was detained by police. He's now in, I think, protective custody, they call it, which is basically suicide watch, I believe.
The unfortunate and perhaps even intentional timing of Moore's firing is that it came 5 days after the high school early signing period in which Michigan collected the number 11 recruiting class in the country, which included the top running back in the nation. Those players were promised scholarships, compensation, and roster spots for next season. Any of them that want to leave will now have to wait until the NCAA transfer portal opens January 2nd, 2026, or until a new coach is hired, in which a 15-day window will open for them to leave. Questions now surround who will be Michigan's next head coach, when that person will be hired, what will happen with this recruiting class, and what will happen with Ward Manuel. Michigan is currently getting ready for a Citrus Bowl appearance against Texas at 3 p.m. on New Year's Eve, in which Biff Poggi will be the interim head coach. And the Wings win last night 4-3 against the Flames, 2 goals and an assist for Alex DeBrincat. They've won 3 straight and 4 of their last 5. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
People got a lot to say today. We're going to make sure we're talking to you guys all morning long about this Sharon Moore story. News broke yesterday. Get the notification. Adam Schefter, Sharon Moore out? Huh? What? This can't be right. You go to social media, and there it is. All the beat writers and national talking heads are confirming Sharon Moore's out for cause. Inappropriate relationship with a staffer. And then as the day unfolds, you start...
Goes from bad to worse.
Seeing stories about him losing his mind. And you worry about the safety for the people around him and his own safety when you start talking about reports of a knife and could he take his own life? And it got really dark. But just start at the top. This is a scumbag move. You are a leader. Supposed to be anyway. You're a married man. You're a father. And you threw it all away.
You're supposed to be a mentor, setting an example, not just for your own kids, but for every single kid, whether you sat in their house and talked to their little brothers and sisters, you talked to their moms and dads, you convinced them to come to Michigan, and then you put other people in front of them espousing the integrity and the character and all of the different things that you will foster here.
So where does Michigan go from here? And we'll take phone calls on how you felt about the news breaking and whether this is a good thing or not. We've had people say this is actually a good thing because now Michigan doesn't have to keep a bad head coach. You need to hire a new coach. John, who should the new coach be?
Well, I think at all times, you need to have a running list of guys in case a coach decides, like Lane Kiffin, that he wants to go somewhere else or wants to bounce to the NFL. Like those are the normal things that happen. And there are other times where something like this happens. Sometimes you can't look into the future and see what's going to happen or what day it's going to happen, but you should always have a list that you rank the best coaches in college football or out of college football that could be a part of your program if a change is needed.
Speaking of lists, I have a list. We could do it this way. I could give you names, and you could give me a thumbs up, thumbs down, and maybe we land on the guy that you most want.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the name everybody is talking about is Kalen DeBoer. And a lot of people talked about him back when Michigan and Washington played in the national championship game. And if Jim Harbaugh hadn't gone through the whole circus, he may have actually been here. I know that he does have local ties, and I think you definitely pick up the phone and make some of those connections.
It's one of those things where Alabama fans are ruthless, maniacal. They might not fully be sold on the guy. If they get bounced in their first playoff game in Norman, And he's looking around going, why are the pitchforks out? Maybe there's a better spot for me in Ann Arbor. That would be the case for DeBoer, right?
Yeah.
What's his connection here, by the way? I know he coached at Eastern. He was in the Big Ten at Indiana.
I believe his wife is from this area as well. And then you look at, maybe with Nick Sheridan's on his staff. Mm-hmm. Obviously, is he there?
He was. I don't know if he still is.
Greg is
making a face.
Yeah, I'm just making a face at Nick Sheridan at Michigan.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm just.
He's not going to play quarterback.
We're talking about connections. Yes, yeah, he's not going to be playing quarterback.
Him or
anymore.
Stephen Threet aren't going to be behind center.
And there's some other connections to Michigan on his staff. So that I think you explore those options.
You say, hey, if you're not sold or happy or thrilled in Tuscaloosa, we can make it worth your while financially. We can give you a fresh start. We can bring you in here. And John, he is the betting favorite to be Michigan's next head football coach, despite the fact that he has one of the 10 best jobs in the sport right now in Alabama.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you guys, is this a fair criticism of DeBoer? Is he getting a lot of mileage out of one season where he went to a national championship game with an NFL quarterback?
What does he come here? Do we believe that Bryce Underwood could develop into an NFL quarterback?
Potentially.
Could he do the same thing here?
But Mike,
and you look at his track record over the course of his career, and he's won everywhere he's gone.
I don't think he necessarily developed Penix. I mean, Penix started at Indiana. Look, all I'm saying, I'm just trying to be a devil's advocate here.
With the quarterback developer and quarterback whisperer of Tom Allen.
He was great in ranked games, big spots. He took Washington football to the national title.
I've seen that in my life, though.
Okay.
To me, Washington's one of those programs that rises up every 20 years. I'm just trying to be, is he getting too much hype for doing that? He's getting no...
I just would ask you
Alabama,
this.
he's not winning.
Well, he's 10-3 and he's in the college football playoff. He beat Georgia this year on the road in his only second year. And what I'm just asking is, so he was good enough for Alabama, but he's not good enough for Michigan. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think Alabama might have made a mistake. That's all I'm saying. I just think he gets a lot of fluff for when you really look at everything. And I question why he should be winning at Alabama. He should be in semifinals, national championship games. Well, he took over a well-oiled machine.
Okay, well, is he in the college football playoffs?
Yeah, he is.
Does he have a chance?
Be.
Does he have a chance to get to the semifinals?
No, I don't think they do.
Well, let me ask you
because
this.
they're playing the game.
They're playing inconsistently.
How many coaches are we going to see that Michigan's going to hire from teams currently in the college football playoff? They're probably going to hire coaches that aren't even in the playoff if it's not for Kalen DeBoer, right?
Yeah, and just to insert a bit of comedy into this situation, wouldn't it be hilarious if Michigan does somehow entice Kalen DeBoer to come here? Mm-hmm. The Alabama job opens up. Is there a world where Lane Kiffin never coaches at LSU?
Oh, God. Is the ink dry?
Let me be clear, guys. I was simply being devil's advocate. I'm kind of picking apart, well, why is he the leading candidate? Or why is he, if he's not working at Alabama, why would he work here?
Look, there was talk of him at Penn State, too, as things were falling, and could they land DeBoer? He's the betting favorite right now at 4-1 to be Michigan's next coach. I think a lot of people would be happy with Kalen DeBoer. Can I throw some other names at you, John, and you just give me kind of a thumbs up, thumbs down? In order, the next highest odds, Jesse Minter.
I think you're going to have a hard time getting over the show cause, obviously.
Could he even start until April? What do you do about your current recruiting situation?
Right.
It's kind of a no-go to me.
Yeah, and are you just ushering in some of the same decision-making? What did I talk about in terms of when we had the Thursday touchdown? The number one question is, what's the number one thing that the coach has to have? The coach has to have integrity. The coach has to have impeccable integrity and stability and character.
And you had a black cloud over Michigan for that era. I'm not running to hire someone from that era. Next name on the list is Joe Brady.
So the pros for Joe Brady is what he did when he was offensive coordinator at LSU in developing Joe Burrow and being co-offensive coordinator for one of the most high-powered offenses that we've seen in college football.
He's currently the offensive coordinator in the NFL with the Buffalo Bills.
I don't think that's a great fit.
Never been a head coach? Would that be a strike on his resume?
Sure, I think there's a
Michigan
lot of people
needs someone stable.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of people that will say, no, it has to have NFL or it has to have head coaching experience. I don't necessarily. I think there could be some exceptions to that rule.
How about Jed Fish? He's currently at Washington. He previously was an assistant at Michigan, so it's not fully out of the family, but he's gone out and spread his own wings. He won 10 games at Arizona. They've gotten better year over year at Washington. Jed Fish.
I think he would, from what I know of Jed and having interactions with him, I think he is a guy with high character, that he is a guy that is has integrity, that would come in and make the right decisions. It would stabilize the program. And if you're looking at, like what he did at Arizona and currently what he is doing at Washington now, 2 years removed from a national championship, Washington is, Kalen DeBoer is their head coach. I don't know that they're further along than where Michigan is, obviously, but I do think his offense, I do like his offense.
Yep. Jeff Brom and Kenny Dillingham are the next two names on the list. Brom at Louisville, Dillingham made the playoff at ASU, Arizona State the year prior. Now, he's an alum. I don't know if he'd leave, but money talks. Does either name, Brom also an alum of Louisville, his current job, does either name attract or interest you?
I think there's interest there. I think maybe more interest in Kenny Dillingham. Obviously, we saw Jeff Brom already in the Big Ten at Purdue.
Dillingham's a rising coach. Could he be? And there's no. I was talking to a friend who's a big Michigan fan. He goes, "We need to hire our football version of Dusty May." I don't know that there is a Dusty May equivalent in college football, but could you make a case Dillingham making the playoffs at ASU would be kind of Dusty May?
Yeah, possibly.
Young, energetic.
And then the question is, we've seen other coaches that were alumni of their school leave, and you start to talk about recruiting bases. And it is more national now, but has Kenny Dillingham spent any time in the Midwest?
No, that would be a drawback. Lincoln Riley, Dan Mullen, Marcus Freeman, PJ Fleck, Dan Lanning. I don't think he'd leave Oregon.
No, but I think that is one that you call. I've talked about, I think he is a tremendous head coach. And you also look, has there been any issues, and maybe there are that I haven't noticed or seen because they're playing in Eugene and up in the the Northwest, but you've got to look at the track record of their programs. And to me, it seems like his has been an extremely clean program.
How about this question, John? Do you feel worse that MSU hired Pat Fitzgerald now?
Yeah. Everybody knows how I feel about Pat Fitzgerald. I think he's a high character guy. I think he's a tremendous football coach. And yeah, and this goes into the timing of all of this in regards to this was a very active coaching cycle. A lot of guys have found their home. And who do you go get? What do you do?
We want to hear some of the names you guys are interested in too. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. The Red Tag sales event is on at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Check out the 2026 Equinox LT, sporty, efficient, and ready for every weekend. You can lease one starting at $199 a month, $19.99 down. Find yours at MoranExpress.com or stop out. They'll take care of you in person. Great staff. Moran Chevrolet on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. All right, I'm reading through the odds for Michigan's next head coach, Kalen DeBoer, #1. And, John, I think that's the #1 target that everybody has circled.
And when you look at, the buyouts, it's been reported. Now, I don't know this to be fact, but it looks like his buyout is in the area of $4 or $5 million. So it's not an astronomical number.
And if things are getting too hot in Tuscaloosa, if he wants a clean slate and a chance to reset, he has some connections to the area, Michigan would offer him that.
Yeah, and if it comes down to money, pay the money.
Big Ten TV deal is bigger than the SEC TV deal.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan, not a university known for being broke. Yeah, look, this is the time to flex. Guys that currently have jobs, you make them say no. Guys that aren't coaching anymore, but you want to hire, you make them say no. Some of the other names on the list. Jesse Minter, don't know about going back to the old regime there. Jed Fish, I think makes a lot of sense for Michigan and feels super attainable. Like if you get told no by a couple of the pie-in-the-sky guys, it's a clear upgrade for Jed Fish. He's been in Ann Arbor before, runs a good offense. Programs have gotten better. Arizona was a 1-win team his first year there, a 10-win team his third year there.
Yeah.
Washington trending up. Jed Fish would make a lot of sense. Brom, Dillingham, Riley, Dan Mullen, Marcus Freeman.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of that? Former Buckeye player, Marcus Freeman.
Well, okay, it's happened before.
Yeah.
Obviously, famously, Bo was under.
Yeah. Hey, if you don't want to get left out of the playoff, you come to the Big Ten. Dan Lanning, maybe that's one of those you make say no. John Gruden and Brian Kelly are 25-1. Does either interest you?
So Brian Kelly does not, but the Gruden thing is interesting because he's talked about, and I think he mentioned wanting to be in the SEC when he talked to the Georgia team, wanting to get back into coaching. The one obviously red flag is recruiting. He's obviously a big name, could be a sell, but you've got to have those relationships with coaches.
We're sleeping on a name I don't see on this list, and he would come with ties to the program, a member of the 1997 national championship team, intimately familiar with the inner workings of the Michigan football program. I don't see odds for John Jansen.
Yeah, those would be longer odds.
Would you pass the ball?
Yes, there would be. The forward pass would continue to be developed.
John, you'd bring stability, integrity.
And yeah, it is. I mean, obviously, it's something I've always thought about before. And if you are, again, I had great mentors. I know the players. I know football, and I've been around the recruiting. I've been around all of it. It would be something that I would, obviously love to do. It's always been a dream. And, obviously then we're going to go to, well, he's never been a head coach. He's never been a position coach. There are a lot of things that the head coach does now in terms of being a CEO and a delegator. I mean, Lloyd did that. Mm-hmm. And so there's just a lot of things that I think I could bring to the program. And here's the other thing is whether or not that's pie in the sky or it's whatever it is. Former players will rally around the program to support the players that are currently on the roster now, those that are incoming, and to support whoever that coach is going to be.
Could you imagine us ripping his timeout usage?
What's he doing? How come he doesn't let Underwood run the ball more?
Is he still going to have this radio show like Doug Gottlieb?
Yeah. Yes. No. Yeah. Jimmy, I might need a sabbatical. So the intern coach has happened before. Going into a season. I mean, Lloyd was an interim coach. after everything that happened with Gary Moeller. But whoever is next needs to stabilize the program, and they have to be somebody that's going to make good decisions.
How about Chip Kelly?
Kind of feels like the ship has sailed on Chip Kelly.
You stole the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Kind of like Brian Kelly, right? No Kellys?
No Kellys, but maybe a Harbaugh? The other Harbaugh? Vincent and Canton. You want to make that point? You're on 97.1.
Yeah, hey, good morning. First, I'd like to say this is just so embarrassing for the university. You spend time going to school, then after that, tailgating, cheering, and then something like this happens. I feel betrayed. But John Harbaugh, I know that's a reach, but it's pretty much his defense, same philosophy. He knows the tradition and history of Michigan because his father and brother were there. It makes sense to me, at least.
The more sane Harbaugh, the one that actually won a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Why would he leave the Ravens? Now, if they fire him, I guess all bets are off, but he feels like an NFL lifer at this point.
Yeah, he kind of does. And I mean, then the question becomes, how much does his last name play into it?
A lot. Hey, if you want to call in to win some money, we got the $2 Slam coming up in a couple minutes here. Our last $2 Slam of the calendar year will be back in January on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Chance to win $2,000. Call in 248-539-9797. Let's take one more phone call on this this more stuff for now. JC in Westland, you're on 97.1.
JC!
Oh, you waited this whole time. We can go to Andrea. Andrea.
Calling from above.
Andrea, what's up? Oh, come on.
I am for sure super embarrassed about what happened. But I'm ready for a coach who is going to bring a little bit of decorum. I'm looking for somebody with a good moral compass, and whether that is Kalen DeBoer, that's Lane Kiffin, I'm fully comfortable with swiping some money from the NFL too if we're going to give them a good dollar amount. But I just feel like I also want somebody who wants to stay there and build teams and develop players. Like, I'm kind of over the scandal season.
Yeah, I think we all are. And yeah, I mean, it is super disappointing. And I think you kind of nailed it in regards to who the type of individual that needs to be the next head coach at Michigan.
She said Lane Kiffin, and you made a face.
Yeah, I don't know that he's a moral compass.
Let's get to the $2 Slam.
All right, this is it. Your last chance to win before the holidays are here. You can win $2,000 in 60 seconds. Pretty simple. You're going to get $25 for each question answered correctly. And like I said, hopefully if you get them all right, you'll win that $2,000.
Our contestant, Dave in Warren. Dave, it's your lucky day.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Good.
Hi, Dave. So you know the rules. If you don't know one, you can say pass, and if there's enough time, we're going to get back to it. Are you excited?
Yes, I am.
Okay, your time starts right now. What jersey number does Matthew Stafford wear?
9.
Who do the Tampa Bay Buccaneers play tonight?
Tampa plays Atlanta.
Who is the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles?
Nick Sirianni.
Who played Penny Benjamin in Top Gun Maverick?
Pass.
Who does Alabama play in the first round of the college football playoff?
Oklahoma.
Who was the 16th president of the United States?
I'm sorry. What number?
The 16th.
Lincoln.
Who, Ashton Genty played at this college?
Boise State.
What is the nickname of Boise State University?
Broncos.
This football team finished last in the Big Ten this year.
Purdue.
This musical duo had the 2015 hit Stressed Out.
Pass.
Who played Penny Benjamin in the Top Gun Maverick movie?
Oh, God. I know I've seen that. Jennifer Connelly?
This musical duo had the 2015 hit Stressed Out.
21 Pilots?
Oh my goodness! You got it!
Buzzer
the
beater!
Last one of the year!
Walk-off winner!
Comes in at the buzzer. Now, the judges,
Hey, the confetti fell. We're good.
He started to answer it. He said 20.
Yep. The initial answer was coming out of his mouth, just like the shot's got to be taken before leave the hands.
This was a tough one, Dave. That's amazing.
Oh, that is great. Last time I played, I was the Indians Guardians guy a couple years ago.
Oh my gosh, I remember you, Dave.
Justice, vindication.
Oh my goodness. You're good at this.
Oh, thanks.
Congratulations. Right
I didn't
before
see
the
it
holidays.
I'm myself
Yeah.
a trivia geek, so yeah.
Hey, so do you sit there and just study the sports page and random facts? Like, how are you so good at trivia?
I guess nothing better to do. My kids are grown now, so.
Well, it's very lucrative for you.
Wow.
So I guess a question for Gov would be: does this make me a phenom?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
It sure does. How old are you?
I'm 58.
The 21 Pilots pull from you was outstanding.
Incredible work. Wow. Tremendous. Great job. So make sure you hold on the line. We'll get you get you paid.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And have a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
You too. Yeah, the 2 Grand Slam on Thursdays is brought to you by Femininio Law, and that's the last one of the year, and we finished on a high note.
I really didn't think he was going to. When I had to repeat the 16th president, that was time wasted, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but he was quick otherwise.
He was, but then when we got back, and I kind of reworded the Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah.
I skipped it. I mean, it was fine. It came out as a full question, but it was worded differently, and I was like, oh no. And then he got it.
Yeah, well, then he said, I was like, I've seen that movie.
Well,
and,
he was wasting a little bit of time,
Jennifer
so I
Connelly,
thought that we just weren't going to have enough time.
I just thought he didn't know the Top Gun Maverick,
Oh
and I
my
didn't
gosh.
think, again, he sounded a little older. I didn't think there was any way he was going to get 21 Pilots.
Wow.
Who was the dude from Jeopardy 5-7 years ago? What was
Ken
it?
Jennings? Oh, I don't
No,
know.
not him. The other one. He's like had a cheat code on the
James
game.
Holzhauer.
Yes,
That's who that
Holzhauer,
guy is.
yeah. That was great.
And how
That's
about
awesome.
the vindication of missing out on Guardians Indians?
Right. Calls back, he gets 9. Calls back, he gets 10.
When they make the 30 for 30 about this guy,
Oh, boy.
it's the adversity that he had to sit on that, and it tormented him.
Good times.
And then he bounced back.
Uh-huh.
$2,000 winner. Your next chance to win money is in the new year. Get back to this Sharon Moore story. More of your phone calls and ticket text 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on RootMetrics United States Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-verizon/.
flooded with response. I can't keep track of all the papers I got in front of me here. You guys have a lot to say about this. Sharon Moore, fired for cause. News broke yesterday, 4:30, 4:45. Got the notification, and I thought, I thought he was going to get a third season. Then you read for cause, and you read about inappropriate relationship with a staffer, and you then immediately think, what a scumbag. You're a married man. You got kids. You're going to blow up your life, your family. That's selfish, because it's also going to blow up the athletic department. I don't know how this impacts Ward Manuel. I don't know how long this was going on behind closed doors. It's going to impact all the kids that signed. It's going to impact players, the young players on the current roster that are going to have phone calls, and they're going to, hey, do you want to leave? They're going to get poached. This was an incredibly selfish scumbag move. And then later in the night, it gets dark. You start reading about his safety and the safety of those around him, and it's, you had your jokes earlier in the day, and then you go, hey, hope everybody's safe at the end of the night. Now, as this all was happening, you have the human element, and you have the football element. We're juggling both today, and you can jump in and give us your thoughts on all of it. Who do you want to be the next head football coach? 248-539-9797. John, we had a couple texts come in over the last couple weeks insinuating something may be happening, and without any validity to it, we weren't going to take it to the air. Did you have any idea this was going on?
No. And so, I heard the same rumors.
Yeah.
And every time I, asked about it, it was, no, we haven't had anything substantiated, or it was, it was always brushed off. And then there were always, you hear this was on the darker side of things, or maybe the more sleazy side of things around recruiting time. Other programs trying to say, well, this is going on, and they'll latch a hold of some of these rumors to try and convince recruits to jump ship from Michigan. But at no point did I think that this was something that was going on.
Yeah. And again, people think this was a good thing because they didn't believe in Sharon Moore.
I can't ever get behind blowing up a family and then the ripple effect of the assistant coaches, their families, the players, the recruits. You can't ever convince me that this is a good thing. If you wanted to move on from a coach for football reasons, fine. But trying to take an unbelievable tragedy and then say that it's a good thing that this happened so that we could move on from the coach, that to me is, I can't understand that.
Well, Michigan's going to be in turmoil now, which is not a good thing. You're not promised that you're going to hire a good coach. You're not promised that you're going to keep your star players. You're not promised anything. If you're someone who wasn't sold on Sharon, and we did those shows, right? We said, is he the guy? Is he not the guy? Or are you not sure? And I said, I watched a lot of the in-game decisions, and I didn't think he was doing a good job. I also felt like with a young roster, next year was going to be make or break. If you were sold that he wasn't the guy and this is the path to getting the guy, but I think that's spinning what is a bad situation. There's no way that you feel like this is an awful situation thing that happened. Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Max in Ann Arbor. Max, what's up? You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going?
Good morning.
Just haven't you guys talk about potential hires. Haven't heard the name Kirk Cignetti yet. What's you guys' thoughts on that?
Obviously, we love what he's doing at Indiana. I don't know what. I don't know if he wants to continue to build what he's got going there. It's obviously a good thing.
I mean, I think he's a guy you call and you offer a lot of money to.
There
but if
is
he says,
no one on the list. You create your list and you give everybody a call because you never know. And you want to be able to go out there and get the best possible candidate.
Yep. I was, like I said, midway through this season, I was talking with my buddies that I personally wanted Sharon Moore gone because I just felt what we were watching was like a boring brand of football.
Yeah.
And I just wanted, before all this came out. So I'm kind of glad he's gone, but it sucks that he's going through some issues.
Self-inflicted wounds.
Yeah.
Selfish, despicable behavior, other ways to put it.
Yeah. And no one is infallible.
No.
Leaders make bad decisions. And, we see it all the time. But when you are a leader, you're supposed to be a leader. and you espouse so many different things to your players on a daily basis, to the recruits. Every single time that you talk about them, what are the principles that this program is built on? And while you're saying those things, you're doing another. That to me it's just despicable.
Some more texts coming in, 248-539-9797. Some people loved our 2 Grand Slam winner.
As they should.
Including the Twitch message that says he was not stressed at all and then even talked smack to Gov afterwards.
I love it. I love smack talk, and I can take it sometimes.
Yeah. It wasn't offensive smack talk.
No,
I can take it.
Says he definitely Googled 21 pilots, but he knew the other 9. Look, if you can Google in 60 seconds, more power to you.
Right, and that was the last question. And so you went back to 1, which wasn't an easy get.
That he had just kind of
the actress in
struggled with.
Yeah,
Top Gun Maverick, yeah.
And so you're listening and you're answering and typing at the same time. Okay, hey, if you could do all those things at once, great job.
Yeah, look, he deserves that. That's an awesome way to end the 2 Grand Slam for the calendar year. We've had a lot of people backing John Jansen to be the next head coach at Michigan, including this one. John should be the next head coach. Go Blue. Shannon Ypsilanti at work. Chad in the truck says his passion for the program make John the next coach. John leaving us with the Costa and Rieger show would be similar to Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss.
Yeah.
There's a lot of buzz
I
about
appreciate
you.
the support. Yeah, I really do, and I think I do a great job because I'm a part of the program now, as everybody knows. I'm at every practice. I know all the guys. I know all the recruits. I've got a relationship with them. I've got a relationship with the coaches that are currently on staff, and I think I've played enough football. I've been around enough football. I dabble in the coaching side of things. That I think it'd be. My one thing would be to stabilize this program.
Just a quick vetting. You've never cheated on your wife?
No.
Okay. Well, there you go. You're already more qualified than the last guy.
You know,
Again, thanks for the question.
Look, I know John is not enamored with the recruiting aspect of this. We might just talk John into this.
Yeah. Everyone knows how much I love Michigan.
Yeah.
And the passion that I have for everything that goes on there. I do. I mean, you know, I will say this. I've had some dreams in my life. One of them was obviously to play in the NFL. One of them was to be the voice of Michigan football. The other one is to be a coach and be the coach at Michigan football. And if you're looking to stabilize things, sometimes the best option might be right in front of you.
Okay.
Can we get you on every week?
That's a Jimmy and Debbie question.
Oh boy.
Have you ever let a player use? You ever let a player use your car?
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
Guys, this is from Doug in Oscoda. He says, a lot of talk about Sharon today. Do you think that Michigan's AD needs to be fired as well? We're getting a lot of those texts today, and I think there's fair questions about when did this start? How long has this been ongoing? Should Ward have known? When did he know? Why did this come out when it came out? And it's not like Michigan and Sharon, like Michigan football and Sharon Moore is the only fire that's been started under his leadership. 248-539-9797. Bank of phone calls, pages of texts. We'll get to all of it. 97.1.
Every law firm talks about experience. David Femininio has decades of it, going up against insurance companies and winning for his clients. But here's what makes him different. He knows the only experience that really matters is yours. When you're in a car accident, you care about your well-being. You want someone who's going to listen to you, someone who works hard for you, and someone who will get you paid. David gets that. Your experience matters. And when he fights for you, not for his resume. If you've been injured, you need to give David a call at 855-65-CRASH or visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Text coming in. I thought the MSU radio show was in the afternoon, not the mornings. This is the best thing that could have happened to Michigan football.
Again, if you wanted a coaching change for football reasons, that's one thing. This is not the reason that you want to be making a head coaching change.
And not the time you want to be making a head coaching change either. Look, it's possible Michigan throws enough money at the problem, hires a great coach, and comes out of this looking great.
I wouldn't cost them that much.
This guy over here, shameless. 248-539-9797. But to be put in this position is not a good thing, no matter how much you want to spin it, no matter how much you were out on Sharon Moore and didn't think he was the guy. This is not an ideal spot that he has put his program into. Program that he allegedly cared about. 248-539-9797. You got your coach cheating on and off the field now. Not great for Michigan, optically. For a school that has long prided itself on integrity and doing things the right way, that is way out the window.
Yeah, the whole optics thing that's not even a conversation anymore. Now it's a matter of, and everybody handles this in different stages. The next stage is, all right, you're dealing with this, but you need to move rapidly, and you need to stabilize this as quickly as possible.
U of M should look for someone like Ryan Day. He does it with integrity and humility. People are going to get their shots off. Like, this is...
Sure.
And Michigan's an easy target today.
And this is what is so disgusting about this, is it makes it easy for everybody to take their pot shots.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Jeff. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Great show. Listen to you guys every morning. As much as I love the ring of John Jansen head coach, I'll give you another John. How about John Gruden?
His name's been tossed around. A tremendous football coach. And the question will be, I mean, how many of those guys from the NFL to college or college to the NFL have been able to win at both levels? I love his energy. That's one thing that you know he's going to bring to it.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that's what I would really love to see. I think he would really motivate kids. I think he'd be a great recruiter. I just love the idea. I've always liked him as a coach.
I think there's
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. And I do think there's a danger, though, and guys sound really good on TV. John Gruden was electric in the Monday night booth.
Mm-hmm.
How did he do when he was the Raiders coach? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's easier when you're not actually coaching. You know football. You can sound really good. Matt Millen sounded really good, and then they gave him the keys to an NFL franchise. I don't know how it would translate. He sounds great right now on Barstool, right? He's super likable and energetic and Chucky and all this stuff. I don't know. It's a great unknown. That's why I think a lot of these lists start with Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah.
Or you swing for fences and you make a Signetti or a Lanning say no. And then you work your way down the list. And there are quality coaches right now, like a Jed Fish, like a Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State, and Eli Drinkowitz at Missouri. I don't think it's a name that has come up, but guys that are coaches on the rise.
On the rise, young, energetic, which we all know that it takes a lot of energy to be able to handle the recruiting environment that it is right now.
We have a couple texts that have come in talking about this staffer allegedly got a raise along the way, a pretty sizable raise. I don't know if that's been confirmed, but that would have been a huge red flag for people in the athletic department. That's why a lot of people have fixated their eyes now on Ward, saying, hey, man, when did you know? How long has this been going on? It's not the first issue under your watch, not the first issue with this program or your other athletic programs, too. This can of worms, man, there's a lot of layers to it. Let's get to Hunter in Royal Oak. Hunter, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Good morning.
What's up?
I don't want to get emotional, but I just feel so bad for the family. And I love Michigan football, and this really pisses me off.
I hear you, Hunter.
John, I think the kids are getting screwed here. I think the whole team is screwed, and I'll stop crying.
No, it's Hunter. I understand the emotion, because there are a lot of emotions about, whether you're alumni or it's just your favorite team, and you get a chance to root for these kids. And I do still call them kids. I know everybody wants to say they're not kids anymore, But right now, their world is completely turned upside down.
Absolutely.
And the world of the recruits that are sitting there, some of them were probably getting ready to register and move to Ann Arbor in January, the early enrollees. And now all of a sudden, you're excited about this future that you have, and now you don't even know if it's real. Is it going to continue to happen? Does the next coach come in and like me, or like the way I play? Do I fit his offense? Do I fit his defense?
Yeah, I agree. And there's 4 names this is who I would go for: Marcus Freeman, Kalen DeBoer, John Gruden, and who was the last one? Brian Griese. No one's talking about Brian Griese.
Brian was a quarterback coach for the San Francisco 49ers.
Absolutely.
And I think he would do a great job of coming in and coaching. When they were talking about, hey, you need to hire a quarterback coach, I thought that would be a perfect fit before any of this happened. If they were going to go that route because of him as a player and him as a coach.
Tom just brought in more texts. They just keep coming in. I have circled this one. I'm not sure if we should read that one. I'll leave it to your discretion. Maybe get Heather's thoughts on that one.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, no.
You don't think so?
I'm not even going to send it.
Yeah, I wasn't. No, go ahead. Here you go, Heather. Let's get a woman's perspective on this one. Tom wanted me to read that on the air.
No, don't read it on air.
Okay. Got to run quality control on our show here. Let's get to Pete. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I want to bring up a name that seems like it's often overlooked, and I thought even before this unfortunate incident came out, when there was rumblings about needing to replace him, it never meant. I don't remember anybody mentioning it. I listened for about an hour in the morning on my way into work, and maybe now because he's on the staff, it's not possible. But Wink Martindale, why is he always overlooked? Obviously, you would want to pair him with a really good offensive coordinator because he's a defensive mind. But I don't get why he's overlooked. I've never heard him.
Does he strike you as a program builder at this stage of his coaching career?
He strikes me as an amazing defensive mind. I think we get tied up in these constraints of it's got to be, a 40-year-old guy.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you couldn't hire a 50 or even a 60-year-old coach. I don't think it has to be a certain age. I'm saying, does he strike you as a program builder?
Yeah, he strikes me as a leader and as a guy who could lead the program in the direction that it needs to go. So I would say yes. I mean, does he strike me as energetic as a, Marcus Freeman? No, but I mean, I think he could check all the boxes. And then real quick, one name that I'd like to know if you guys would make the call to.
Yeah, make it quick.
He just took a head coaching job. Brian Hartline, would you make that call?
No, I don't think so. I think Michigan's going to be aiming higher than that.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Don't go anywhere. We know this is the big story of the day, and it's going to be a huge focus for the next 2 hours of this show. We'll do a Dear John at the very end of the show, 9:35, a little levity on what is a pretty heavy day here. Ross Tucker joins us every single week for his thoughts on the NFL and to get us thinking about NFL football. Lions have a huge matchup this week. We'll talk to Ross Tucker coming up next, 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Last night, the University of Michigan fired head football coach Sharon Moore after alleging Moore had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Moore was arrested in Saline just before the release was posted to the public, but charges have not yet been filed. He spent the night in Washtenaw County Jail. Many people in and around the Michigan program were already speculative if Moore was the right person to lead Michigan football back to a national championship. On the field, he went 18-8 over 2 seasons that were marred by mediocre play and a number of suspensions related to various numerous NCAA violations. Now Michigan AD Ward Manuel will be in charge of hiring the next head coach of the Wolverines. However, Manuel's employment status has come into question with this latest scandal. Under Manuel, Michigan has been tarnished with the Connor Stallion sign-stealing scandal, Jim Harbaugh's Burgergate, which led to a 3-game suspension, and offensive coordinator Matt Weiss's FBI hacking and privacy scandal. Michigan has had numerous staff members arrested and or penalized by the NCAA during Manuel's tenure. In the university's statement announcing Moore's firing yesterday, Manuel said former associate head coach Biff Poggi has been selected as the program's interim head coach. Poggi is expected to lead the Wolverines on the field on New Year's Eve when they face Texas in the Citrus Bowl. Last night, the Red Wings grabbed their third consecutive win and their fourth in the last 5 games. Alex DeBrincat had 2 goals and an assist as Detroit led 4-0 entering the third period and staved off a Calgary comeback to win that one 4-3. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
On the line, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Ross joins us every week, gets us into the NFL weekend, gives us a chance to take a break from the Sharon Moore story. Do you have a head coaching candidate for Michigan before we get into all the NFL stuff, Ross?
Ooh, that's interesting. I thought you were going to ask me how I was doing, and my answer was going to be I'm doing better than John probably is.
No kidding.
But, you know, it's funny. I have to think about it just because I went through this with all the Penn State stuff, living here and people asking me about it, and I thought Matt Campbell was a terrific hire. You know, most of the guys that I really liked, like a Bob Chesney or a Pat Fitzgerald, you know, they end up getting other jobs already. Interestingly, Pat being up there at Michigan State. One guy that comes to mind for me that I think more people should consider is Jeff Monken from Army. You know, for them to win as many games as they've won up there, I don't think people realize how bad Army was before he got there and how good they've been since then. I mean, they almost beat Michigan, whatever that was, 5 years ago, went to double overtime. And, you know, last year they won 12 games. I think who they beat, Oklahoma maybe in the bowl game. They won the American Conference. I think people are skeptical of him because of the offense that Army runs, but they've kind of changed that a little bit the last couple of years. And it's not necessarily the offense he would run if he went to Michigan. I mean, you know, just because a guy as a head coach runs an offense at Army because it's the best offense to run at Army doesn't mean he couldn't come in there and hire some other OC that's going to run something totally different.
So let's shift back to the NFL. And I'm curious, in your power rankings this week, where did you put the Rams, and how tall of a task is this for the Lions to go out there and get a win this Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, I have the Rams as the best team in football. I've had the Rams as the best team in football for at least a month now. I think it's probably not by that small of a margin. I think they're pretty clearly, in my mind, the Super Bowl favorite. The wild thing about the Rams and being the Super Bowl favorite in my mind is that I think the second best team is the Seahawks. So it's kind of like what you guys went through last year on some level with Minnesota, where it's just bananas that potentially the two best teams and the two teams that I think are the best, you know, one of them is going to win the division and probably be the number 1 seed, only have to win 2 home playoff games to go to the Super Bowl. The other one is going to have to win 3 playoff games on the road. I think the Rams have gotten more attention than maybe the Seahawks. The Seahawks are awesome. Nobody seems to realize it. But I do think the Rams all around, offense, defense, special teams, they're the best team. Major, major challenge for the Lions defense, especially without Brian Branch, who's one of my favorite players in the NFL. That really hurt me personally and hurt, obviously, the Lions losing him. But there are times, guys, when you watch the Rams, it's almost like they're playing on air. It's almost like there's no defense out there. They played a game. They played the Cardinals, and I want to say they had 1 third down in the first half. Think about that.
Yeah.
Think about an NFL team. They're so good, they don't even get to third down. They're getting like 10, 15, 20 yards a pop that they're not even having to get to third down.
So you got to see the Lions up close this last week, and we live and die, and it's been yo-yo. Win, loss, up, down, up, down. What did you see from Detroit when you watched them up close on Thursday, and how do you feel about this team going down the stretch?
Well, first of all, that was an incredible performance, an incredible win by the Lions. I hope you guys appreciate that. Nobody thought the Lions, or nobody's not the right word. Not a lot of people thought the Lions were going to win that game. Even a bunch of my buddies that are Lions fans, they didn't think they were going to win the game. I took the Cowboys and the points. I was thoroughly impressed with how the Lions played. Certainly they benefited, from the turnovers. But I would say in particular, the offensive line, and the moving parts they had up there and rotating the left guards, for them to move the ball as well as they did. Obviously, having St. Brown play, who I was not anticipating playing, that was a major, major factor. I think they're going to have to outscore people. I think defensively, especially now with losing Branch, that's just too much. I mean, they've lost too much on the back end. You can't lose your two starting safeties, who are probably the best position group on the team, and your best corner, and still expect to be good on that side of the ball. I think we're back to the Lions having to be good enough on defense, opportunistic enough on defense, and, outscoring people. A win in this game for me, for the Lions, is like 34-31, probably almost a similar score to the Cowboys game, because I'd be surprised if the Rams don't put up, at least 27, 30 points against this Lions defense.
So taking what you just said about what you saw the Lions do against Dallas, and also pairing it with the conversation that you just had about the Rams being the best team, but most well-rounded team in the NFL, what's the path to victory if the Lions are going to come home with one?
Well, like any game, and this is not like analysis, so I don't say it very often, but they're going to have to win the turnover battle. The only game the Rams have lost in forever was the Panthers game a couple weeks ago, when Stafford threw a couple of picks and he fumbled. And the one pick was a pick six. So, whatever Shepard can do this week to try to fool Matthew Stafford, he needs to throw the kitchen sink at him, because it really does feel like the Lions will have to steal a possession. And I'll give you another one. They got to win the special teams. Mm-hmm. Whether that's a fake punt, a nice return. Kennedy's been doing a good job. They need to win the special teams battle somehow in this game, and they need to win fourth down. They had several games there in a row where they were not winning fourth down, and it cost them. Against a team that's clearly better than you, you've got to win those fourth downs. So if the Rams go for it, get the stop. If the Lions go for it, they got to convert.
Talking to Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. When we look at the Lions, we know if they win out, they're in the playoffs. But the Rams are the better team, and if the Lions lose, the chances of making the playoffs start to go down. What would you say are the Lions' chances of making the playoffs to you, factoring in what the Bears are doing, what the Niners are doing, and just how tight this is getting?
The honest answer is I'd have to really study those teams' schedules.
Sure.
San Francisco, Chicago, Detroit. I'm not really feeling it being the Panthers. The Seahawks or the Rams, they're going. I mean, they're going in the playoffs.
Right, let's put them in, and let's put maybe Green Bay winning the North if you agree with that. So it really does make it about a small group of teams here.
Yeah, there's two spots for the Niners, Bears, and Lions, is how I look at it. And the Lions obviously are on the outside looking in right now in the 8th spot. But, the Niners still have to play, I believe, the Seahawks and Rams again. A lot of it has to go down to what the schedule is. The Lions still play the Bears again, right?
Week 18 in Chicago. Could be for the final spot.
That's going to be the Sunday night game. That's gonna be the one they flex Sunday night. That's gonna be the one they flex in. That's gonna be winning you're in. That is gonna be amazing. I'm already calling it right now.
Who do you trust more in that spot?
The Lions. Yeah, I trust the Lions more because they've been there, done that. I trust Jared Goff more in that situation than I do Caleb Williams. And I think the Bears have gotten probably more than their fair share of good fortune this year in terms of winning the turnover battle and winning close games late. Now, maybe that carries over and they would do it in that game against the Lions, but those things, as we've seen with the Lions in fourth down or the Chiefs in close games, those things have a way of evening themselves out a little bit. And it might be – I actually thought the Bears played pretty darn well against the Packers, but it might be a little bit of a reckoning here for the Bears if they're not winning the turnover margin +2 every game. And somehow Caleb Williams, credit to him, making ridiculous plays in the last minute for them to win by 3. At some point, they're not going to always be able to make those plays like they couldn't against Green Bay on Sunday.
So let me ask you, we only got about 60 seconds left. Your thoughts on the development of Caleb Williams. Where is he at as we approach that final game of the season?
He has done a much better job of not taking sacks, which is huge. He's one of the best throwers on the move I've ever seen and makes some ridiculous throws. The crazy thing is, though, he misses way too many easy throws from the pocket. He makes the difficult throws, but he misses some of the easy throws, which makes it really hard to run offense. It's really hard to sustain offense if you're missing the easy throw that's within the design of the offense. That's one thing that's driving Ben Johnson crazy. I can tell from watching him and from some of the comments he's made.
He's Ross Tucker. Check him out. The Ross Tucker Football Podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. He's part of our Thursdays, and we love having him on. Ross, good stuff. We'll talk next week.
Sounds great. See you guys.
It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, Lawrence KG and KG Law, that's who you need to call. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents. So as these roads get slick, as people aren't paying attention, if you are injured in a car accident, you need Lawrence KG. He's won millions for his clients. If you, a friend or a loved one, someone you care about, has been injured, you need KG Law. 877 KG Cares. That's KAJY. Check them out. That's kgcares.com. All right, Heather, let's get to the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, just hours after being fired for having an inappropriate relationship with a staff member, Sherrone Moore was arrested in connection to an alleged assault. So he was initially detained in Saline, was turned over to authorities in Pittsfield Township. And while the police have released very little information, John U. Bacon discussed why he was detained with WWJ. And from what I saw early this morning, was still in custody.
Yeah, his life was thrown upside down. His own fault, by the way. And he's losing his mind. Of course, you don't want him to cause harm to himself or others.
Right.
Awful.
Yes.
And we're going to talk more, obviously, and we have been talking a lot about Sherrone Moore in Michigan football.
Yes. The Detroit Lions are going international. The Lions will play a regular season game outside of the United States as part of the NFL's 2026 international games. Now, the country and the date are unknown. The Lions have not played overseas since making back-to-back trips to London. That was in 2014 and 2015. But they had been expecting to have one of their home games shipped overseas this fall. The rules of the NFL require them to play internationally at least once every 8 years. The Lions were expected to go to London in 2020, but that was canceled because of COVID. So next year will mark the first time the Lions have given up a home date to play overseas. And of course, it was announced by the NFL that they're going to be returning to Munich, Germany, in 2026 and 2028 for regular season games. So possibly that's where the Lions could be headed. The Suburban Collection Showplace in Novi is getting a new name. As of January 1st, 2026, the massive facility will be known as the Vibe Credit Union Showplace. So in a news release on Wednesday, Vibe Credit Union said that the renaming reflects its local commitment and its belief that major public venues should carry names tied to local identity, local accountability, and local investment. Vibe also says that the naming rights opportunity provides a platform to create greater awareness for Vibe as well as the credit union model. This next story is quite incredible, and I want to know way more than this article has told me, but the first person to walk around the world is almost home after 27
This
years.
story fascinates me.
56-year-old Carl Bushby has walked through 25 countries, 4 continents, and is currently closer to his home in Hull, England. Now, he says he expects to arrive home by September or October of 2026.
Yeah.
So he's almost there. The goal of the expedition was pretty simple: to become the first person to complete an unbroken walking path around the entire world without the use of any motorized transportation. And he has run into some hiccups because when he first came up with this plan, he calculated that it would take him 12 years to complete the goal. And of course,
Miscalculation.
Big miscalculation. 3 decades later, he's pretty much still going. So he's come across financial challenges, visa issues.
Yeah.
He says that the COVID pandemic affected things, political barriers, but he is almost home. And he says he never gave in to any temptation.
Yeah.
To
He had
break
what,
his-
2 simple rules. It was he couldn't use anything motorized
Yep.
to move forward, and he wasn't going home until he could walk
Yes.
home.
Pretty
So,
crazy.
It is insane.
I mean, you wonder, though, so clearly for almost 30 years, you haven't really held down a job.
No.
Right. I mean, you may have picked up some odd
Odds and
jobs
ends.
here and there
Yeah.
to pay
Yeah.
for your equipment, to pay for your lodging, to pay for food.
How do you get back into regular, quote, regular life?
Well, that's even what he said in this article, is that every day of his life so far has been get up and go.
Yeah.
I get up and walk. I get up and go. And now I'm going to get home and all of that. I mean, obviously, you can still get up and go, but it's going to be quite different.
Sure.
And
I'm
one
sure
of the
he'll go
things-
on some type of speaking tour. He'll write a book. He'll do things talking about his journey,
Yes.
which I'm all for. I can't wait to hear more about it.
He said the world is a much kinder place, a nicer place than it often seems. Interesting. Yeah. Want one more here?
Yeah, one more.
The world's first social media ban for children under 16 took effect Wednesday in Australia. This is huge. Many children posted farewell messages. Lots of parents reported distraught children when they discovered that, they've been shut out of all the major platforms. So this is Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, even YouTube. If you're under the age of 16, you no longer have access. The law was passed last November, so this is not a shocking. They've had some time. 77% of Australians support the idea. Obviously, they think this is going to get kids off of their phones, make them engage more in person with each other, kind of become a child again.
Yeah.
But other people think that it will backfire and just leave them less informed, less connected. And plenty of kids are going to find a way around it. They can convince an adult to set up an account for them and find a way to kind of get through these barriers.
Sure. It's still requiring parents to be parents.
Sure. And it's a big deal for these kids because they haven't really lived in a world without social media.
Right.
So this
Without
is,
instant access to be able to talk to their friends,
Right.
whether locally or not.
So it's a big deal for the youngsters there.
It's Heather with the news. All right, her first news story is the thing we've spent the most time on today. And it's, John, there's no shortage of things to discuss. And we're going to get into Michigan football coaching candidates. There are people who are asking legitimate questions about Ward Manuel. We want to know about the program as a whole, right? The integrity of the program. But, John, I just want to start with your initial reaction to this story breaking yesterday where Sharon Moore's fired, and there were questions about whether he was the guy as a football coach, but fired for cause for
Right.
doing this, for the inappropriate relationship, for cheating off the field. We've done a lot of talk about on the field stuff. Off the field cheating, throwing your married life and home out the window, but also your program stability out the window. What was your reaction?
My initial reaction when I got the first notification, I can't remember if it was somebody sent me a message or if I got the the news flash, was absolute shock. Shock that he was fired, and then as you mentioned, like you read into the press release for the reason why. I've sat there with him numerous times. We did it when he was a guest on the program.
Yeah.
As early as a year ago. And the amount of times, like I sat there on last Wednesday, interviewing him about all of the players that had just committed and were signing with the University of Michigan. And I talked to him about the opportunity that this provides those kids. And I go back to even the summer when I'm up at a podium talking to their families about the integrity, about the pillars that should be what the Michigan football program is built upon and what you should expect for your son at the University of Michigan. And it was trust and, character, all of the different things that you would think that I would get up and talk about. Then to know that the guy that was leading the program had all of these other things going on at the time. And then you look at the football season and you think, oh, wow, how come they didn't improve as much as everybody thought they should improve? Or the fact that you felt like they got out-coached in the final game of the year. The distractions, the other things that he was focused on, and it wasn't the players. It wasn't his assistant coaches. It wasn't the football team. It wasn't the football program. I went from shock to anger and frustration and even sadness, not for him, but for his family, for all the players I just talked about that are a part of this program. Now, there's some seniors, obviously, that are moving on. They won't have to deal with this, but every single guy is going to have to deal with this in one way, shape, form, or another. And it just absolutely disgusts me.
Yeah, instead of being buried in the film, he was buried in something else.
And those are the type of comments that are all fair game. And they absolutely drive me nuts, not because you said it, but because you can say it.
Yep, because he created this mess, the fallout, the timing of all of it too, by the way. After signing day, as Michigan has to now hire a coach in the midst of all of this. Yeah, look, it's a scumbag move. Cheating on your wife, your family, blowing that up, but then also blowing up your athletic program. So, okay, interesting. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you feel betrayed at all? Like when you talk
totally.
about,
Totally. I mean, and what was and it's not like the first time I've done it, but was I asked to go up there because he didn't feel like he could say those things? Was he borrowing or stealing my integrity, using the life that I have built at Michigan in Ann Arbor, the reputation, to sell it to people because he couldn't sell his own?
well, in a lot of ways, whether it's yours or the history of the program, he couldn't use his own.
It's and when I talk about sadness, I'm sad because all of those players that are currently on the roster, they got phone calls last night from different media. The reputable ones stayed away from the players last night because what are they going to say?
Right.
But others are taking calls or at least seeing the calls, and they're being asked for comment. Like they're not equipped to comment on this, nor should they.
And I don't think those are the only calls they're getting. They're probably getting phone calls from other schools. Hey, Jordan Marshall. Hey, Marsh, the best receiver on the team who's only a freshman. Hey, Bryce Underwood. Is this really what you want to be a part of? You don't even know who your coach is. How about the elite recruit, the running back they just got to sign on the dotted line? Hey, it doesn't matter if that ink's dry. You don't have to play for Michigan this fall. Mm-hmm. So I know there has been this discussion of, hey, I didn't think he was a good coach anyway, so now this gives Michigan excuses to start over, and it may be a good thing. You don't know who you're hiring. You don't know how many of these guys you're keeping. You don't know how this is going to go, and the timing is awful. If you were going to do this, and John, I think you've been spot on, if you were at all uncertain about him as a football coach, you fire him for football reasons, and you make a legitimate hire, and you get out in front of this. Instead, you're playing from behind. That's not good for Michigan football. 248-539-9797. We'll get to some of the names they may consider. I want to know who John would want them to hire. I've got some names as well, and we'll get your phone calls in. It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick, check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
we're going to get your phone calls in. Want to know where Michigan fans are at today. I want to know about the next step. John, we've talked a lot about the candidates. Who's at the top of the list? Who should be Michigan's next football coach? Besides yourself, of course.
Other than myself?
Yeah, of course.
Who, could stabilize the program.
Get the shameless plug out of the way.
I don't think it's shameless. I think it'd be a great decision. But if it's not, I think you got to start with Kalen DeBoer. And that's a guy that Michigan fans should be very familiar with, and not just because he's at Alabama, but because of the fact that you played against him in the national championship game and back in 23. And honestly, if Harbaugh hadn't dilly-dallied and pulled all his games, may have been here 2 years ago.
What do you say to people who question why would you leave Alabama?
I mean, that's a question for him.
But you make him answer it.
Sure, you make him answer it. And if it's just simply a matter of dollars, then pay the man.
Pony up. Why would you want to leave Tuscaloosa? Well, I don't know. If they've got the pitchforks out and you lose to Oklahoma in the first round of the playoff, they might be looking at, hey, you're the guy replacing Saban and you're no Nick Saban.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan provides a soft landing while still giving you resources, allowing you to compete for a national title, and there are some connections to the area. So that would be why DeBoer is at the top of most people's lists. He'd be at the top of my list.
Can I throw an analogy there?
Yeah.
Why did John Calipari leave Kentucky?
Yeah. The natives get restless.
Natives get restless. It's a high brand in his sport in college. Kind of the same reason with DeBoer.
Yeah. There are guys you're going to call and they're going to tell you no, but you make them say no. Like we've gotten phone calls about Curt Cignetti, who just signed an extension and he's got Indiana as the lone undefeated team playing for a national title. He probably says no. You still pursue him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dan Lanning, he's got all the Nike money. He has turned down other offers and interest. You make him say no. There are certain guys at the very top. I mean, hey, Nick Saban, do you want to coach? He says no. Miss Terry doesn't want to move to Ann Arbor, and you hang up the phone. You still make those phone calls. From the next group, I think Jedd Fisch makes a lot of sense for Michigan. Jedd Fisch has been in Ann Arbor, understands the ecosystem, but has since left and shown himself to be a very quality coach. He was at Arizona. They won 1 game his first year, 10 games in year 3. He had Fafita playing like an NFL quarterback. Arizona is not a football power. Then he goes to Washington, and they have gone up each season. He runs a modern offense, a good offense. I think he'd be a good hire.
Yeah, and I last night when all this was going on, because I knew we were going to be talking about this, right, obviously, and we know a lot about DeBoer. We know a lot about some of these other guys, and I went back and watched a lot of Arizona while Jed was there. I went back and watched a lot of the games, snippets as much as I could because I wasn't going to sleep. And I do like his offense. I like the way that he handles himself on the sidelines. I like his reaction when things don't go well. Like those are all things that you've got to take into account when you are talking about how does he relate to the players? Is he trying to be their friend or is he trying to be the leader? Yeah. Does he command respect? And when you listen to guys that have played for him, yeah, there's a matter of respect. And that's the fine line you got to walk right now, where some of these younger coaches, because they don't want players to walk out every single transfer portal cycle, they try and be their buddy versus demanding some respect and understand that there are rules. There has to be integrity. And if you don't want to follow them, if you don't want to be a part of that, it's okay. Then you're not a fit for our program. But for all of you that are, and the sell of Michigan should be a guy that you want to go after.
The name I don't understand that's at the top of a lot of lists is Jesse Minter. He had a show cause. He was part of the cheating of the last regime. Do you really want to be same old Wolverines? You want more of the same? You want to extend this? No, you want a clean break from this. You want to start fresh. You might have to go outside the Michigan family, which hasn't always gone well, but you need a clean, fresh start.
And, I mean, here's the other thing. Your relationship with the NCAA is probably not great right now.
You don't say?
And so if Jesse Minter's the one that you want to go, and I know there's been some debate online as to when the show cause ends.
Because it was April.
That it was put in place, and it's a year from then, so it's not until April. So if you do want to hire him, you're going to have to stand in front of the board and convince them as to why you want to hire him.
Yeah, I saw some people saying, and I don't know, that the show cause was for the year and ends at the end of December. I don't know the answer. Either way, I think there's enough of a reason to stay away.
Mm-hmm.
And especially if it carries for a full year till April, you can't bring in players. There's no way you could make that higher. 248-539-9797. Here's where I'll lob it over there behind the glass. You want us to do your Brian Kelly stump speech again today?
While I think he would correct them from keep recruiting, keep the class together, keep the roster X's and O's on Saturday. Yeah, but he's too scummy for them to touch right now. Okay,
because you made the pitch back in season. You could really stand on your 2 feet today and here you go. Now it's Brian Kelly, but you would stay away.
I think Brian Kelly will give Michigan a very good offense to great. Like, I think it would be the offense that people have been seeking out for years. So, look, he's 65. It would be a 4 or 5 year window. Hopefully keep Underwood here because he recruited him at LSU. That's the reasoning behind it. That was the pitch before, but he has a pass. He has a checkered pass, skeletons in his closet, and I just don't think they can touch somebody like that right now. That's why when people have brought up Gruden this morning, he's still got stuff going on with the whole NFL, and I know he kind of got cleared in that to a degree, but
still messy.
Look, when Michigan does this hire, the digging is going to be unbelievable.
Squeaky clean, right?
Yeah, and I think anything questionable could blow up in their face even more. When we've seen that happen in professional sports, people have lied on their resume. Remember George O'Leary? He claimed to do stuff and ended up getting the one guy in Toronto claimed to be in Vietnam and he wasn't.
No, you're going to have to find somebody that is going to stabilize the program and somebody that's going to also unify the fan base.
Let's get some phone calls on the whole situation and on the next move for Michigan. Let's get to Hoss in Jackson. Hoss, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
So I'm a staunch Michigan hater, okay? And I find no joy in what's going on this morning or last night. I made a post on my social media that, I can't even pop a joke at this because, A, you got Moore's family. B, you got the lady he assaulted last night. And they didn't just take him to jail for his own safety. I can guarantee you that. If he was there with a knife, as the reports indicate, he's probably going to face attempted murder at the highest charge. This is a whole mess. It goes beyond sports. Lack of character. His poor family. One of you gentlemen, and it wasn't you, Mr. Jansen, made a comment about his face was buried in more than the playbook.
Well, it wasn't me, but yes.
Comment. I know it wasn't you.
Yeah.
But I couldn't remember the other gentleman's name. But it's a tasteless comment when you realize he's got a family out there that may be subject to hearing this stuff.
Yeah, but he should be mocked. He should be mocked. He's not above
but you're not
criticism.
Just mocking him, sir. You're mocking the family as well. And as a person that lived that life with a father that did that stuff to my mother,
well, I'm sympathetic to them.
It's not.
And Hoss, I'll take that. I'll take that criticism. I will. I feel for the family. I do feel for his wife, his children,
3 daughters.
Yeah, I feel for them. But he doesn't get any sympathy. Now, if he's suicidal, I hope he gets help. I don't want him harming himself in all of this. But he is the butt of the joke.
Yeah, and to be honest, we did that with Mel Tucker. And we're going to be fair. We get accused of a lot of things here, but we're going to try to be fair.
Yeah.
If we're going to do that. Did anybody ever have sympathy for Mel Tucker's wife?
Right. Well, they did.
Well, yeah, I think we did.
Yes. But that doesn't mean Mel Tucker. You can't.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, he had his own slogan that fit.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to Matt in Lake Orion. Matt, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, long-time listener, first-time caller.
How you doing, Matt?
What's up?
I'm good, John. And I want to say, first of all, I'm a diehard Chippewa fan.
Fire up.
Went up to Central Michigan and lived in Thorpe Hall 4 years. So. I want to say that, John, I love you to death, but you can't tell me you didn't hear the smoke in September and October. I got guys in Florida that knew about this thing in September.
Right, and what I said was anytime I went and raised those questions or wanted to clarify some of those things, I was told that they did investigate but they didn't find anything.
Yeah, but my accountant, and I'm not going to say who he is, he knows the girl and knows her well, and I don't think she was hiding this fact. She wasn't telling the world, but she wasn't hiding the fact either. And I feel terrible for her, and I feel terrible for the family, his family also. But this guy knew what he was doing, and he was playing the field or whatever he was doing for a while. It wasn't just one or two episodes.
Well, that's why I've had a bunch of questions. Like, how long has this been going on? Why was it going on underneath everybody's nose? Why now does it come to light? These are fair questions. 248-539-9797. Got some text coming in about coaching options for Michigan and more of the fallout and people's feelings about what happened with Sharon. It's 97.1.
Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score to a bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. You can see terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
97.1. It's the closest to singing we've gotten out of Heather Park.
That's all you'll get.
How do you hear this story? How does it land with you? Like, we're in the sports bubble and we're
You guys, I was sitting on Reddit reading all of the rumors last night because I was shocked because we had seen some of like the Twitch comments a week or two ago about something like this, but didn't think anything of it.
It was unsubstantiated, nothing we could go to the air with.
Saw it, I was shocked, and then I wanted to know everything. Whether it was true or not, I wanted to know what people were saying. So I was sitting there on Reddit reading, and Colin was working in the office, and I was like, oh my gosh, listen to this. Oh my gosh. My mouth was dropped. Like everything I read, whether it was true or not, I was shocked. It was shocking.
And the further it went and more things were verified, that's where you're sitting there stunned.
And then when he was arrested, I was, what? Yeah. And then I want to know more about that.
And then we come in and we go, well, what's true?
Mm-hmm.
What have we read on the internet that we can actually say on the air? And when you play John U. Bacon, who was on WWJ, talking about Sharon's got a knife. He's threatening this staffer and his own life.
But police haven't released that information.
Right.
At least in the articles I've read. They haven't really released any information. They haven't even named the person or the
charge.
But yeah, just, alleged assault.
But yeah, it took a turn as the night went on. And it's a lot to process on like a news story standpoint. Mm-hmm. But then you also throw into the fact that, hey, Michigan football, your post-signing day, your postseason, you do need a new football coach. The timing is terrible. And now what? If you didn't think Sharon was a good football coach and this is like a sigh of relief, there is so much work Michigan still has to do. And this has made it more difficult for Michigan.
Yeah.
Not easier, more difficult.
The work on the field is developing a quarterback, developing all those things, and it all takes the back seat. Right. And that's going to be the question is who stabilizes the program for the players that are currently there, for the ones that have already committed to come in, are they still going to be there?
Well, right now it's Biff, but you got to make a real hire. And Michigan is Michigan. Money is there. Mm-hmm. Act swiftly, decisively, and it has to be someone squeaky clean. Because that's the other part of this. Michigan has always claimed, hasn't always been true, that they are a bastion of integrity. That's out the window. It's been out the window. And they can't even play pretend anymore. So the cheating off the field, cheating on the field, multiple staffers, multiple improprieties.
No, but you can't start new.
And
it's going to take a ton of work.
Yeah. That's why I say it's not a good thing. I mean, the best scenario would have been Sharon brings a young roster back next season, finds a way into the college football playoff, and stabilizes things. This is not the best case scenario. No. Now, maybe Michigan can turn it into a positive by hiring a rock star and fixing the program, but to have to fix your program is not a good thing.
Right.
248-539-9797. The question is, who's making this hire? This is from Scott. He says, I don't think it's Ward Manuel. He should be fired also. We've gotten a lot of that today. When is Michigan going to get rid of Ward? All of this is under him. And people start connecting dots. Was the hockey situation handled well? The Jawan situation, you're slapping coaches and keeping your job. The Matt Weiss situation, not to mention the Harbaugh cheating and penalties that have been leveled by the NCAA.
Any more?
Jeff Jackson.
Yeah, there we go.
There's just a lot.
I would be surprised if he survives the day. That's kind of just the feel I'm getting from reading stuff online.
So now you're going to have to hire an AD and a head coach in a matter of weeks. Like, John, let me ask you this question, just on the coaching standpoint, because that's the only job that's open right now. What is an effective timeline? Does this need to be done before the bowl game on December 31st? Does this need to
Ideally,
get done?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, because you have other coaches that are going further down the road with their programs. They're talking to their players. And as names come up, if administrations don't want to lose a coach, now you're talking about bigger and larger buyouts.
This one says, I agree with Haas. The little smarmy comments by Cookies are cheap and tasteless. But another one says, so we can mock Mel Tucker, who had a family as well, but more is above it. Tony in the Clem. I've tried not to be overly smarmy today. Some of it Michigan has brought on themselves.
Yes.
And I have tried to stress for people who are in and out over the morning. Thoughts are with his wife and young children, Sharon's wife and young children, who had their whole life ripped apart yesterday. And
in a very public manner.
Yep. For them, I have a lot of sympathy. For Sharon,
none.
Let's get to the phones. Let's get to James and Troy. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
So, longtime Buckeye, actually I'm a Buckeye alum. And over the last 25 years, 18-7, and I was always the guy that was talking good. Oh, I hope Michigan's better. I hope they do better. They strength the conference. It makes us all better, this and that. These Michigan guys go, they win 4 times, and it's like they've never lost. So this is so satisfying to me after all the billboards that were put up on our campus, all the turmoil, all the bullshit or the BS.
Yeah, we're just play that one safe. Got a little comfortable. Better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
You're also not hesitating to hang up on a Buckeye either.
Oh, I didn't hang up on him.
I did, but we had to dump it. Let's keep it moving. Keith, you're next up. You're on 97.1. Oh, we can't get to Keith. We'll take a second. We'll take a deep breath here.
Yeah.
But when you hear opposing fan bases say, I feel vindicated because of this, how do you feel?
I don't really care how other fan bases feel. That's not my perspective. It's not where I'm coming from. And I'd like to think, I try and stay away from the smarm as much as possible. And when Michigan State was going through this with Mel Tucker, at that time, I was, let's find out what all the facts are. Let's let them all come to light. And I famously, let it play out.
Yeah.
This is not that situation. It's not.
Yeah, if you're a Michigan fan that made a Tuck coming joke, spare me on the sanctimonious routine today.
Mm-hmm. But those are things I have never said.
No, but I think on the vindication point, you are, and I'm doing the show with you today, you have been nauseated and annoyed and angry that this Michigan has allowed these jokes to be made, that you guys have been the butt of the joke because of actions taken by people at your university.
We have put ourselves in this situation and have allowed those comments to be made. It's all fair game because we claim to have integrity. We claim all of these things. We can't claim that right now, but we can reclaim it.
The karma Michigan is getting today is undeniable. Like, you can see it. It's dripping. For all the things that they've said they are and they aren't.
That's what this says. As much crap as Michigan fans talked about other teams, this says there's no out-of-bounds comments. Clearly some comments would be out of bounds. It says there's no out-of-bounds comments. Karma is a bitch. That's why this isn't a good thing. Is even if you feel like you're going to hire the right coach out of this isn't a good thing to have your brand go through the mud again. 248-539-9797. This question of integrity, John, is it possible to have integrity in today's college football? Integrity was the number one thing you said you wanted in this next coaching hire. I want to get to that a little more after the update. And you can speak to what is at stake with this hire for Michigan and how they get it right. We have Dear John at 9:35, a much-needed reprieve from a lot of the Michigan football talk today. We'll get to that at 9:35. Stay tuned. Coming up the next hour, it's 97.1.
Brought to you by the National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. It was less than 2 years ago that Sharon Moore was hired as the 21st head football coach at the University of Michigan. On that day, he thanked his family for their support in his journey.
Yeah, I'll read it.
Today, Moore is in jail and the main character in one of the most bizarre stories of the year after he was fired by Michigan with cause yesterday and subsequently arrested. Moore spent the night in jail, although no charges have yet been officially filed. He is another in a long line of Michigan coaches that have left or been removed from the university under tumultuous circumstances. Michigan will now search for its next head coach and likely needs to make that hire before the NCAA football transfer portal opens on January 2nd. That hire is set to be made by Michigan AD Ward Manuel, who Michigan alum and sports writer John U. Bacon questioned to WWJ yesterday how much he knew about this situation. Michigan is scheduled to play in the Citrus Bowl against Texas on New Year's Eve. Also, the Red Wings hope to make it 4 in a row tonight against the Oilers. That game coming up right here on 97.1 at 9 o'clock. Pregame coverage at 8:45. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
John, we had a question earlier in the Thursday touchdown. The number one quality for this Michigan coaching hire, you said integrity. I want to give you a chance to expand on it and what's at stake for this hire for Michigan. Looking over at the Twitch comment, all this talk of new coaches, I really think Ward needs to go and the athletic director should be John Jansen. Former player, passion for the Block M, integrity. It says, has familiarity with the players, employees, coaches, the perfect way to bring stability. Jansen for AD, question mark, question mark, question mark. Thoughts, question mark, question mark.
I appreciate the support from everyone. That job is currently not open.
What would you like least doing, recruiting or fundraising?
Well, you're doing the same thing in both jobs.
Yeah.
I mean, you're
selling.
You're selling. And I mean, if there's one thing I think I can sell, it's Michigan or Michigan football.
Do you think you would let Yaxel borrow your car?
See, I'm not the only one, and that deserves that's appropriate.
Yeah, I don't think I deserve the smarm.
No, that's
You
for
don't,
Tom.
and we've taken a couple today, and you've
That's
taken
okay.
it well.
It's okay.
And because you think, hey,
But you know what?
It's
Hey.
indefensible.
Yeah, I obviously am associated with the University of Michigan, specifically the Michigan football program. And this is when we go back and I'll segue into the integrity.
Yeah, go for it.
When anyone talks about when everybody talks about the 97 championship, right? We always have to have the fun, smarmy comments
Half
of
a title.
half a title. Okay, yeah, fine, whatever. And I know how much it, and I say it doesn't bother me. It annoys the hell out of me. It doesn't. I mean, hey, they won their games, we won our games, whatever. But when they talk about the 23 championship, and a lot of times, most of the time, I look at it from the athlete perspective, the student athlete perspective. I know everybody cringes when I say student athlete, but that is what they are. When those guys are asked about their 23 championship, they also have to answer questions about the cheating scandal.
Yep.
It's not fair to the players. All the coaches and those that have received penalties, those that have, were in decision, that were in power, in position of leadership, have let those guys down because for the rest of their life, they're going to say, yeah, it was a great season. They're going to talk about different moments. And then eventually a comment will come forward of, yeah, but the cheating scandal.
You broke the rules.
And for those guys to have to answer that for the rest of their life, that drives me bonkers. It's nauseating. And now, on top of that, we are dealing with this. It is absolutely nauseating. And whoever the next coach is needs to be all about integrity. There needs to be a measure of, not just a measure, but there needs to be clarity in what is going on. There can't be any secrets, nothing hiding behind closed doors. Everything has to be out in the open. And whether you like it or not, it's the bed you made. It's the one you got to sleep in. And when you talk about hiring a coach, if you're going to have to go pay a lot of money to get that next coach, that's the bed that you made. It's the bed you have to sleep in. And it's the cost that you will incur.
Yeah, I mean, it's a factual statement right now for people to look at Michigan football and say they cheat on and off the football field, which has to kill you personally, but a lot of other Michigan fans, that this isn't the image that the program is supposed to aspire to be or live up to be. Some of the response coming in. John, what about a former teammate of yours? This isn't the first time we've gotten this name today.
Brian Greasy?
Deion Sanders would sure look good in maize and blue.
Okay, yeah, with all the success he's had in Colorado.
Yeah,
I love my buddy, but no, thank you.
I feel bad for Moore's family, his wife, his kids. He cheated on his wife. He's a piece of garbage. Cookies, I agree with you. He deserves every bit of criticism, and I'm a Michigan fan. Let's get to Nolan. Get some of Nolan's thoughts. You're on 97.1. Good morning, Nolan.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I had the perfect candidate for the coaching hire, and it was John Jansen. I was dying to share that. He knows how to beat Ohio State. He's a national champion. It's exactly what Michigan needs, and it's a clean slate. I think the only drama it would cause is probably with the station. So things might go a little rough. But I just want to say I'm a big Michigan fan. I'm still going to root for them, of course. The only thing that frustrates me is just like after time and time again, it's, be a few months clean and then something pops up with them again, and then a few months clean and then something cheated. It's just always something with them. And it almost reminds me of like being a JMO fan. You root for them and then something happens again, and it's like, oh, why even do it? But yeah, I don't know. The only person I'd be weary to see is Brian Kelly, just with the whole thing with LSU. Didn't pan out well. I would love to stay away from that if possible. And then the whole Menser thing as well, if possible. But yeah, terrible timing. I think Ward Manuel needs to go too. There's been a lot of foggy areas with him, and I think it's time just to start fresh and do what you can to keep your recruits, especially Bryce Underwood, and keep this team together as much as possible. And with Manuel, I just don't see that happening. And I think that's going to be a popular decision here coming up.
Appreciate the phone call, Nolan.
Yeah, appreciate the vote of confidence.
Did you imagine us breaking down his like fourth quarter or end of half timeout usage? John, it's 4th and 3 and you punted. What a wimpy call at midfield.
Right.
That would be enjoyable.
Can I make one promise though? Because I have seen this
you're making promises now.
on Twitch. If my dream comes true, I'll still make maybe the once a week appearance for Dear John.
Oh God.
Because there's been a lot of people that have said, hey, we still need to have the Dear John segment.
Here I go. He's going to give us like exclusive football interviews. No, I'll give you life advice from people's family life.
We'll have a mail from John in Ann Arbor.
Yes.
Dear John will answer his own...
my own mail?
Yeah, his own mail on it.
Uh-huh. So, yes.
I will make you this promise. We have a Dear John today at 9:35. I did not write a smarmy advice question from...
I was wondering if one was going to make it in there.
SM in Ann Arbor.
Yeah,
I avoided that. Mm-hmm. I think that is unnecessary today. It did cross my mind, though.
I'm sure. Trust me. Yeah. For the fact you don't even need to admit that. Yeah.
Dear John, I have a coworker who I fancy.
Yeah.
No, we're going to go away from that.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's get to a different John. John in Livonia. John, you're on 97.1. Get your thoughts.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up?
Hey, so I just hope you guys realize Bryce Underwood is gone. Like, that was his one and only season playing at Michigan. LSU or some other big school is going to come and swipe him up for Michigan. Like, what logical reason would Bryce Underwood stay at Michigan?
If they hired a coach he really liked and he was getting paid a lot of money. But I agree with you. I think all options are on the table.
Yeah. And then another question is, do you think Sharon Moore and Mel Tucker are going to have fun at the Diddy party?
Oh, God. Mic drop moment. All right. How many comparisons of those two guys did you see yesterday?
Oh, yeah. The memes.
Yeah.
There'll be more.
Yeah, not going to stop. The Bryce thing. I think all Michigan's promising players are going to get phone calls.
Sure.
And they all have the opportunity to leave with a coaching change. Now, they might not have the same financial opportunities post-signing day, which is, I think, what irks people about how this was handled. Didn't do right by those guys. But they should take phone calls, answer phone calls. You don't know who Michigan's next coach is going to be. It might not be a good fit for some of these guys.
Right, and it really will be about integrity. That's going to be a part of it. And I don't know how much that'll play into the decision of an 18 to 22-year-old. It will a little bit. But it's also going to be about stability. You mentioned it. Like a new coach comes in. Do I fit his offense? Do I think he can develop me? Or offense, defense, special teams, doesn't matter. The position. And you need to stabilize it ASAP so that you can hold on to your best players, guys that are developing, that showed promise, so that you can go into next year and with a much tougher schedule and take that step forward offensively in every phase.
Bryce didn't have a great freshman season. I felt like he didn't develop enough. He may be interested in seeing if a new Michigan coach could get more out of him, or the point I made when the season ended, he may already have been looking in the transfer portal for an offense that he feels like would unlock and unleash what he's capable of.
That's why, to expedite the process, to be able to have those conversations as guys are preparing for the bowl game, to be able to recruit your own roster that you're inheriting, It's vital. You asked, can they wait till the second, until or the first after the bowl game? No, they need to move now so that they can, again, recruit their own roster, recruit the recruits that just committed to them, and find a path to move forward with a great roster next year.
How much does it irk you, too, that like the timeline of all of this? MSU hires Pat Fitzgerald.
Yeah, you guys, everybody knows how I think about Pat. Longtime friend. I think the world of him. I think he's a great football mind, terrific recruiter, and I do think he'll do a great job at Michigan State.
He's a guy that once upon a time was in consideration for the Michigan job, right? Mm-hmm. And if Michigan had found this out, investigated this, made a decision on this sooner, Michigan could have hired Pat Fitzgerald.
Yeah, well, I mean, you would have had a lot more interviews than what you're going to have now.
Head coach John giggling at a journalist asking questions like, "Are you considering pulling out of the bowl game?"
You'd assault him and then you'd be fired.
I think he could show more restraint than Juwan Howard.
Yeah.
What do you mean not playing?
Moore makes the 7th U of M staffer arrested since 2015. Wow. Unnamed ticket texter. Yikes.
You didn't like the one from Gus and Joel?
Oh, hang on. I'll uncrumple the paper. You think I'm smarmy. Some of these that get texted in. We're surprised this is such a big deal. Signed Gus and Joel. And then we got people asking me who I'd want to work with if John left. I don't want to consider that possibility. I like working with John.
You don't want to answer it.
Well, some of the names are Brian Chapman, and I'm just going to leave it there.
The job is currently not open.
Yes. I'm grateful for that. It's 97.1.
Hey, for more than 30 years, Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration has helped men across Southeast Michigan restore their hair and the confidence that comes with it. And this isn't just his profession, it's personal. Dr. B has had the procedure himself. He restored his son's hair, and when his nephew started losing his, he trusted Dr. B too. That's how much his own family believes in the technology, the team, and the results. Every procedure is done by Dr. B and his full-time in-house medical staff. There's no rotating crews and definitely not traveling techs. He's the only Detroit area physician offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, these advanced, minimally invasive solutions that deliver real, lasting growth. So while you're gathering with family this holiday season, don't sit on the sidelines another year. Get your free consultation, and when you mention 97.1, take $1,000 off your procedure. Let Dr. B guide you like family through your own restoration journey. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com, where your confidence grows back.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm. Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many firms come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
I want to make an observation. We discussed Sharon Moore a week ago, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, following the Ohio State game. And we said, is Sharon the guy? Yes, no, I don't know. And there were plenty of people that were questioning whether he was the guy. But it feels like what would have been a 50-50 proposition. Now, all of a sudden, 80% of Wolverines, I never thought he was the guy. It's a very convenient spin today. This is actually a good thing. You guys were split on him a week ago. To act like, well, this was obvious he was never going to work out and it's actually a good thing is incredible spin. It may work out for Michigan. We've talked about some of the names. They may hire a rock star, salvage the class. You can go year to year and fix this in a hurry. But it's not a good thing. And, John, I love how you have shot that down today, too. It's not a good thing. The timing of it, it's not a good thing that you are putting the program once again in a bad light, reinforcing this lack of integrity that once Michigan proudly displayed. None of this is good. You might be able to make the most of a bad situation, but I don't know how I feel about the spin zone of, well, Moore was never going to work, and I always wanted him fired anyway. You guys weren't saying that quite this loud a week ago.
No, and I mean, there's never anything good that comes out of somebody dropping a bomb on their marriage and 3 young, beautiful daughters, or for all the players, coaches, their families that are now, new coach comes in, probably going to have a lot of his own staff. All those coaches, all their families. Some have been here for a long time. Some have been here for a year. Some have been here for days.
Yeah. Well, the special teams coach has been here all of 48 hours or whatever. Yeah, look, and Michigan may get it right. They may. They also might not. Remember when Mel Tucker was fired and they could clean up the program in East Lansing and bring in this guy from Oregon State who was going to, build things up and do it the right way, and 2 years later he got fired because he wasn't a very good coach. Like, if you didn't think Sharon was a very good coach, fire him 2 weeks ago and start a real search and be ahead on this ahead of signing day and build momentum. Now you're scrambling. Can you get a coach before the bowl game? What if the guys already leave? What if they've already gotten promises and they're going to go to other schools by the time you bring in a new coach? Mm-hmm. This is not a good thing for Michigan. It puts them behind schedule for next season. Let's get some of the texts and some of the calls in here before Dear John at 9:35. Will Moore get to pick the days he's on probation or in jail, or will it be served consecutively? That is my favorite text of the day.
I got one on Twitch.
Yeah?
And this is Cookies. If Indianapolis can bring back Phillip Rivers out of retirement, then if John goes, just bring back Stoney.
Oh, God. Gotta believe Sharon will be the head of the pack to be the next head coach of the Mean Machine, Frank and Monroe. I think Jedd Fisch would be the logical hire. He was a proven success, no skeletons, and if Bryce decides to leave, Jedd can bring in his quarterback from Washington, Damon Williams. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I also think if Jedd were the guy, this is why it needs to happen quickly. Because of his offense, I think it's one that Bryce Underwood could excel in. And the way that he's developed quarterbacks as being a quarterback coach.
For people who have been in and out today, choice 1, Kalen DeBoer, you and I have both said that. Mm-hmm. If he's not going to leave Alabama.
Well, he's my choice 2, but yeah.
Yourself is choice 1. Choice 2 is Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah.
Choice 3, I'm going to try to stick with guys I think they could land. Like, Jedd takes the job. Jedd might be the next guy for me.
Yeah.
Because that's a clear upgrade. It's not a question of, well, Tuscaloosa versus Alabama or Indiana with Cignetti, what he's already built. Jedd would absolutely take the job. Mm-hmm. I'd be shocked if he wouldn't. Let's get to, we have to get this call in. William in Fenton. William, you're on 97.1.
Hi, good morning, guys. Hey, just a couple of things I just wanted to ask you and get your pick your brain about it. One name I haven't really heard about is, what about a Matt Patricia coming to Michigan?
How close is
leaving
that
Ohio
hang-up button?
State in the defense mechanism for Patricia. You think he would work out well as Michigan head coach?
How well did it work last time he was a head coach?
Yeah, that's true. He didn't do too well in
John,
Detroit,
that was
did
the
he?
NFL. This is college. Look at how advanced his defense is in the college
All
game.
right, yeah, and okay, but we want to talk about skeletons in the closet. I don't really want to bring it up, but
oh yeah, well,
yeah,
okay then.
Yeah, I think we've dispatched of that idea.
But John, look at the defense. Let's get to Jimmy in Birmingham. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Hey, I really want to double down on something that came up but was barely discussed, and that is this integrity issue, right? So, listen, this guy made his own choices. At the same time, if we're going to find the right guy, like, what are we doing to vet this person? Obviously, he needs to have the credentials from a football standpoint. No kidding.
Yeah.
But what are we doing? What are we asking? What are we trying to learn about this human, this man, and what he's doing in life to have integrity? Who's he surrounding himself with?
Sure.
You know, other men who are asking him hard questions and all that kind of stuff, man. I mean, this guy is in a position of leadership of other men, and I'm not putting any blame on anyone for what this guy did. And who was he around that was pushing him?
Enabling.
Yeah, you know, and John, I know you appreciate the integrity stuff, so I would love, I mean, even as a man yourself, like, you've got to have these guys in your life that are helping you do those things and have integrity in your own personal life. I would imagine that's got to come out in this vetting process.
Yes, I think integrity is the number one thing in this entire process, and you surround yourself with like-minded individuals. You surround yourself with people that can put a mirror on you and tell you when you're doing something wrong. You can't just have yes men all around you. You have to have people that will challenge you, challenge your decisions, whether it's on the field or off the field. And I've had those people in my life. I talk about first of all, my dad. I talk about Coach Carr, Mike DeBoard, Bobby Morrison. I could go right down the list of all of those individuals that I have continued to surround myself with. And that's where I'll go back to this current players. They'll have their assistant coaches, their position coaches, and there's a lot of really good men. Two of those guys that were there when I was there, Soup Campbell and Freddie J. Two guys of impeccable integrity. And I'm so happy that they're to help, shepherd these guys through moments like this. I'll be there to help shepherd them through moments like this, but you have to surround yourself with people that are smarter in certain areas than you are, so that you can lean on them. And you have to surround yourself with people that are going to challenge you on the decisions that you're making. But first and foremost, you have to be the leader. You have to be the one that makes the sacrifice in the decisions that you make. This decision, hey, it might be great for me in the moment. It might feel good. It might be all these things. But how does that affect my wife and family? How does that affect the players that I am tasked with mentoring and setting an example for? Simply ask that question.
Let's get to Ben. You're next up. You're on 97.1. Good morning, Ben.
John, you say it so eloquently, and I think, we talk about, the football team and what's going to happen with the coach, but this is just so sad at its core that this guy decided to do this selfish thing and destroy his family, these kids. That's the only thing I was thinking of last night when this went through my head, is how this family was just turned upside down in a moment when all this went down, and then he's spinning and whatever he did. But like, you're right, how it plays out, this wave of destruction with all these other families, the coaches, these kids, it speaks to everything that's wrong with our society, with men and their thinking, and I say that as a man, but when you do these acts, you got to think about, how does it affect my family? This selfish act, what would my boys think if they found out I did this?
Right.
It's really sad, really sick too,
Oh, yeah. Selfish is a great word for it, because you're putting yourself first. The only thing that matters is your happiness in that moment, not the damage it's going to do to your immediate family. let alone to your football family, that you got all emotional about, that you're crying when you win a big game because you love your university so much, yet you're willing to do this to throw it all away. It's selfish. It's scummy. And now look, if he's truly suicidal, I hope he gets help. But to lash out the way he did yesterday, after all of this, allegedly bringing a knife and threatening this woman, that's a completely different level. We're talking about charges. I don't feel like we've talked about that enough today. Like, there's a real conversation in Washtenaw County about how they're going to handle this.
Yeah, and I mean, it goes down to, it literally just boils down to leadership. And the lack of leadership, it's nauseating. It makes me sick. I've wanted to vomit all morning.
Yeah, you've gone through the emotions. You're angry. You're let down. Betrayed. Yeah. So we'll get another phone call on this, and then we'll get to Dear John, and we're going to end on a much lighter note. We had a 2 Grand Slam winner earlier in the show, our final 2 Grand Slam of the year, taking home $2,000 on a walk-off. We'll play that for people before the hour ends. Oh, boy. A lot of pressure here. You're going to wrap up our phone calls for the day. Let's get to Pete in Sterling Heights. Pete, you're on 97.1.
Good morning. I think looking at the coaching search, Michigan definitely needs to go with a current college coach. I think one of the texters earlier said about bringing in players, and that's exactly how I feel. Current college coach going to bring in some of their players and some of the recruits that they already have signed. I have a hard time, I have to believe that Michigan's going to lose some of the recruits.
Yep.
And I have to believe that they're going to lose some of their players out of this. So I would definitely stay away from NFL coaches and anyone who's been, out of football. I just stay with the college coach that's current.
Because it gives you a jump start in what could be like a big retention problem right now.
Oh, this is good. This is a nightmare.
Yeah. Appreciate it, Pete. If you missed any of the Sharon talk, including some of our preferential candidates, you can go back and rewind. We're going to get to Dear John coming up next. I think this could be a nice little break. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all levels of football and any sport is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You could chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view no matter where you are. You could be in a cabana, you could be poolside, you could be taking a couple of laps. Got a great view. That massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
The irony of doing this today.
Yes. Hey, let's see where this goes.
Send them in, dearjohnjansen at gmail.com. Your prompts today. Gift for a new girlfriend. I promise it's not a joke about Sharon. Puppy Christmas, hosting Christmas, and a what to do question.
All right, I'll get things started with the gift for the new girlfriend. Dear John, I've only been seeing this girl for over a month. We met on the dating apps, but we see each other 2 to 3 times a week, and it's getting more serious. I really like her, but my question is, what do I get her for Christmas? This is my first real girlfriend, and I don't want to screw it up. Is jewelry a good idea? Is that too much? Please help.
So, I mean, I guess I have to ask the question.
No, John, don't.
How hot is she?
He really likes
is
her.
Is she hot enough for a diamond necklace? No. All right.
Is
so
she hot enough to blow up your coaching career and your family?
Here's where you got to start with. All right. It's a month. You're just starting to get to know each other. You have absolutely no idea the hopes, the dreams, all of this stuff. And I don't care how much you talk, right? You're still learning about each other. You have no idea if this is going to last. If it does, all right, you don't want to set that bar too high too early. All right, start with something very sentimental, something cute, something where she's going to, oh, that's so thoughtful. But it needs, I mean, it could even be something handmade. But it needs to be very, I don't want to say not small, but monetarily insignificant. Emotionally significant. But you want to make sure that you're not setting that bar too high, because in another year, now it's 13 months. Now you're a year down the road. You may be thinking about things in the future. Now all of a sudden you got to jump over that bar. Next year, you got to jump over that bar. It just keeps going until you can't keep up.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay. I don't think you bought any of that.
I think a gift
I'm
is a
just
must.
telling you how dudes think.
You know what my first thought was do an experience. Get tickets to something you guys are go to get a concert tickets, get some experience of something you guys can go and do together, because you are still getting to know each other. A gift is a must. You cannot go to Christmas without a present. Yes. So if you want to go the sentimental handmade picture frame, whatever, that's fine.
Oh, I can make a great picture frame too.
Or whatever it is, you know. But I thought an experience would be great.
I also think you don't want to go too big either. I mean, this is
That's
still
the whole
really
point,
early on in the relationship. You don't want to, you're coming on too strong.
Sure, don't go too big, but you can still do something. And if this lasts, eventually she's going to just be giving you, this is what I want.
Right, but so
I'll text you these things.
The only issue about the experience is this has been a month.
What if
when
they
is that
break up?
experience? All right, is that the end of February? You know, is it maybe it doesn't last. Now all of a sudden.
Well, then you have tickets to take the next girl. I don't know.
Wait, you're going to take the tickets back from her?
You're going to keep one, right?
You're gonna keep one.
Yeah. Maybe they're on your Ticketmaster account. I don't know.
Heather said for sure that you better get something.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't think that was a debate. What do you get something or not? You definitely get something for Christmas.
He brought up jewelry. What caliber of jewelry would be appropriate for a month or so?
Please don't say the promise ring.
Oh, no.
Is that still a thing?
But I don't know, necklace, earrings? What?
Well, you got to know the girl. What is she into? Does she wear earrings every single day? Does she wear necklaces? I don't wear jewelry.
How many
I wear
piercings
one
does she
thing.
have? How many earrings do you need to buy?
Nose ring. And she doesn't have one.
Yeah, pay attention.
All right.
Not the
puppy
area I was thinking of,
Christmas.
but yeah.
John, let's move on.
We know what you meant.
Oh, boy. Hey, Stoney.
Dear John, my son keeps asking for a puppy for Christmas because his cousins have one and he loves going over to visit. He's only 5 years old, but we think it would make a special Christmas and it would be cool to watch them grow up together. When I told my friends we were going to get a puppy, they questioned me because neither my wife or I had a dog growing up and wanted to make sure I knew what I was getting myself into. Is this a bad idea?
It's not a bad idea, but you need to go in it with eyes wide open and understand that there's going to be messes around the house. There's going to be dog hair around the house, and your son or daughter, all right, everything is going to be great Christmas morning. There'll be great pictures. There might even be tears of joy. But they're not going to take the dog for a walk. They're not going to clean up after the dog. They're not going to do all of those things. Plus, you have to think about if you're going to go, do you travel much? Do you like to travel? If you do, you could kennel the dog It's just an added expense every time. And it's an added thing to the checklist when you're trying to take your family on vacation. Oh, who's going to drop the dog off? Who's going to watch the dog? How much is it going to cost? All of those different things you need to account for.
Yeah, I agree. It's not a bad idea, and it would make for an amazing Christmas morning, right? You'd capture it on video, you'd post on social media, it'd go viral, right? Your son is crying. And I think people think about that moment more than they think about the years to come with this dog, because dogs are such a huge responsibility. And I hate when people think of the fun moment of opening this dog and then they end up in a shelter because they don't realize
Opening
that
the dog can get
I
messy.
need to get it groomed. I need to take it to the vet. It could have vet issues, right? That costs a lot of money.
course.
When we travel, it's got to be boarded. Dogs are a huge responsibility.
Don't they say like shelter dogs end up like this happens? You give a gift at Christmas and the dogs end up in the shelter in January.
That's the only thing about it I think people don't really think about. So I think it's a great idea if you have done your research and you are actually prepared to welcome a new dog.
And you think you're capable of training that dog.
Yes.
Hosting Christmas. Dear John, as you know, the Lions are playing on Christmas this year. For over 15 years, my wife, our 2 kids, and I have spent Christmas with her family at her aunt's house. Everyone usually arrives at 3, brings food and drinks, we play games. It's a great tradition. This year, a few relatives have asked if my wife and I would host Christmas instead. A few reasons. Her aunt doesn't really enjoy football. Her TV's only 32 inches, and there isn't space for the kids to play. She's getting older. She's 75. My question isn't really about hosting because of the Lions game. What I'm really wondering is, when is it a good time for the next generation to take over hosting holiday gatherings, barbecues, etc.? When's the right moment to step in without disrupting long-standing family traditions? Warmly, Troy.
Well, I mean, you need to talk to as an aunt that normally hosts. And if she's 75 and she doesn't want to go through the work of preparing her house the way that she would want to.
Maybe she still does, though.
Yep, she might. Yeah. Well, if she does, then you wait.
How do you rip it away from her?
Yeah, I mean, if Aunt Lucy loves doing it, then you keep going there because it's a tradition. It's okay to have traditions.
But this is the perfect excuse with the Lions game to rewrite the tradition.
You know, as much as I'm a fan of watching football and the Lions, and it'll be a part of my Christmas, it doesn't have to be the determining factor. You can go in the bubble. All right, you can record it at home and watch it. You know, when all the kids go to bed and watch it later.
Come on. You know it's not going to go down that way.
No one wants to do that. But if the tradition is we go to Auntie's house, then I think you stick with the tradition until Auntie says, you know, this is too much work for me, or if she becomes unavailable.
Yeah, and maybe she'd say like, oh, there are a lot of young kids here. I don't have the space to let them play. Maybe it's a great idea if you host.
It's a good time to pivot.
Yeah.
You can always offer it to her and have a conversation.
Got to happen at some point.
Yeah. Well, it will.
Well, is your answer you got to wait for him to die before you can shift the holidays?
No.
Sometimes.
Okay. Last one. What to do? Dear John, I'm down in Orlando for work before the holiday, and I'm having a hard time making purchases. Everything seems so expensive, and we already have a bunch of really nice things at home. My friends are calling me risk-averse, or even worse, scared. What's wrong with a more humble Christmas? Why isn't Matt Vierling good enough? Signed, Scott.
Well, there are times when you need to be happy with what you have. You don't want to live beyond your means. However, if those means exist and you can improve the Christmas for just, I don't know, little Scotty or maybe little AJ or for all those individuals that
they're counting on you.
Yeah, that are counting on you. And there could be, I don't know, 60,000 of them that show up 82 times a year.
And there's a lot of economic uncertainty right now. Let's just be honest.
Right.
Down the road.
Yeah.
There is, yes. You never know what Christmas may or may not bring in 27.
Exactly.
But step up to the plate, you know?
Is that supposed to be a pun?
Dear John.
Oh, sorry.
Send him in.
Where's the JMO laugh?
Dear John Jansen at gmail.com. It's 97.1.
Hey, at First Merchants Bank, they believe the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, It's exactly what they've done for me and for my family over the years, so it's obviously why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. You can experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Some response Some of the advice from the people for Dear John. By the way, we had a 2 Grand Slam winner today. We're going to play that for you in a couple minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Advice for Dear John. A nice indoor plant to show that we can take care of something together and grow together. Heather, you're shaking no.
Not a plant. Not a plant. No. I think of like the love fern from How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. The love fern. No, don't get her a plant.
No.
She doesn't want that.
Because I'm guessing after a month, you're not shacking up.
Living together? No.
Yeah. And so, now here, please take care of this.
No.
It says not jewelry.
Yeah. No.
Too formal, too serious?
Yeah.
For someone who's only been dating a little over a month?
I just think it's over the top.
Yeah.
Take her on a Costa cruise. Don't forget the pineapple, signed Roy. Don't get a puppy. Go to the shelter or a rescue. Get an adult dog who's already house trained and needs a loving home. There's a lot less stress. Allison in Farmington Hills.
Sure, I like that too. There are so many dogs in shelters that need homes as well.
But you don't necessarily know if you're getting one that's already housebroken or trained or
You don't.
they have issues. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, I don't know. The whole that is diving in head first into a major commitment.
Just know what you're getting into. Really know what you're getting into.
And don't be doing it just for the wow factor on Christmas morning.
Right, yeah.
Actually want to have a dog in the home and take care of a dog.
Mm-hmm.
And make sure you have time for the dog.
Yeah, and all of the other things too, like, okay, are you going to take it out on a leash? Like, where do you live? Do you have room for it to just go out and roam around? What size dog? Like, all of these things are questions that do you have a fenced-in yard?
Or you get a cat. Then you don't have to worry about a lot of this. More independent. You don't have to take it out to use the bathroom.
There's
all your friends can make fun of
cats
you.
At the shelters.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
What was that you said under your
I
breath?
said then all your friends can make fun of you. You could be accused of driving a minivan. You could be accused of owning a cat.
Cats are great companions, John. Be a wonderful gift for the holiday.
Yeah, whatever
and
you
kids
say.
love cats.
They do.
Okay.
You don't have a cat anymore. Will you guys get another one?
Emily wants one. Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
You have the dogs, right?
We have 2 dogs.
Yeah.
It kind of felt like a zoo. We had 2 cats, 2 dogs.
That's a lot.
2 of everything.
2 kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe down the road.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we want to play the 2 Grand Slam for people? Let's do that. So, again, every Tuesday, every Thursday, you get 60 seconds. Can you get all 10 questions right? $25 for everyone, correct? You only get the $2,000 if you get all 10. And our contestant did that today. Why is it so staticky?
Yeah. We did that one with our 2000 cell phone.
I was going to say, is that staticky going out over the air? That was rough.
That time, it felt a whole lot longer than 60 seconds.
Yep.
He did great.
Well, because when normally we talk about this, right? You can only pass on about 2 before we get back, and you have time to answer those 2.
Yeah.
When we went back to the first one, he took his time. Oh my goodness, I saw that movie, blah, blah, and then he said the name.
And then he basically had a do-over with the 16th president because he didn't hear the number.
Right.
I had to repeat that. Then he got the last one he skipped.
It's because he was so quick on the ones he knew.
He was very fast.
Because for most people, that gets you penalized. You're just not going to have the time to get back and get it right.
Pretty awesome. Yeah, last one of the year.
It's a good way to end it.
Mm-hmm.
Sure is.
You have more chances Tuesdays and Wednesdays in the new year.
Yeah, and thank you for Feminine EO Law for sponsoring those this year.
21 Pilots. Didn't think he had it in him. We asked him after, how old are you? He said 58. Probably not the sweet spot for him, but he found a way.
There are those individuals. I don't know if you guys, I'm sure somebody in your life is one of those people that just knows random facts.
Yep.
He's got to be one of those guys that just has tons of random facts. And sometimes I'll come with that useless knowledge with the kids. I'll be like, yeah, that serves no purpose in my life, but I know the answer to that one.
And he was confident. He came back with that little dig to
at
Gov.
yeah,
That was great.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's a phenom.
Yeah.
He said, I don't know if it was in that replay we just played, that he was a previous contestant who lost out on $2,000 on a Guardians
Indians answer.
Answer. So
he answered Indians, and obviously we can no longer accept that answer.
Mm-hmm. But found a way. Redemption story.
Mm-hmm.
Complete.
Yeah. Right before the holidays, too.
It's a good time to get a couple $1,000.
Wonder what he's going to get his maybe wife, maybe new girlfriend with $2,000.
Maybe he'll just go the sentimental route and he'll pocket the $2,000 for himself.
I'm taking myself on vacation. See you when I get home.
Macaroni necklace for you.
Don't be making fun of the arts and crafts.
It's fun from a kid.
Well, okay, yeah, I'm not gonna make a macaroni necklace for 1 month, but I don't think you need to go overboard.
What if it's fusilli?
What if it's what?
Fusilli, like a really nice macaroni.
The good
spirals.
stuff.
Yeah, somebody really shows a little more flair.
Yeah, and in case you ever become disoriented and lost in the woods, you have something to eat.
Got food right there.
Yeah,
it's
not going anywhere. It's not going to last you a long time, but I don't know. Maybe
Sure
she's got a
will.
big neck.
I mean, it's not cooked.
What did you just say?
What did you say?
Maybe
Maybe she's got a big neck.
neck.
Yeah, it makes the necklace longer.
Big neck.
Yeah,
Neck.
Big neck.
Neck.
Gotcha. Big neck.
Yes. And you thought I said not that?
No, I didn't think
Don't
you
know
said
what
neck.
you said. Yeah. That's all.
So I imagine I know what you guys are going to spend most of the show on today. We spent a lot of time on it. Sharon Moore.
Yep.
She's got cankles.
That is correct.
I would like to offer one piece of advice as I was
Yeah.
listening to, for the gifts and all that you talked about, like
Yes.
jewelry and
Yes.
stuff. From experience, if you're going to go with earrings, you better know if those ears are pierced or not.
Oh my gosh, you did not.
Or did you go with the clip-on?
It was like 25 years ago, 30 years ago. I got my mom earrings as a
your
last second gift. I'm like, store was closed. I'm knocking on the window. They're having their own Christmas party. And I'm like, yeah, need some earrings. Here you go. Okay, sounds great. Give them to my mom. Goes, oh, these are beautiful. You know I don't have pierced ears. Of course I know that, Mom. Of
course.
Yeah, so this is just in case
Yeah.
in the future you ever feel like you want
Took
to.
her back. Got a watch. She's happy. Still has the watch.
Moms.
That is good advice. Okay, so how are you guys going to attack this today?
Well, I mean, we'll talk about another self-inflicted wound, why we're here, and what the next move is. It feels like things are going to happen rapidly, but they have to get some things aligned before we figure out what the next move is. But unnecessary and unproductive self-inflicted wound.
And it puts you in a time crunch too, right? I mean, this time of year.
Timing's terrible.
Yeah.
It's absolutely terrible. It's, a lot of coaches are snatched up. Now, can they get guys to break contracts? We'll see.
Carson Anderson next. It's 97.1.
So last night was supposed to be a night of putting up the Christmas tree and the decorations and spending time with family and et cetera, and got completely hijacked by another self-inflicted wound at Michigan. And you have to, I mean, sometimes they're their own worst enemy, and it's happened again, and it's got to stop, and that's a whole nother big picture. But Gator, what was your reaction when you saw the news regarding Sherrone Moore?
Well, we have to specify which times,
news?
right?
Let's start with the news that he was fired.
Okay, so I was sitting in the chair in the front of my house with the dog on my lap in front of the fireplace, enjoying the early evening and scrolling through Twitter, and then I came across it on Twitter. I was like, "Whoa!" I'd literally gotten a text from my niece, like 30 seconds earlier, and I didn't look at the text yet. I was looking at this. I'm like, "Wow, what is it? What's going on here?" So I was shocked. I guess I was shocked because the rumors that had been floating around pretty loudly over the last couple of weeks, there was some kind of truth to it, whatever it was. But when you see fired with cause, you're like, okay, that means that they've got a airtight consideration that he's got to go. So, okay, that's interesting. And yeah, the initial reaction for me was there was a smile on my face because it's the Michigan State thing, and we heard all the stuff about Mel Tugger and all that, and now here it is, Sherrone Moore.
I want to be clear, you did not hear it from me.
No, I understand. I'm just saying that's it's where it is. So it's just a little bit of a comeuppance, cheat on the field, cheat off the field, and then it takes a turn. I don't know how much later it was. Maybe an hour and a half later, I guess, that it starts to circulate that the police were involved, and then it takes a real serious turn, and there's no fun in that. And how I feel this morning, no fun at all. There's no joy in watching a meltdown take place like this. This is a
crash out.
Yeah, this is a mental meltdown that happens in real time, and it's sad. It affects real lives. I feel terrible for his family. These were his decisions that he made. You can say whatever you want about him, but the family I feel bad about. There's just so much. There's so many layers to this to try to figure out what is what. My initial reaction was if all this is true, and clearly hours later it seems like yes, there's a lot of truth to this. Then this is just another scandal for Michigan. And my first thought goes to, well, they've already cleared up that the coach is gone. How much longer before the athletic director is gone too? And are they going to let the current athletic director, are they going to let him lead the search for the new coach? Or are they going to do things the right way? And that is, let's clean house, because this has been scandal after scandal after scandal after scandal since Jim Harbaugh was hired.
So if they need to figure out his culpability as far as not knowing. I will say this. The university has a tip line. That tip line for anonymous tips, they get tips all the time. And in this era, you investigate all of them. And they got a tip on this, and they investigated, and they got vigorous denials from the parties involved. Now, the question is, did they check out with any other investigation? Was there more? Was it okay? Do we look into this anymore? Did they say, okay, cool. I mean, was it really seriously an investigation? They need to take a look at that. There is, just to kind of add to the story and the background of the story, this stuff had been on the internet, okay? Rumors had been out there, but no mainstream media had picked it up. And there's a reason for that, but no mainstream media had picked it up. But when you see this stuff out there, that doesn't mean you don't look for the veracity of it. And so last week I made a call, and that call, what I got in return was, look, this is part of what comes in. It came into the tip line. It's been investigated. It's been denied. And at that point, it didn't mean they were done investigating, but at that point, there was no credible evidence to say that it was true at that point in time. And I said, is there more to come here? And they said, well, if there's more information that comes in, yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily over, but at this point. So that changed apparently yesterday, that more information came in and they fired him. And, what's happened after his firing is this sad, and I feel for a lot of innocent people involved here. There are a lot of innocent people hurt by this. And you're right. The athletic director, Ward Manuel, and his staff, the university needs to take a look and see, okay, how thorough was this investigation? How seriously did they take it? Did they do their due diligence? Because if they didn't, then I don't want that person leading the search. They need to clean house. If indeed they find that that's the case. If they did their jobs and did what they're supposed to do to the letter of the law and followed university policy, well, then that's a different thing. Now, you may not want him making that decision anyway, and that's up to, I guess, people to decide and the university to decide. But whatever it is, they need to do that quickly, okay? I wouldn't rush into hiring a new coach. I would rush into who's making the decision. I don't think I would leave that long, because let's say you're going to replace Ward Manuel. Now you've changed the focus of your search. Your search is on an athletic director, because that's the person making that decision. And there is a timeline that I wouldn't be 100% adherent to, but I would be certainly trying to have some respect to that timeline. And that is a week from tomorrow, Alabama plays a football game. Now, is Kalen DeBoer the number one with a bullet candidate for this job? He may be.
He's the odds-on favorite.
And would he take it? I mean, there have been reports that he lobbied for the Michigan job in the past. So if indeed you can get Kalen DeBoer, you, with respect to his current situation, have 8 days to have the person in place. If it's not Ward Manuel, and I would suspect we're going to find out soon whether or not it's going to be Ward Manuel. And for a place with a lot of smart people, the University of Michigan has a lot of smart, well-educated people. There has been some terrible decisions made, okay, that have accumulated. And the brand, the Block M, can only carry you so far. There needs to be right now the university has an interim president. Maybe that's the first move, is figure out who the president of the university is, then figure out who the athletic director is, then figure out who the football coach is. But I have no idea how to run a football team, coach a football team, never claimed to. No idea how to run an athletic department, never claimed to. No idea how to run a university. But I think I know what lack of leadership might look like. And it might look like what it's going on at Michigan right now. They need to get that in order, because the self-inflicted wounds have to stop, okay? There is a reason why today on ESPN they're talking about every possible candidate you can think of, because the Block M historically is a brand that's carried some weight. But if you keep abusing that, it's not going to carry as much weight. It's not going to. I don't think this situation is unsalvageable, but there's something I've talked about on the air forever, Gator, and it has to do, and it's in context with the Lions. It's what I call nonsense, stuff that gets in the way of winning. The nonsense of what happened with the scouting, the whole scouting thing with Connor Stalions, they didn't need that. They didn't need that at all. When he left, they continued to win. They didn't need it. It was an unnecessary thing. Now, where that fell under was Harbaugh blissfully unaware? Was he just careless? Whatever. We don't need to relitigate that. But my point is, there's too much nonsense at Michigan right now. And it drives the fan base crazy. And that Block M, it might carry them through this, and they might get a great coach out of this. But they need leadership to step up, because there's too much nonsense. And it's not going to carry, you can ruin a brand. You can ruin a brand. That's a whole nother side. But I think they have to take a long look in the mirror and evaluate how this has been allowed to happen and how stuff like this is allowed to happen. And maybe they followed to the letter of the law how they should handle an investigation into internet rumors. Because I will tell you, there's a lot of fiction on the internet, okay? And everything that is said on the internet is not true. This one had grown up. This one got some legs. This one had some steam. So much so that Michigan indeed had investigated. But if that investigation includes either a shoddy investigation or any form of cover-up, then I think that there needs to be changes. And they need to do it quickly, and they need to get people in place for the next heir for the university's reputation and for the athletic department's reputation. They need to get that right. 248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson. Lots to discuss with this. We are going to do the Blitz thingy coming up, but we will get to that today at 10:30. Obviously, this is going to carry us throughout the show. Michigan fans, want your reaction. What do you think of what is going on and what needs to happen next? 97.1.
Hey, quick question. Are you planning to save money this winter by taking ice cold showers? No, of course you're not. I mean, you need to do what I did, and that is call the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and make sure that your furnace is working properly. Make sure that your water heater is ready to go, because you do not want to let a frozen disaster ruin your holidays. Now, these local licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff so that you can get back to sipping hot chocolate and enjoying yourself. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Tucker, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so people's reaction coming in. Sharon Moore let go yesterday, and all of the background and the noise and all that we have discussed. What is next and how did we get here? I tried to provide some context for that. I didn't hear much of the morning show. I was on the phone a lot. I suspected that they said much of the same thing. Let's go to Paul on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hi.
Hey.
So the only point I want to make, and I think you can take this from many angles, but if you look at Joe Paterno and Penn State, he had such a stellar reputation as father of college football, and then he made a bad decision at one point in time, and that cost him everything. And Penn State was set back considerably from that. And we talk about can U of M reputation be tarnished? You just got through mentioning that administrative people need to really take this seriously. I agree, because it takes 20 years to build a reputation, decades, like U of M has. And if they're not careful, it takes 20 minutes to ruin it with a bad decision.
100%, Paul.
And that was my only point.
100%.
It can happen, just like you were saying. It can happen.
Look, there's going to be times, okay, when something happens in an athletic department that is unforeseeable, or there's an amount of grace for the hundreds and hundreds of people in an athletic department or a university. You do your best in your vetting process to get to know them, but you can't foresee everything that's going to happen, and you can endure some of that. There's been too much lately, okay? There's been too much, and it gets tiresome. It gets tiresome for somebody who wants to, do the games and talk about the sports to have to keep talking about this stuff. And it's tiresome on all levels. And so there's some grace. Can you ruin a university's reputation pretty quickly? You can. I think that they can recover from this, but they got to quit pushing it. Quit pushing it. This is nonsense that's getting in the way. And look, and really what it comes down to is, did they handle the vetting in the beginning with Sharon Moore? And did they handle the vetting in the investigation with Sharon Moore? Because they just come out, and they just come out of the Harbaugh thing, and they elevated one of his assistants, and then that assistant lasts 2 years, and is gone now with this scandal. And did they vet it enough in the beginning? Because if they didn't, again, that's all the more reason there should be a change. And I don't know if they did or they didn't. I'm just saying they people in charge of the university, and trust me on this one, phones are turned off today for a reason. Okay, phones are turned off. So these discussions can be had, and there's no distractions. And they will, and decide whether or not there's culpability above to allow this to happen.
There's not a question in my mind that they'll get through this. I mean, the Dr. Anderson stuff should have been enough to take something down, and it didn't do anything. So going through with this...
hold on. It did do things. It changed a lot of policies. It changed a lot of vetting.
It may have changed policy stuff. In the grand scheme of things, the university didn't take the big hit that looked like it was going to, or if they did, they recovered awfully quickly from it, and now it's a distant memory. What happened here is something else that will be forgotten, and it's because it's a sign of the times. Because this has now happened so often with other programs, let alone what's gone on in Michigan since they hired Jim Harbaugh and all the problems they've had with that, and now that he's gone, you still have problems, NCAA problems, and now legal issues. We get desensitized to it, and it'll change as quickly as them hiring the next coach. That's what'll happen.
I will tell you that I'm personally not desensitized to it. I'm pissed off, I'm sick of having to talk about stuff like this. And they need to get leadership all aligned, from the interim president all the way on down to low-level staffers in the athletic department. That this will not be tolerated, and they got to do a better job of. They perhaps have to do a better job at vetting the candidates, because if this was avoidable, then heads need to roll.
Well, sure, but and that'll take care of itself. But if in 10 days they hire and parade out Kalen DeBoer as the next head coach, that's all that anybody's going to talk about.
You can recover from things, but my point is, I think they need to stop pushing it. The brand can only carry you so far.
I agree with that 100%. Get back to being what you want to be, or what you thought you were. Be above it.
And by the way, this goes back to something whenever there's an NCAA investigation, you need to investigate everything you know about and then see if there's anything you don't know about that you need to investigate. Like you don't say, hey, you've got a cavity. We're going to take out some of the cavity and not check any of the rest of your teeth. Right? Let's check all the teeth. Let's remove all the cavities. And let's get a clean slate.
We're not just paying attention to the tooth that hurts.
I mean, let's get a clean slate here. If it's necessary, like if they go through and they say, no, all university policies were followed and this wasn't foreseeable, that's fine. But make sure you do that and come forward and say that and say, look, things were put in place. Guardrails were put in place and we couldn't foresee this. But make sure you know that. David in Walled Lake. Hi, David.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Just a quick question or a comment or whatever on something that how you started the program off and then what John Jansen was saying when I think it was Cookies asked him, like, what's the biggest thing that Michigan needs to look for in a head coach? And he said integrity. But then you started your program with how much is it going to cost? Okay, so I don't know all the coaches' names or whatever, but just say it's the Indiana coach.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Wait, stop for a minute.
David, I never have mentioned price at all.
I mentioned that ever.
Say that again?
We haven't
never mentioned
said
we haven't
anything about
talked
what it's going to
anything.
cost to hire a new coach. Haven't said anything about that.
No, your first comment was whatever. It depends on how much they're willing to spend or whatever to get another coach. You know, we'll do whatever it takes to get it. But my point on it was when he's saying integrity, say Michigan does that. Say they offer him $10 more million, you know, for you to leave your school to come to ours now. How is that like showing integrity? That's the point I was trying to get across. No matter how they end up handling it, is that integrity if you're
So you don't think they should
another school?
Okay, you don't even think they should go after a coach who's under contract anywhere else?
No, I didn't say that they shouldn't, but they shouldn't say like, well, we're going to show more integrity, but we're just going to throw $10 more million at this guy. You know what I mean?
Literally, you're the only one that said that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, The weird thing is, I do hope that if anything goes down with another coach, it's after that coach's season is done. Like I can't stand the way things went down with Lane Kiffin.
Here's with the way things have worked out, because signing day has already come and gone, and they've got this amazing recruiting class. They can afford to wait a little bit.
Well, the class can leave. I mean, when a coach is left, you can leave. You can
I don't think the signed recruits can.
Yeah,
I
they
think
can.
I had this discussion with John. I thought I did a lot of research in this last night. I didn't think that was part of it. I thought that the guys that just signed, the high school kids that just signed their letter of intent, that they're locked in there for a long time here. It's not the, well, you've got now you're in the portal again because these are the high school recruits. These aren't the guys that are already at the program.
I'm almost sure they can leave. But and the biggest problem they have now is, of course, short term. It's not the biggest problem they have. The short term, immediate football concerns they have is their roster getting rated. That's their immediate short term football concerns.
But this is why I say in a couple of weeks they've got some time here to work it out and wait things out with coaches whose seasons will be done, whether if it's a bowl game or a college football playoff, wherever they're going to look, they do have a little bit of time because the portal doesn't open up until January, correct? Like when they can actually transfer out.
Yes.
So you're looking at now. It's basically 3 weeks before that happens. So can they hire somebody of substance within that time? Absolutely, they could. If they wanted to go out and make an offer to Jed Fish, they could get that done. Do they want to wait and see what Kalen DeBoer wants to do? With that whole thing, I find it interesting what Alabama is going to decide to do. Because does Alabama want to be in a position now where, hey, wait, now we don't have a coach. Who are we going to get? Lane Kiffin just went to LSU. We can't take him from LSU before he actually coaches there, can they? It just turns into a real interesting thing, and dominoes falling, and what are you going to do? But I do think Michigan, it's not the worst timing for them now because of it coming after signing day and you've got some time before the portal opens
Well,
to get a coach of substance.
if they
people
can
be
get-
like, okay, that's a better coach.
If they can get a coach of substance, and that's my question. I'm sick of them. I'm sick of the brand taking hits to the point where these are the kinds of things we talk about. And I'm not sure you still can pull what people think Michigan's going to pull. They were talking about it as a matter of fact on ESPN, and I'm like, okay, we'll see. Because if there's real damage done, it might be hard to get somebody, but we'll see. In the meantime, we did say we'd do the Blitz thingy. We'll get to that next. Then more of your phone calls and feedback. It is 97.1. We will get back to your Michigan calls coming up here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. But every Thursday we do the NFL Blitz thingy. Starts with a coin flip. Heads or tails, Gator?
Tails.
He calls tails. It is a tail.
I will defer.
Okay.
All right, question number 1, Doug. The big news around the NFL is Phillip Rivers. That's right. The old man, 44 years old, Phillip Rivers, has signed to the practice squad with the Colts. The question is, will Phillip Rivers actually play for the Colts this year? And if so, can he actually take him to the playoffs?
God, I hope he takes him to the playoffs. I think it'd be a great story. It's over in the AFC. It would be interesting theater. Yes, he will play this year, but no, I don't think he will take him to the playoffs. Their schedule's brutal the rest of the way. They're on the outside looking in. Phillip Rivers wouldn't come back, and they wouldn't sign him if they didn't think there was a path to him playing. But I think it's a long shot that they make the playoffs.
Over Riley Leonard or Brett Rippon, will he play? Yes, he will. You know, his last season in the NFL, which was 2020, by the way, his quarterback rating was 97.8. He threw for over 4,000 yards that year, had 24 touchdown passes. He was still good, but he won't lead them to the playoffs. I think the Indianapolis Colts are sunk, and by the time he gets in there, it's just going to be too late. They've already got a 3-game losing streak here. They just don't have the horses to continue going through this. And Phil Rivers was great, but he's too old now to be great.
This is desperation. And I know he's got, relationships with the head coach, and that's why they feel comfortable giving him a call. But Riley Leonard was actually a full participant in practice this week, and Phillip Rivers still might start. So that's how they feel about Riley Leonard. Yes, Phillip Rivers will play this year. No, he will not lead them to the playoffs. Just like the first 3 quarterbacks the Colts have used this year, he's going to go in there and get hurt as well. I'm actually worried for his health. It's not even a joke. 5 years out of the league, 44 years old. I hope he can take a hit, man. I hope he can get up. That's the first thing I'm going to look for is when he gets hit, if he just gets up right away, because that's what I'm really concerned about. Because I think he could still throw the ball. I think mentally, obviously, they brought him in because he knows how to run a team, and they need someone to know how to run this team. But Father Time is undefeated. And by the way, he's a freaking grandfather, not a father. This is a crazy story, but I'm rooting for him. All right, it seems like more and more retired players are coming back to the NFL, a la Phillip Rivers. Why do you think that is?
I think money's too good to pass up, frankly, is what it is. I mean, put it this way. When guys retire, unless you're Phil Rivers, you're probably in your 30s retiring from the NFL. Some guys retiring in their 20s in the NFL. So you find yourself in your 30s, you're sitting around, you're like, well, now what? Now what am I supposed to do? My whole life I've been preparing to perform on Sundays, and now I'm just sitting around at home, and you're watching the game, and you're realizing, at least in your head, because your ego is telling you this, you can still get it done, kid. You can do this. I think it's a combination of money being too good, ego stepping in the way, and just guys not knowing what their next career move is going to be while they're in their 30s.
Sport's brutal. And in the last few years, there used to be 2 bye weeks in an NFL season, which gave players more time to recover. We have added a 17th game. We've eliminated the second bye week. We've increased the short turnarounds, the Sunday to Thursday games and Sunday to Friday games. There's more of those. There are Saturday games late in the season now. So the pool of players has to expand, and it's expanding to the players that just left the game, not the players who are trying to break into the game. It's expanding both directions, but it's only natural that as we add more weight to the players' workload, that there's going to be more attrition and hence more need for more players. These retired guys are not having to go through training camp and then just get to show up and play.
Yeah, I answered this question from the perspective of the team as well, Doug. I thought, why are they calling these guys back? Like, these guys are old and retired and out of football, probably out of shape. And I thought, I think it's just because they trust and value the experience more than most people, than the regular fan or media does. I think there's a lot of young players that don't develop fast enough, so that means they can't learn the playbook. I think these older guys, they know the playbook. They don't miss their assignments, which a lot of younger players do nowadays. And the coaches really value that experience and trust. So I think that's why you got Brandon Graham coming back. Frank Ragnow got, maybe, I don't know who called who, but he was going to come back.
He come back next year.
Yeah. So I think they just value that experience. They hate missed assignments. And that's what young players do all the time because they just don't have the experience in the league yet. All right. The NFL is reportedly going to shorten the length between picks in the first round from 10 minutes to 8 minutes for the 2026 NFL Draft. Your thoughts?
Well, I always go, all right, what is the money telling me? Follow the money, right? It tells me the TV ratings drop as the draft goes on.
Yep.
And that they've decided that the television show is too long. And so they're trying to maintain higher ratings, charge more for their ad revenue. That's what it tells me.
Yeah, because what time does the draft start? Is it 7:15 typically it starts for the first round at night? I mean, you're going to cut off a half an hour's worth of time based off of this. 2 minutes and 32 picks. Or you get you're well, maybe it's
Don't worry,
actually,
we're not going to hold you to
it's
the
an
math
hour,
part,
so
okay?
you're going to cut off an hour. Even better than it. Math. Stay in school, kids. It's a great idea. Move it along, and for us as fans watching it, we want it to be fast. We're tired of seeing, the pick is in, and you're like, okay, let's make the pick already, and it's like 3 minutes later, and then you finally hear it. I think it makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, so you guys know how I feel about this. The NFL always does everything with money on their mind first. And yeah, this probably does help their profits and their pocketbooks first and foremost, Doug. But as a fan, my first thought was, yes, this is awesome. We're going to move along with the draft. We get to see the picks. We get to see all the action a lot faster now. It's going to be it's going to end well before midnight on a weekday, which we want, right? But then I thought, I really hope this doesn't hurt the draft day trades, because I want some time to make those trades. That's another exciting part of this, is when we have a trade and you see who got traded, what kind of deal and what kind of package. Now you're eliminating 2 minutes of that possible trade talk. But then I thought maybe we get more panic picks, like in fantasy football. Like, oh my God, we don't know what to do. The clock's running down. Did I just draft TJ Houshmandzadeh? Yes, I did. Why? So this could be entertaining overall. I think it's a good thing for the fans, but I do hope we still get all the trades. All right, Mike Tomlin, he has 2 more years left on his contract, but the Steelers must decide whether to pick up his option by March 1st. What should the Steelers do?
Pick it up. Don't be stupid. This guy has no losing seasons in his career? Or is it 1 losing season in his career? He's been phenomenal for you. Reward this guy. Pick up the contract. Go with him. Now, here's what you might have to do if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. You might have to bite the bullet and actually accept that you're not going to have a winning season every year. Take your lumps for a year or 2 and rebuild this thing with the right players instead of trying to bank the hopes on a 40-year-old quarterback who is coming off an Achilles injury.
A 40-year-old quarterback who's only, I believe, 11 years younger than the head coach. I think Pittsburgh should let him go so he can become a candidate for the job in Ann Arbor.
Mike Tomlin is a great coach. He's won a Super Bowl, and somehow he keeps making the playoffs with a new roster and whoever is starting at quarterback. If they don't appreciate him, then they should actually move on and get some new blood, because you got to be all in on your head coach. But because even the Pats moved on from the hoodie, and he won 6 rings. Personally, I would keep Mike Tomlin, but the Steelers, they might be on the verge. I mean, sometimes it's too much smoke, and, the fire is going to happen. All right, the Chiefs are 6-7 in the This is why the 6-7 is officially going to die when the adults get involved. They're in serious danger of missing the playoffs. Is the reign on the AFC officially over?
What was the question?
I know 6-7 is officially over after adults start doing it.
No, as long as Patrick Mahomes is there, I don't think it's over. It's a bad year. They have some things that they need to clean up, but I think if Patrick Mahomes is there, they're going to be a player for some time. I don't think it's officially over.
I didn't realize I was doing the show with Chris Collinsworth. This is great. No, I think they're donezo. I think this is just how things go. There's so many good players in the AFC. Teams are emerging as real threats there, and Kansas City. I think Patrick Mahomes is a fantastic quarterback, but they really have to rebuild that team, and it's not going to be easy. And Doug, you hang another year on a guy. He keeps getting injured, keeps more and more injuries keep taking its toll, and these cute off-platform throws he used to make all the time and complete them for great plays are turning into interceptions and knockdown passes. Teams have gotten wise to him. He's still great, and I think if he wants to win another Super Bowl, he may have to be on another team.
The reign is officially over. Now, as long as they have Mahomes, they'll always be in the mix. And I wouldn't rule out another Super Bowl even. But the NFL and the AFC is way too competitive now. All these young quarterbacks, especially in the AFC, Drake May, Josh Allen, someone else, it's just too much competition. So their reign over the AFC is officially over. But that just shows how extraordinary their reign was. I think they'll always kind of be in the mix. But the days of them just penciling them in for the AFC, no longer. Our last one, NFL officiating complaints are happening more than ever, it seems like. Do you think it's gotten worse, better, or stayed the same over the last 10 years?
I honestly think it's been the same. However, they have the technology to make it better, and they haven't done so. So it's actually worse. I mean, you could clean up face mask calls, hands to the face, roughing calls, delay of game calls. Tech to ensure that a field goal or extra point is good. There are easy fixes that are there to make it better and make the officiating better. Go for it.
I think it's actually gotten better. It's just scrutiny and the way the game is covered has changed. Now the TV cameras are set up in such a way to be able to see down the goal line and down the sideline, and they do a better job of covering the game, and the officials and the calls, there's more scrutiny of it. Over the years, my guess is the officials have gotten better and better. We just see their warts, and they come under far more scrutiny given the new rules and the way things can be reviewed all the time.
I think replay has helped erase a lot of their mistakes, but I think the refs themselves have actually stayed the same or gotten a little worse. I know it's a tough job, but some of these obvious misses, they seem to happen a lot more now. So overall, I think it's the same or, like I said, slightly worse. Unfortunately, we can see all the warts now because of the replay and stuff like that, Doug. So maybe we didn't notice that before, but now we do.
And there it is. That concludes the Wide Night Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thingy. We'll get back to the Michigan story next here on 97.1. Hey, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday Touchdown Jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Must apply Profit Boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally amongst all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, so obviously a huge story here, and we've opened the show with it and been talking about it, the firing of Sherrone Moore and what has happened since. Whatever help he needs, I hope he gets it, but certainly he's let down a lot of people, and not the least of which, of course, was his family. But I think about the players, I think about the staff, I think about their families. I mean, they just hired a staff member last week, and here we go. It's just a lot of people are let down by this, and I'm certain the fan base is as well. But now, can they recover, and how much can they recover? Because you can't keep going to this sort of well of getting yourself in trouble and having scandal surrounding your programs without the brand taking a hit. Now, can they land on their feet? They can, but they'd be well advised to get the house in order, leadership from the top of the university all the way on down to bring an end to this, kind of stuff. You're going to have every once in a while stuff happen in your athletic department. There's been too much nonsense of late. 248-539-9797. Matt is on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, what's up, Doug? What's up, Gator? So I talked to you a couple days ago or last week about here in New Mexico. I think for U of M to avoid scandals, wouldn't they have to get rid of Warde Manuel, the scandal king? Like, he's been tied in every scandal.
Well, I mean, I guess if they find that there's any culpability on his part, yes. And what I'm talking about is, was this stuff predictable? Was the vetting done at the beginning? Was it an investigation that it was held? Was it as thorough? Was it just, hey, is this true? No. Okay, cool. Or did they really, really investigate it to make sure that there wasn't any kind of wrongdoing going on? I mean, some things you're culpable for, certainly. And when it happens under your watch, because now my question is, okay, let's say even if they find him not culpable, can he go out and land the next coach? It's a valid question. Will people be on board with him as the leader of the athletic department? If you say, okay, he's not culpable, you have to ask themselves that question. Can he land the next coach? He hired Dusty May. He hired Brandon Naurato, but he also hired Sherrone Moore. And a lot of athletic directors, you don't get a chance to hire a second football coach.
And I'm going to keep listening. I was listening to something else, and it made me think of you. I was listening to the Paul Revere BC Boys, and I remember it was a
little story you got to tell.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Three Bad Brothers you know so well.
Yeah.
Started way back in history. Yep. It was a great song.
All right, I'm going to keep listening. I love you guys, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And me, Mike D.
Yep.
At some point, though, isn't enough is enough? It's not just that, okay, there's all this stuff that's happened with the football program under Warde Manuel's watch, but there's the other stuff. I mean, there's the Xavier Simpson stuff that kind of got swept under the rug, and there's the Juwan Howard and punching the coach in the face and then taking time with that, and there's scandal. I don't know if they want to call these scandals necessarily, but they kind of are.
There's stuff
there's
that, again, I call it
incident after incident after incident after 5 more incidents and 10 more incidents.
I keep calling it nonsense, and it gets in the way of trying to be about the business of just winning, and not at all costs, right? I'm going to say something here that maybe not everybody agrees with. Kind of done with the Harbaugh lineage here. When I hear the name Jesse Minter, I'm like, no. When I hear some people say, oh, what if John Harbaugh comes to No. What if Jay Harbaugh? No, I'm done with the Harbaugh lineage. Okay? We can, if anybody asks my opinion, that's what I will say.
So I shouldn't bring up John Harbaugh's name if Baltimore fires him.
No, and I mean, look, John and Jim are different people, but at the end of the day, there's other coaches out there.
No, I hear you. You want a clean slate?
There's other coaches out there that you could start with.
Stay away from the roots.
248-539-9797. Steve in Southgate. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how we doing, Doug?
What's up?
Hey,
how am I doing? I'm frustrated.
Yeah, me too, brother. So this whole Warde Manuel thing that keeps coming up, you guys kind of stole my thunder there, but I do think the culpability has to start with the head of the program, right, which is him. And over the last 10 years, between your two biggest moneymakers, your football, basketball program, you've had the most issues. And it starts with him as a leader, the integrity. We keep talking about the brand. Well, guess whose job it is to build the brand? It's his, right? So, like, how are we keep having these issues under Warde Manuel's watch?
Well, I'll say this: the basketball house appears to be in order. Dusty May was a very strong hire, and they seem to be really, really healthy. But I do want there to be either a shift in focus or accountability where there's less nonsense. There's just too much nonsense. And yeah, I mean, if they decide that either Warde has not ruled with an iron fist, or they don't think he can hire the next coach, then find the guy who can. Like it goes back to the Bo Schembechler line, which rings true today. No coach is more important to the team. No player is more important to the team. No individual is more important. So if they need to find the guy that is going to get them the best possible coach, and if it's not Warde, move on. 248-539-9797.
You mentioned earlier in the show about the president being an interim president. Are there any whispers at the University of Michigan about landing a permanent president anytime soon?
I don't know. I don't know. And, that athletics is just part of the president's job, of course, and probably less important than it is to us. But I haven't heard anything about that. But I almost feel like it needs to start there.
Well, yeah, I mean, because, look, obviously Michigan State just went through this. And coming out of that press conference introducing Pat Fitzgerald, one of the things that really struck me was that the leadership aspect of it seems to all be in line because they have a new president. They have a new athletic director. And now they have a new head coach, and all three guys can work together on the same path that they seem that this is what they're working with. And Michigan is disjointed now because there is an interim president.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure if the AD is going to stick around. You just fired the coach.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Ken is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ken.
Hey, how you fellas doing today?
Okay. All right,
Ken.
Good. Hey, I was wondering, obviously both your opinions, but Doug, you have closer ties to the program. How come locally no one's not throwing around Adam Stenavich, the OC of Green Bay? Obviously, he means something to them. The highest OC who doesn't call plays. He gets a lot of credit for the development of Jordan Love. Played for Lloyd, was strength and conditioning coach at Michigan, was a grad assistant. I know he's been to Northern Arizona, San Diego State, and as far as I can tell, has a real good reputation. On top of it, I know he has great relationships with college and pro coaches that he can probably bring on board. What are your thoughts, gentlemen? Have a good day. Thanks for the call.
Interesting name. I don't suspect that they will go after somebody. I shouldn't say this with 100% degree of certainty. I don't suspect they'll go after a younger coach with no head coaching experience. I can see somebody without head coaching experience. There's a lot of guys. If you look at the top of the college football food chain right now, from Ohio State to Oregon to Notre Dame, there's a lot of coordinators that got bumped up and have done a great job with their first coaching jobs. So I wouldn't rule that out completely. Adam Stenavich is relatively young, and I think his reputation and his resume are growing, but I would think it would be a bit of a jump for that. Now, that could be if, and I don't think we count out everything here, if the brand is taking a hit, and they can't get people to pick up the phone and people to say no. If people gladly say no and they start working their way down, they might have to take a risk on a younger guy like that. Joel Klatt had some thoughts. You'll hear him next hour. As he said, the next Michigan coach will be one of these 6 names. We'll play it for you next hour here on 97.1.
Brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. With Sharon Moore's firing and subsequent arrest yesterday, many questions are swirling around the Michigan football and athletic department. Most questions surround who will be the next head coach and whether it will be current AD Ward Manuel to make the call, or if Manuel's tenure garners a review of his actions by the Board of Regents after yet another shocking scandal has been unveiled under his tenure. ESPN insider and Michigan alum Adam Schefter spoke on Get Up this morning and detailed his understanding of the timeline and fallout of Sharon Moore's firing and arrest. Michigan is also getting ready for a Citrus Bowl invite on New Year's Eve, in which they will face Texas. The Red Wings take on the Edmonton Oilers tonight. 8:45 is when pregame coverage starts here on 97.1. The puck drop at 9 o'clock. The Wings have won 4 of their last 5 and 3 straight after a win over the Flames last night. Edmonton's 13, 11, and 6 on the year, led by Connor McDavid, who's got 44 points. That's second in the league. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, when I was hearing Brendan talk about the bowl game, I got me thinking: Are they still going to play? They plan on playing in the bowl game?
As far as I know, I wondered that today. Would they say forget it? But they named an interim coach, so it feels to me like that at this point the plan is to go through with that. But
I think I don't know if they legally have to, but I think the smart thing is to name an interim coach to hang on to recruits.
Well, I mean, it's probably a free for all right now, and basically you're playing the game with them. They have until January 2nd when the portal opens up. It feels to me like that's a bit of a deadline. Look, if you're a Michigan fan and if you're rooting for Kalen DeBoer, okay, which is a name that I think would be very, very highly thought of if they were able to be able to go pull that off, and that would be seen as a very good hire. You're rooting for Oklahoma to end their season a week from tomorrow, or you're rooting for them to lose in the Rose Bowl, or I guess I don't even know what bowl game they go to. I shouldn't say. Well, whatever their quarterfinal game would be, which would be January 1st, or you're rooting for them to lose the next week. You really don't want them to go to the national championship game. Because even though Lane Kiffin left the playoff team, I don't think we should think that that's the norm. If they make it to the national championship game, that game is January 19th. So Alabama, if you're rooting for Kalen DeBoer, plays the 19th of December. If they win that, it is the Rose Bowl, January 1st. If they win that, it's the Peach Bowl on January 9th. And if they win that, it's January 19th. So if you're rooting for Kalen DeBoer to be the next Michigan coach, go Sooners, go Hoosiers, go whoever follows after that. But there's a lot of interesting names out there. And we'll see. I mean, I am leery of the Block M taking a hit that they might not be able to get everybody to take their phone call that used to. And that's the risk you run with the nonsense that's taking place. Let's go to Joe in Sterling Heights. Hi, Joe.
Hey, what's going on, Doug and Gator?
Hey.
I was just thinking, do we need to get a high-profile coach, or are you guys thinking that like a no-name that none of us have heard about would be good? Because I floated to the call screener. What about Ed Orgeron? Because I know he's thinking about trying to get back into coaching football. Do you think somebody of that caliber would be a good fit here at Michigan, or do you think that we need somebody that's...
What do you like, just out of curiosity, what do you like about Ed Orgeron?
I mean, honestly, it was just one of the names that I knew that doesn't have a job that's a high-profile name. You know, not that I'm not hanging my hat on anything. It's just that, with him being at USC and LSU and, having, that sort of track record, maybe it would help us transition to our next guy. Or, as I floated to the call screen as well, I mean, is there any chance that, this is going to sound really dumb, but like Deion Sanders, is there any chance they go out and try to get somebody like that?
Well, Deion would make more sense than Ed Orgeron. Ed Orgeron had an issue at LSU scandals there with sexual harassment complaints that he had allegedly ignored. And I mean, I think there's a reason why Ed Orgeron is not coaching right now at the college level here. Dion would make more sense, but
I'd be shocked if either of them were actual candidates for this job. I'd be really shocked at Ed Orgeron. All right, let's get to Joel Klatt. Kang, you cut this up. I've not heard this. I mean, I've heard what he said. I don't know how you cut it up. So what do we got here?
All right, the first cut is going to be Joel Klatt talking about one of these head coaches that he names off, and there's 6 of them eventually, is going to be, in his opinion, Michigan's next head football coach. And the first cut is his first, I guess, nominee or option that he thinks that they'll give a call to.
All right. Clark Lee is 44 years old. He's turned Vanderbilt around. He does have the ties to Notre Dame. He seems like an exceptionally good coach. I would say that would be a pretty damn good hire if they could get Clark Lee.
I think if anybody had hired Clark Lee over this firing cycle, it would have been great. But the reason he didn't leave Vanderbilt is because he's from Vanderbilt. He's a Vanderbilt guy through and through. This is like a dream job, and it'd be kind of tough to see if you can wrestle him away from there. But
all of these guys are going to be tough to wrestle
away.
Well,
let's hear the rest of the group here. That's my first thing to think about Clark Lee is that, yeah, great coach, but does he want to leave Vanderbilt?
Good question. Can you get him to answer your phone call? Can you talk to him? Next up. So the guys at the College Football Inquirer want to make shirts for the coaching search. They've had a funny idea that everybody's trying to find their Elko, and they want to make shirts. Find your Elko. Florida, find your Elko. Auburn, find your Elko. Everybody find your Elko, because he did go to Texas A&M and did such a good job. Texas A&M has money. And again, can you get him to answer the phone? I guess you force people to say no.
I think out of so far of these two, I would imagine probably be easier to get Clark Lee than Mike Elko because of the money situation there at Texas A&M. And I don't think it's easy to get either one of these guys. But okay, next.
Next up from Joel Klatt. I love Kenny Dillingham. I think that this is a guy. You know what I love about him, and this probably isn't a full. I'm not going to give it a full-throated endorsement. I just love listening to him talk. When I hear him talk after games, I like what he has to say. When I hear him preview games, I like what he has to say. He seems to be a down-to-earth, kind of a no-nonsense kind of guy. So I'm a fan of Kenny Dillingham. Young coach, but he's done a great job at Arizona State.
Yeah, I think he's a really good coach and be interesting, but somebody that has no ties at all to the Midwest. So
you better have a staff that does if you're going to do that.
Yeah. And coming up at 11-3 year in 2024, 8-4 this year, but there's no question he can coach.
Yeah. I think when I look back at like Rich Rodriguez, when Rich Rodriguez took over, and this is why I'm fully on board. It doesn't have to be a Michigan man. We can move on from that being a requirement here. But if you go get somebody from the outside, then I think it increases the importance to have a strong regional-based staff. And I look back at Jonathan Smith at Michigan State. Did he have a strong regionally based staff, or did he bring all his guys with him?
Well, his defensive coordinator was at Minnesota.
So that was it. Was that a second defensive coordinator, or did he get him right away?
No, he got him right away.
So, and was that it?
I don't think that was it, but it wasn't like a heavily laden.
Yeah, when Rich Rod came to Ann Arbor, I think he kept one guy around, Fred Jackson, the running back coach.
Who's been there forever.
Yes, and everybody else. And I think if you're going to go outside, that's fine. But I'm talking about for recruiting purposes, knowing the landscape, it's important to have a strong regional staff. And then I think, okay, if it's Kenny Dillingham, Michigan men might be on the staff just to help with the transition as you sort of get your feet wet and understand the context of Big Ten football and all that. So,
yeah, they've had other Michigan State. Courtney Hawkins, another one.
Okay,
wide receivers
good, yeah.
coach, and yeah.
All right, next up. Okay, those are
two right there.
Those two, I would say, are probably in the pipe dream category because Freeman's got the Notre Dame job here, right?
Well, yeah, he's got the Notre Dame job, and apparently the New York Giants want to hire him. So, I again, from the standpoint of what Joel Klatt is saying, and Joel Klatt has basically said, you got to pick up the phone and at least call him. Sure. Pick up the phone, call everybody that you think is worthy of it. Hell, pick up the phone, call Urban Meyer and Nick Saban. It's not going to happen, but at least just turn over every stone and see what's there. Marcus Freeman would be excellent, but Marcus Freeman's in an excellent position in Notre Dame. That's like the pinnacle of coaching. You don't leave there unless you're going to get wooed by LSU apparently.
And
Dan Lanning at Oregon. Does it get, because he mentioned, I don't know if there's another cut on Dan Lanning, or is this the only cut?
I think it's the only cut on Dan Lanning. But
so Dan Lanning at Oregon, is there a better situation money-wise than to be at Oregon?
As far as NIL, I mean, look, Michigan's got a strong NIL support, but I don't know if there's one that's on par with or as good as it. There's more than one, but Oregon is definitely in a strong position there. And I mean, they can kind of run the Northwest.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, don't be afraid to leave the good for the great, right? Yeah. But if you're already in a great situation, why would you leave to potentially be great?
All right, there's one more from Joel Klatt. And I don't want to get into just the overall picture of Joel Klatt's list here, because he said one of these 6 will be the next coach at Michigan, which I thought was pretty strong. But we'll get to that coming up today at 11:18. Hey, sports fans, I want to talk to you a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game, Twin Peaks. With restaurant experiences really taking a nosedive and service really missing the mark, Twin Peaks is up their game. It starts with their culture, employees that believe in the brand. They just flat out produce a better product. It starts with the cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to begin preparing those dynamite dishes you crave. And of course, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. It takes extensive training to get on the floor, and once they do, they deliver an experience no guest can live without. From food, beverage recommendations to just cheering you up when you've had a bad day. No one does it better. And of course, what brings it all together is the sports. They boast wall-to-wall TVs, some as big as 98 inches, that bring you all the action that you crave. Like tonight, pro football this weekend, Army-Navy. Must-win game for the Cardiac Cats, as they fight for the playoffs. Don't be afraid to stop in if you're not all about sports. The Scratch Kitchen boasts awesome items like the house-smoked chicken wings, thighs, ribs. Look, it's outstanding. Plus the 29-degree draft beers that they pour, the craft cocktails. If you're tired of spending $20 on fast food or dining out with a server that just doesn't care, stop by your nearest lodge and see the difference today. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh. Here's an update. Dan Wetzel, our guy, friend of the show, ESPN senior writer. The Washtenaw County Prosecutor's Office tells ESPN no decision on charging Sherrone Moore is expected today. The former coach remains in custody. The matter involving Mr. Moore remains, this is a quote, the matter involving Mr. Moore remains under active investigation by law enforcement, and as a result, we do not expect charging decisions on an arraignment today. Mr. Moore remains in custody at the Washtenaw County Jail. I mean, this is hard to believe. This is hard to believe in the last 24 hours what has transpired, but it has. And now, look, I called at the beginning of the show, Michigan needs to clean up their act. You know, the nonsense, which is something that gets in the way, and it's sports organizations all the time, but they need to clean up their act. The Block M is a strong brand, but it can only take so much. And it at this point, you know, the nonsense, starting with the nonsense has to go away. The next head coach, and they have an interim president. They've got an embattled athletic director right now. They need to get all these people aligned and understand that you cannot, it feels like abuse of the brand. And, you know, the idea that Joel Klatt's mentioning all these big names, Joel Klatt's pretty well dialed in. But I'm thinking if you don't get your act in order, people aren't going to take your phone calls anymore. There was one more from Joel Klatt. He said one of these six will be the next coach at Michigan. Clark Lee at Vandy, Mike Elko at Texas A&M, Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State, Marcus Freeman, Notre Dame, Dan Lanning, Oregon, and here's the last one. Okay. Now, as far as Klatt's concerned, I've had a chance to talk to Joel quite a bit. And I know he's not for everybody. No broadcaster is. But the one thing that I have realized is how well dialed in he is. I can speak to, you know, as far as how dialed he is in what was going on in Michigan and elsewhere. And he's got connections. He said one of these six is going to be the next coach at Michigan. And then he offered up some names and said, make them say no. And I'm like, is this a high end, like the first six people he'd call list? Or does he really mean that he thinks one of these six is going to be the next coach at Michigan? Because that tells me he thinks one of these six would take it. Now, it doesn't mean the one, like, okay, let's say he got him ranked 1 to 6. And the number 6 is Kenny Dillingham. But he'd call these other 5 first. I just thought it was interesting wording on his part. Now, maybe I'm taking it too literally, but I find it interesting. He thinks one of those 6 would be the next coach.
Well, I mean, it is 6 names for whatever it's worth. I think every athletic director probably has a secret list of coaches that they have just in case something goes crazy, like what happened. I don't know what would be on Ward Manuel's list, but this sounds like it's a list that anybody would come up with when you think of, okay, top coaches in football. I mean, where's Kirby Smart? Why isn't he on this list? You know, it just seems weird that Marcus Freeman, Dan Lanning, both of those guys are on the list. I would think that's like nearly untouchable given their situations. Curt Cignetti at Indiana just got a massive bump. They've got serious funding there too. He's got it great at Indiana. Their schedule is such that they play nobody in the non-conference schedule for the next 62 years, I think.
Dude, it's
they got Notre Dame. They got 5 years or something where they don't play anybody of his substance.
They got Notre Dame in 2030. I think is the first realistic opponent that you could think might beat them.
5 years.
Yeah.
5 years where you're guaranteed 3 wins a year before you start your Big Ten schedule. So it's good to be Curt Cignetti. It's good to have back-to-back playoff appearances. It's good to be the number 1 seed. I just think that would be a pipe dream too. But same thing but again, pick up the phone. The way he has phrased it, pick up the phone and make them say no. Mm-hmm. I think that's wise to say that because it's also, okay, don't expect it, but why not ask? It doesn't hurt to ask. You're going to have to ask the question. You're not going to get the answer you want, but at least you have to ask. You have to do the due diligence. So then you have those other 3 names on the list. And again, I would think it'd be really hard to get Clark Lee from Vanderbilt or Mike Elko in particular, Mike Elko from Texas A&M. But Clark Lee at Vanderbilt would be a great coach for Michigan, except is this his dream job to be at Vanderbilt where he's at? Kenny Dillingham is the one name on the list that's kind of like the outlier. He's only been a head coach for 3 years, and it's Arizona State. You know, would he take a gig in Ann Arbor? I would imagine he would, but is that even the right fit?
You know, I need to do more of a deep dive. Obviously, his football teams are really good, and he's done a great job at a place that has had problems maintaining any kind of winning tradition. He also seems to me like a no-nonsense guy, but outside looking in, things can be misleading. So it would take a further deep dive, but I think he'd be a strong candidate.
The one thing I find interesting, that because after what you've had to say, I feel like I know what you're going to say to this. And when I bring up Jedd Fisch's name at Washington, I think would be an excellent choice. But Jedd Fisch coached quarterbacks under Harbaugh at Michigan, and you had said earlier that you
I don't want anybody
anything
else from the Harbaugh lineage. No, I don't. Now, Fisch was early, and he was way before any of the nonsense with Harbaugh. I don't know how deep those ties are. I guess I'm specific to Jay Harbaugh, who some fans say, go get him. He was a great young assistant here. John Harbaugh, I just by association, that means Jim is going to be around again, and that's another distraction. And Jesse Minter, who was right in the heart of that whole ordeal. I'm less inclined with Fisch because he doesn't feel to me like a Harbaugh guy. He seems like a guy Harbaugh hired and then used it as a springboard for somewhere else. But you know, he's an interesting, probably attainable candidate. That again, I'd have to do some research on. 248-539-9797. Terry's in Southfield and next. Hello, Terry.
Hello, how you guys doing?
What's up?
You know, I think personally, if the call's coming from Ward Manuel, I'll be hesitant to take it too, because you know, through all this stuff, and you know, he's been seeming to survive this, but I think he's got to take some ownership on some of these, on some of the stuff that's been going on there. I'm talking about, I know this wasn't in his era, but it's even back with the whole Bo Schembechler thing. You know, it's even going back that far. You know, so if the call's coming from Ward Manuel, I'll be hesitant to take it too, because he's got to take some blame on this stuff too.
But Terry, if you're, let's just say for the sake of argument, you're Kalen DeBoer, okay, and Ward Manuel calls you up, and you don't love your situation at Alabama because the fans hate you, and if you lose to Oklahoma, they're going to be saying, yeah, go ahead, take the Michigan job. But even if you're any of these other guys, it's still it's the Michigan job. What difference does it make if the athletic director is a guy who has, you know, made mistakes in the past because he hired Jim Harbaugh and he's, you know, had all these problems since with the Harbaugh tree. You're not the Harbaugh tree. You're your own tree. And you would, as a candidate, I would imagine, if you're Kalen DeBoer or Dan Lanning or Marcus Freeman or any of these other names that people are throwing out there, that you hold the cards in this whole situation. You get to dictate the terms. Not only can you dictate your salary and what you want your assistants to be paid, you get to make sure that if I want this program to run on the up and up, I want systems in place to ensure that happens. And Michigan would be more than willing to accommodate that because it would make them look better. I don't know why a coach wouldn't answer the call.
248-539-9797. I want to talk more about Kalen DeBoer and whether we really think that could happen. And we will get to that today at 11:31. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Man, cold weather sucks, right? Especially extreme cold. It can wreak havoc on your garage door. It can make some really strange noises. You got some pieces that are in moving parts there that get brittle in the cold, and they can break. And when that happens, you got to call the right people. And the right people are Precision Garage Door Service. I know this firsthand. I had to call them years ago when I had problems with my garage doors. They came out and fixed the problem right away. Expert technicians in the field. They have all the equipment necessary in their trucks to fix things, and they get it done right, and they're amazing with that. Not only that, if you need new garage doors, call Precision for new garage doors. They've got a warehouse is just chock full of them, and they can be installed in some cases as little as 24 hours. They offer same-day services. Emergency repairs are available, and weekends, they're available at no extra charge. Need to get somebody to come out and take a look at your garage door? Look no further. Call this number, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit the website and schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, we mentioned before the break, could they get Kalen DeBoer? If they get Kalen DeBoer, that's about as good as hires you could have to try and pull him out of this dark time. Kalen DeBoer, according to some, has lobbied for this job in the past. Sam Webb had reported that. And the fit at Alabama, how do you think that is going at Alabama?
Well, they didn't make the playoff last year, right? So was that his first year there where they didn't make the playoff and they weren't thrilled about that. Makes the playoff this year, but barely. I don't think they're thrilled with how things have worked, and yet I think the standard is set at ridiculously high at Alabama because what Nick Saban was able to accomplish. I think Kalen DeBoer is a hell of a coach, and I think if you would just shut up and get out of his way, he'll lead you to national championships. But if they're going to be that stupid about it and force him to look elsewhere, okay. From what I understand, there's not a heavy buyout.
No,
it's
doesn't
like
appear to be.
extraordinarily reasonable. It's like $3 million for 1 year and $4 million in the next, or 4 and 5, whatever it is. I think it's less than $10 million to buy him out. So that would be easy enough for anybody to come and swoop in. I was looking at an article on The Athletic from Bruce Feldman, who wrote possible candidates for the Michigan job, and one of them was Kalen DeBoer, and he said he was never actually a serious candidate for the Penn State job. Sources told The Athletic neither DeBoer nor his representatives had any contact with anyone connected to the Nittany Lions search. So that's interesting. But he, coached at Eastern? Wasn't he an offensive coordinator there? So knows the area at the very least, even if it's only for a small period of time, but that's all it takes.
Yeah.
Hell of a coach. If Michigan landed Kalen DeBoer, it'd be huge. But I can't help but think Alabama, as much as the fan base may talk how they don't like him,
right?
Do you really want to let him go at this stage when you don't have a coach?
You know what? What's going to happen?
Then?
Lane Kiffin.
Well, I mean, the Lane Kiffin call is going to be obvious, but that would be an amazing story to watch unfold if Lane Kiffin bolts LSU for Alabama before he coaches a single day. That'd
kind
be amazing.
Of on brand.
Yeah, kind of on brand, and yet I can't see that happening. So I guess that's my point, is that be careful what you wish for Alabama fans. If you want them out, I mean, what's the alternative? You're going to have who's going to coach the team for the next year?
I mean, I don't know, dude. It just the absurdity of I've said it, and now both Michigan and Michigan State have been in the middle of it, which is the offseason taking place during the season is ridiculous. But maybe the timing could work out if Bama loses to Oklahoma. And if Bama loses to Oklahoma, they may run them out of town anyway.
Well, it's a real interesting situation there, right? Because, like I mentioned, the buyout isn't much at all. But if Alabama sees what's going on here, like, wait a minute, okay, let's calm our heads here. We need to protect ourselves. So that means you got to re-up with Kalen DeBoer, and now you have to throw some teeth in it and say there's a $50 million buyout. We're going to give you an increase of $500,000 a year or whatever it is, because he's already making a sweet amount of money there. But I don't know. It's going to be fun to watch if in fact, Michigan decides to look that way, look down south for the next coach.
248-539-9797. Adam is next. Hi, Adam.
Hey, guys. How's it going? I'm out here in Phoenix, Arizona. 18 years now, huge Michigan fan. But my wife went to ASU, so we kind of have some unique perspective into the Kenny Dillingham name being dropped in that. I was listening to sports radio here in Arizona this morning, and Kenny's always said he wants to stay. He's a hometown guy, but it makes the guys here nervous that they said, hey, but it's Michigan. He's going to look at it. But he's a hell of a coach, very charismatic, same philosophy we have in terms of toughness and running the ball. So I think Kenny Dillingham will be a great fit.
Well, you may know better than I. I've watched from afar and been impressed, haven't followed the program, like listening to his press conferences, which doesn't mean he's a great coach, but I like him. So we'll see as we dig deeper into this over the next few days, weeks. I think that Michigan's got to get their own house in order before they can really make a strong run. But the way I see it, there's kind of an 8-day timeline on that, which may or may not include a change at athletic director. And, that should get evaluated. But a lot should get evaluated in the wake of what just happened. As far as Dillingham's concerned, I think a very strong candidate, young guy, bring a lot of enthusiasm. If they go that route, then I something that I don't really think is a prerequisite to be the head coach might be a prerequisite to be part of his staff, and that is I think he should have a few Michigan guys on his staff to help him navigate the transition from out there to here.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that, it kind of hits close to home, I have some family that works for the university, specifically the football team. And, one of the things that is the potential with all of this fallout is all of the people's names that people don't know who are going to get caught up in this storm and could be left in the wake when it comes to staff transition. So it's huge news. It's heavy hitting across the board. And it sucks for the people that are going to be affected. But, it would be nice to have the Michigan ties and maybe keep some of those key members of the staff there to have some continuity, especially when it comes to hanging on to the recruits.
Well, what about a name of a coach who coached in the state, was a head coach in the state, coached some monster programs, and had recruited the quarterback at Michigan and lost out, and now he's available, in Brian Kelly.
Not interested.
But would Michigan be interested?
I have no idea. I feel like Brian Kelly, his name is mud in the college football landscape after this. I think people saw what happened at LSU,
but was he just a fish out of water there?
I think he was a fish out of water, but it sounds to me like people think he just started mailing it in there. And I kind of wondering if Brian Kelly's done. I mean, if you're going to go that route, like the names, there's some names that we haven't mentioned yet that could be in, but I just would be shocked.
Hey, Tony Annese.
Tony Annese. He's one at every level.
Ferris State.
But this is where you get into, and with all respect due to some of these candidates that will come up, like the guy who called up and said Adam Stenavich or Tony Annese, really good football coaches might be exceptionally good at some point. If they get down to that level, that tells me of one of two things. The brand is taking a big hit, or people don't trust the athletic director. That's what it would tell me. And, whether it's Ward or somebody else. But 248-539-9797. Brandon is next. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
Good. Yeah, man. I'm just reaching out. I hear a lot of buzz about these different coaches, and taking them from different programs and stuff. But we have a guy in John Gruden who doesn't even have a coaching job, and we could go and get him right now. And furthermore, on John Gruden, I believe that he would truly help the development with Bryce Underwood. And I just don't know why or what your guys' thoughts are on why we aren't looking at him more. Instead of trying to steal like DeBoer from Alabama or Dillingham from ASU, you got John Gruden just sitting here like, you know what I mean? You could bring him right in, if that makes any sense.
John Gruden's been sitting for a while, and there's probably a reason he's been sitting for a while. I mean, when he was let go, it was, scandalous when he was let go with the emails that surfaced with the NFL, and that's not putting him in any good favor. And I don't know if Michigan wants to, does Michigan need to find the most pristine candidate they can find right now? And if that's the case, Gruden's not that guy.
Yeah, I think whether he needs to be the most pristine, it doesn't need to be the most pristine, but I don't think they're going to go the Gruden route. I think that
he'd be entertaining.
Oh, he'd be entertaining, and he might be really, really good. I'm just not sure that they're going to go there. It strikes me that would not be. You don't have to be a Michigan man, but I don't think they want to go there given what was.
Nobody has gone there, which is interesting to me.
Yeah. Yep. And when did he get fired? Do you know?
I can look it up. It's been a while.
I mean, we're talking 4 or 5 years ago. 2021 was his last year with the Raiders. So he's been out there. And 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Look, it's obviously a rough day for Michigan fans. We've talked about it for the first 2 hours of the show. What do you want to see? What is your reaction to what happened, and what do you hope happens next? 248-539-9797. It's time for Michigan to get their house in order, quit with the self-inflicted gunshot wounds, and the nonsense, which I've cited when stuff gets in the way of the job at hand. They need to cut down on that. And how you do that, I don't know, but I don't know how to run an athletic department. I don't know how to run a university. I don't know how to run a football program. I know that we're talking about this stuff way too much. 248-539-9797. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're ready to slay the holidays with year-end savings on new Silverados. Lease the 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for only $279 a month for 24 months. With no money down, $279. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH, saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount, Costco, and current lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends January 2nd. Our car, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Sean. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Sean.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Yeah, I was reading an article a while ago, and they was mentioning Brian Griese may be a good candidate at the time. And I was just wondering how you guys feel about that.
For what? For head coach?
For head coach, yes.
So I can't look. Brian's awesome, but Brian, I can't imagine him becoming the head coach at Michigan at this point in his career. He was with the 49ers. I don't know what he's doing now.
From Wikipedia, he's not coaching right now.
Okay, well, there you go.
Was with San Francisco from 22 to 24 as the quarterback's coach.
Yeah, I mean,
which is his only coaching experience.
I feel like somebody needs to come in here that has been a head coach, that understands the challenges of putting together the whole thing and do their best to leave nothing to chance. Like, I feel like too much has been left to chance at Michigan. It's either been careless or not properly vetted. I mean, I don't know that to be a fact, but from the outside looking in, when I look at what's going on, okay, why is stuff keep going on? And that, so I think bringing a head coach with no experience probably wouldn't be the wisest of moves. John is next on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hello?
What's up?
Yeah, this is John.
Yes.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry. I think, though, that they need to clean house from top to bottom. I think they need a new athletic director. This is just way too much controversy and too many bad things happening. The organization is not being properly managed. I realize that there's no way you can make enough rules to prevent bad actors from acting bad. I mean, some people are just going to be bad no matter what you do. But it seems to me like there are some missing basic rules that need to be put in place. For example, knowing that there are so many male staffers, coaches, and student athletes in that building until late at night all the time. Female staffers and other staffers in general should have standard working hours and should not be in that building at night when
John,
there are a few other people around. You know,
Look, with all respect due, this isn't an epidemic across college athletics that female staffers are having relationships. This is a unique situation. I don't think you can limit the ability of female staffers to do the job.
Might be a little bit broad. And sorry for using the word broad. Adding some levity.
I mean, does it seem a bit extreme? Bit. From an unnamed text. I'm sorry, no, this is from Ben in Traverse City. I would like Tom Brady and Charles Woodson to be involved in the next head coach search. The athletic director has to go. We need to come up with an interim board of Michigan men to lead the search. Well, I don't know if it needs to be Michigan men, but I mean, what's going to be interesting is you know, as this thing, as they progress and now sort of look at the damage, okay? Assess the damage of this entire thing. If they figure out that, and they come to the conclusion that it's not going to be Warde Manuel, which, given what's happened, is under question, do they put another athletic director in place, or do they call up the governor of Louisiana and have him hire the coach? No, do they put together a group that vets out coaching candidates and try and hire a coach and bring the athletic director in later, Lion style, where they go get the best head coach they can if they also have to hire an athletic director? Because my thought is, if you are going to make a change at athletic director, do it quick and get the next guy quick, or woman quick, so that you know you can salvage what you can to the roster in the recruiting class. That shouldn't be the sole motivation. Like if, I don't know, Andy Reid, and he's going to be coaching, a bad example, who's somebody who might be coaching deep into the, Mike McDonald, no, I don't want a Harbaugh guy. Who's somebody that's going to be Dan Campbell, as an example. takes the Lions to the Super Bowl, but he wants the job, would you wait for him? Yes, you'd wait for him. But time is of the essence, but it's not a sole driver of motivation here.
Now I do think they have some time, but to your point earlier, it's a lack of leadership right now because of an interim president, an embattled athletic director, and no football coach now. How are you going to get everybody all lined up quickly? I don't know if that happens.
It might have to be.
From that standpoint, it's a confluence of horrible timing for Michigan.
Yeah.
If you're just looking at a hire for a football coach, I think it's the worst thing in the world. But when it comes to everything else and you want it all to align and hopefully work as well as it can, I mean, it's not a good time when you're not sure who the president's going to be or who the athletic director is going to be. I mean, the Board of Regents is meeting today about the situation. So what are they going to say coming out of this? That's going to be interesting to hear if there's a statement released or if anybody's speaking.
Doug, I'm not joking, but Carol Hutchins considered taking the AD position. Carol Hutchins is the longtime softball coach, legend, incredibly well respected. Do I think she'd take the AD position now? Knowing her personally, I don't think now in her life she would. I think at one point she might have, but I haven't asked her. But Hutch is incredibly well respected. I've seen some stuff come in about would John Jansen have a role? John might. And, that's a guy who loves Michigan, understands Michigan.
Did he say anything this morning about who he would prefer as a coach or who he thinks?
Himself.
Himself? Did
he? Somebody brought up and asked him would he coach. And he said, hell yeah, I'd coach. But, yeah, I didn't. I was on the phone all morning. I didn't hear much of the morning show.
I didn't know if you guys had talked.
Kang, we haven't got your thoughts on all this. Yeah, you got the entire Michigan saga. What have you heard that you liked and don't like?
My first perspective was when I heard the news and all my Michigan buddies text me or called me was they weren't like sad or disappointed that Sherrone Moore was ultimately getting fired and no longer the head football coach. And I found that interesting, aside from the craziness that ensued after until last night. But I just found it weird that he had a huge upset over Ohio State last year, right?
Yeah, massive.
Massive. This year he comes in with a freshman quarterback, and I know he's highly touted, but a freshman quarterback still gets you right up to the last game of the year where you almost might make the playoff. Then this happens, he gets fired, and everyone's like, okay. And like no one, it didn't seem like anyone cried any tears from who I knew. Of course, there are some people that still want him around. But I felt like the majority of people were just ready to move on anyways. And I found that kind of weird after what he's done in a short amount of time. I know there's been stuff that came with it, but a lot of it was brought on like Jim Harbaugh and that whole spectacle before him.
It's funny when you word it that way because I think of myself and what I've said in the past about Harbaugh and specifically with quarterbacks where I always thought he kept kicking the can down the road because he kept bringing in the new quarterback.
Transfers.
Yeah, transfers. Instead of going with the guy that you recruited. And yet, here comes Sherrone Moore, finally gets arguably the top recruit in the country, a quarterback. They give him the opportunity, which is what I thought that Harbaugh should have done all along. He does it. They go through the growing pains, and then now all this just collapses around him. It's kind of shocking.
So it's an interesting text we got from a listener. We do this all the time. An individual does something wrong, and then we have to find many others to blame as well. Michigan is not accepting of what happened. They took the steps to fire the individual that did not follow the school standards. They did what they were supposed to do. In this case, yeah, I guess. I mean, the question is about, and this is why people question it, these internet rumors were out there for a while. And there's a lot of fiction on the internet. Let me be clear on that. There's a lot of stuff out there that has no validity whatsoever. But sometimes you see things and make phone calls. And I've done this a lot where I'm like, okay, is this something that has some legs? When I called on this that was out there, I was told specifically at that point, there was nothing but vigorous denials from people involved. I mean, there was talk of lawyering up. But, at the end of the day, and I'll never forget, though, person close to the situation said, as far as the evidence we have so far gathered, there's nothing to it. But that could change. And apparently that changed yesterday.
Well, also the veracity of, how hard are you really digging?
Well, what
do you want to see?
That's what I was going to get to with that person that sent the text. That's what needs to get looked at. Did they, was this hey, did you do this? No? Okay,
No?
cool.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
You're
Or
right.
was it,
Can I see your phone?
yeah, we need to talk. There needs to be conversations. Like, how serious did they do an investigation? And was there any cover up? That's the other thing. Is that can't be tolerated. So I agree with that person if there's nothing to all that. But at the end of the day, that's for Michigan to find out and see if there's any other culpability there as well. More of your phone calls and feedback. We've got open lines, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. We have updates in the case of Sharon Moore. The Washtenaw County Prosecutor's Office says it is not planning to charge Michigan former head coach Sharon Moore today. Quote, the matter involving Mr. Moore remains under active investigation by law enforcement, and as a result, we do not expect charging decisions or an arraignment today. Mr. Moore remains in custody at the Washtenaw County Jail, unquote. That's from a statement from the Washtenaw County Prosecutor's Office. Police can hold Moore for up to 48 hours before charges must be filed or he must be released. Also, Michigan alum and sports journalist John U. Bacon posted on X moments ago, quote, UM conducted an internal investigation interviewing both Moore and the employee, parentheses, separately, I presume, this summer. Both said no how and no way anything was happening between them, which didn't give UM much to go on. Her account flipped yesterday morning, unquote. In other news, Notre Dame linebackers coach and former Spartan Max Bulla is returning to Michigan State as the linebackers coach and co-defensive coordinator next season. Bulla was on the Michigan State team that won the 2014 Rose Bowl. And the Red Wings return to the ice tonight for the second game of a back-to-back after taking down the Calgary Flames yesterday. Simon Edvinsson got hurt in that game, and in a reactionary move, the Wings have now called up Eric Gustafson from Grand Rapids. They have also activated Mason Appleton off of injured reserve. A win over the Oilers tonight would mark 4 straight for Detroit. That game in Edmonton starts right here on 97.1 at 9 o'clock. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So what else? What else is going on?
You want to talk about other stuff?
No, I'll talk about whatever the audience wants to talk about. It's just
So I did try something the other day that is something I think we have brought up in the past on Are You Going to Eat That?
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's something I believe that you said you would be interested in as well.
Okay.
It's the strawberry Eggo waffle, but it's the protein waffle.
Oh, yeah? And?
It's fine.
You like it?
It's all right. I mean, it's a frozen waffle.
It's not exactly a...
Well, I mean, for you, you'd probably love it just because it's got protein and you think
Probably.
so you don't really care as much about the flavor as long as you get the nutritional value. I mean, is it as good as a regular Eggo? No.
Okay.
Is it passable? Absolutely.
We had an Are You Going to Eat That schedule for today, and it's all gotten put on the back burner due to the Sharon Moore firing. So we might do it tomorrow, but I will tell you that there are some things in that Are You Going to Eat That? I can't wait to get your impression of.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, if you missed the beginning of the show, the beginning I was like, okay, enough with the nonsense. They have to get their house in order. There's an interim president at the University of Michigan. There's an embattled AD. There's now an opening at the head football coach. And I don't know who's to blame. I don't know the first thing. I honestly don't know how to coach a football team, nor would I try. Don't claim to. I don't know how to run an athletic department. I don't know how to run a university. But I feel like this is what a lack of strong leadership would look like. Now, what that's traceable back to, that's up for the people on the inside to figure out. Because I'm not part of an investigative team. And I think too many people talk about stuff they don't know about. But this is what it feels like it would look like to me. And I think there's a long look in the mirror about, okay, where does this start? And it probably starts at the top. And, okay, what are we going to do with the university president, who then needs to have strong say over the athletic director and whether or not there's accountability in that office, and then right down to the football coach. Now, there may, like the athletic director in this particular case, you know, there was stuff out there on the internet about a possibility that Sharon Moore was having an inappropriate relationship. And an investigation was conducted. They investigate everything that comes in on their tip line, right? They investigate everything. So when they do that, you know, they come back and they say, no, there's nothing here at this time. But that could change. This is what I was told. And it did yesterday. There was veracity to it. The people involved, I know virtually everybody involved. I'm not friends with them. I'm friendly with them. No sign of it outwardly. But, you know, I do know with a wife and 3 small children, it's tragic for them. And it's terrible. And then Sharon handled it, unfortunately, in a terrible way that will have consequences. And they had him spending overnight in jail. If this is, you know, what it was on the surface, an inappropriate relationship, I think there's a chance after some time Sharon Moore would be back in coaching. I don't know now. Like, after the way he handled this, there's all kinds of rumors. So let me be clear about that. And one thing that we've been bound to, okay, is talking about fact and what we know and not fiction. But here's something that Michigan needs to figure out: why in their house stuff happens that that brings shame to the brand. And it's a huge brand in college athletics. So big that this morning they were talking about some of the biggest names in the sport being the next coach at Michigan. And the reasons that were cited on national networks is because it's Michigan. And it's not all people that are tied into Michigan, although certainly those were involved. But independent sources as well think that Michigan's going to get some people to pick up the phone for the head coaching job. My point is, before they even get there, they need to quit pushing the tolerances of their own brand to try and to make sure that they're not doing irreparable damage. Like, you can't keep having scandals of one kind or another. And why does it keep happening? And that requires some self-reflection, some investigation, people at the university to figure it out, because, eventually, and it may have already happened. I don't know that. We don't know that people won't pick up the phone because they're like, I'm not going up there.
Well, there's been way too much elasticity with what's been going on there, to the point where maybe this is the final one that actually breaks the band and you have to start all over. And starting all over isn't always a bad thing. It could be a good thing. I think that I would imagine Michigan's going to be able to hire a coach of real substance that would appease the fan base, that people would say, oh, that's an upgrade over Sharon Moore. But what's the cost it's coming with? And there haven't been any charges filed yet to this point. And according to the latest reporting, they still haven't decided whether they're going to charge him with anything based on the incident that happened yesterday. But even if that goes away, the act did not. And the taint involved in this has not gone away. And there is a stain on Michigan football. And it's a stain that's been getting larger and larger and larger year by year. And it needs to stop. They need to find somebody to come in and clean it up. In my opinion, you got to fire Ward Manuel. It's just too many things under his watch. Whether he's culpable in this or not, if they didn't vet enough, I don't care at this point, because it's just another incident under his watch. Whether he knew it or not, it's just too many. It's just too many.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Shep in Detroit. You're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Shep?
Hey, what's going on, brothers? I agree. But two things. Since we talking about Michigan, I just want to say, Coach Moore, first of all, we all work that job. There's women around. You might get attracted. You might, you know what I'm saying, exchange numbers, have a relationship. When you in that type of spotlight, yes, I agree. You have to conduct yourself a certain way. But
when you're a married man, don't you have to conduct yourself a certain way?
Yes. Well, because I don't want you guys to cut me off, because I want to talk
No, we're not cutting you off. I'm just saying it goes beyond just being, you're a married man.
Right. You are a made man, and it's women around. They can call it a scandal. It's always a scandal, and we know what goes on. We know if you see an attractive woman at the workplace and she digging you know what I'm saying? Like, but let me get to the point.
I think I know what you're saying. I don't like what you're saying.
I don't know if I agree with you.
Okay.
We can resist urges, Shep.
Yes, that's why when you get to that level, a lot of guys are married, you go home. But when you're not, when you're the man at Michigan, you're the coach at Michigan. Like, that's the best job in the world.
It does, yeah. Why risk it? Like, no matter.
So that supersedes the fact that he's a married man, father of 3, a lot to lose.
First of all, we don't know the details. I want to go to the Pistons. This city should get behind. Like, in 2004, it took us a long time to get behind the Pistons because we didn't believe in them. But this year with Cade, if he could stop turning the ball over and we get rid of Ivy and beef stew for Lloyd Marketing or another sharpshooter, we'll be all right. We will be all right. I just want the city to get behind the Pistons, man.
I think the 17-4 start. I think they are behind the
Yeah, Shep, the second part of your message is I can totally endorse, and I hope that people are behind the Pistons. Thank you for the phone call. The stupid NBA Cup giving them a week off in the middle of the season blows because I want to see them play.
They need time. They need time to heal up and work together here. I don't mind it.
You don't
I mind it from the fact that I want to see the Pistons play. We have to wait till tomorrow night. I don't mind it from the standpoint that they just got Ivy back. They're getting, Tobias back. They're getting Marcus Sasser back. They're getting all these guys back. Having them practice together is not a bad thing. Now, the idea of trading Ivy and Isaiah Stewart for Lauri Markkanen, okay, it's interesting from a scoring standpoint to get an outside shooter, but do you hurt your identity but if you lose Isaiah Stewart defensively, what he brings?
Don't know. I will say that I think Detroit is, maybe it's too slow for our guy Shep, but I think Detroit is getting on board with the Pistons. They play a very attractive brand of basketball.
Yes, they do.
They play hard on both ends. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, every Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. Last week, I think in this live read, I said, how about Jahmyr Gibbs? Not only did Jahmyr Gibbs score the first touchdown, he scored the last touchdown, which doubled the payout. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last, or in Jahmyr's case, both touchdowns, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets, which last week I think was $68. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. I think the minimum wager is $5, so it's a nice little side bet you can make there. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally amongst all eligible participants who made the first or last TD pick, the correct one. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Carson Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Joe.
Hi.
Hey.
Yeah, this really hits home. I'm a alum, and this whole incident happened basically across the street from where I lived for 20 years. But I disagree with this whole idea that the AD needs to be fired. I mean, he's done an incredible job. Look at Michigan basketball right now. Look at Michigan hockey. We had the national championship 2 years ago. This is an isolated incident. This is Coach Moore.
But is it? Because how many things have we seen with the football program? How many?
Yeah,
I mean, come on, man. It's a lot. You can say, now I shouldn't. My opinion is they should let him go. Yours is they should not. But I mean, do you recognize how much has gone on in the football program under his watch?
Look at all the other sports. I mean, we're just
okay. Great. He made a great hire for the hockey team. He made a great hire for the basketball team. Was what happened with Xavier Simpson and his car?
So here's the thing, and that's kind of a minor story, relatively speaking, but you do understand that almost all ADs don't get a second chance to hire a football coach.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, maybe to be fair, his second basketball coach might be one of the best hires in the country in Dusty May. So he may, but I think his culpability needs to be looked at. And if there's any either A, cover up, or B, carelessness, not proper vetting, then there is accountability there. 248-539-9797. Jack in Royal Oak is next. Hello, Jack.
Hey, fellas. I can't even believe what I'm hearing about how Ward Manuel should not be fired, or how in the next hire, there needs to be like a Michigan man involvement in this whole thing. Like, the athletic department at the University of Michigan has been shrouded in controversy for like 10 straight years, from the hockey program, the football program, all sorts of stuff. The basketball program, Juwan Howard punching coaches in the face.
Jack, to be clear, there's not what you're claiming. There's not a whole lot. Hold on, Jack. There's not a whole lot of what you said that you can't believe you're hearing.
I cannot believe I'm hearing it.
There's not a lot of it.
How is Ward Manuel still employed? How is Ward Manuel still employed?
Well, there's process.
There's a lack of institutional control.
There is process, Jack.
Guys, I am just saying.
And it very well may happen. Like, Jack, I'm just saying, it very well may happen.
Yeah, it may happen.
You got to follow certain protocols.
Than you think.
Yeah.
I mean, if the Board of Regents is meeting today, I mean, something could happen today. It could be an announcement. But yeah, there's a lot under his watch, specifically with the football program. If you want to venture out past it, you can. You'll find other incidents as well. But with the football program, it's been bad.
There's going to be stuff that happens, right? The question is there a repeated pattern, and is he the reason why? And I think that takes a long look. But even if they decide he's not, you have to decide can Ward Manuel make the hire that needs to be made? Right? The person that if somebody's going to take this job, they have to believe in the athletic director too, right?
I mean, I suppose. I mean, certainly the hockey coach and new basketball coach are excellent hires. There's no question about that.
I think he hired Kim Barnes-Rico, and she's killing it. But yes.
So, I mean, his recent hires have been good. But the fact that he's tied to this football program and the constant turnover with assistant coaches and the scandals that they've brought forth, whether it's
let's face it,
spying or not, or the Mazi Smith case and the gun and not letting anybody know about that for months later, and there's just a lot there.
It's kind of why I just keep saying I'm done with the Harbaugh. You don't need to be part of Harbaugh's lineage. And then if there are good people and good coaches that mean they can't be part of the next coaching hire, then so be it. But I think we can say that the Harbaugh thing ran its course in Ann Arbor. Dan is next. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Scott, Doug. Awfully weird news out of Ann Arbor, and I did not see it coming. I don't follow the rumors like maybe some other people do, but I think Ward's got to go, number one, and then do you bring in an interim person like a Red Berenson or a Carol Hutchins, somebody that has that retiree legacy there that kind of helps them
I think Red's probably.
Yeah, didn't Red just turn 86?
Yeah, Red's pretty comfortable in his retirement. Hutch might make some sense. I don't know if she'd want to do it.
But somebody needs. Well, they got to select somebody else, right? And then you just put somebody in that can. When Chris Spielman came in and helped Sheila Ford, and then they got Dan Campbell, they got Brad Holmes. I don't know if I saw that coming. Them being able to weather that. They hired the coach. They hired the GM for the Lions. And I guess they're sort of in the same situation. They've got to hire a coach for the football program, and I think that needs to be Jeff Monken from Army. And then they almost have to hire an athletic director.
I heard Jeff. I thought it was going to be Brom.
Oh, no. I think Jeff Monken has done an incredible job at Army. I think it might be the guy that can help really get the culture. And he's good defense. He's always maximized the value from his players at Army. And has, I think, restored that program.
Sage comes from a disciplined background.
Yeah. Sad what everything has happened at Michigan. And I think as fans, you should expect better from everyone there.
Yep.
And I think you guys have echoed that message. But I think Ward needs to go, and they need to find somebody, to help them weather this storm. And that's kind of how I fall on it. So.
Dan, thank you. 248-539-9797. William and Flint. Hello, William.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. One point about the coach, but first, Ward Manuel has to go, or else he has to wear a lapel pin around the office that says lack of institutional control on it. Jack mentioned that a minute ago, and that's his label. That's his label. But a name that I have not heard on any of the radio or TV shows this morning talking about, and remember, Bo Schembechler came from the Mid-American Conference, but Lance Taylor is very impressive. He just won the MAC, and he played for Saban. What do you think? Thanks a lot. I'll listen.
I'm sorry. Who did he say?
Lance Taylor.
All right. The guy from Western Michigan. Probably early. Was he in his first year there?
No. This is his third season at Western.
Okay.
Went 4-8, 6-7, and then this year 9-4. So
I think he's
19-19.
He's a rising young coach. I like that he has coaching experience. I would think that, again, he's probably given some of the names that are being kicked around as possible candidates, I think he'd be down the list, but strong rising candidate, yeah.
Coach in the NFL, was an assistant coach, coached Notre Dame.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Interesting text here. David Northfield says, Doug, you're 100% correct. I'm a third-generation alum, and I'm embarrassed. We had a little family meeting last night, and we are done donating to the university and supporting the university in virtually every way. I still value my Michigan degree. The university allowed us to live very comfortable lives, but enough is enough. I don't know how Ward Manuel has been able to keep his job. There has been a series of very poor hirings under his watch. It's almost like they don't have a personnel department down there. The other thing is we have to stop electing these clowns on the Board of Regents. People, this is 100% lack of leadership from elected officials on the board all the way to the coaches. Sorry for the long-winded text. That's from Dave. Dave, I won't claim to know where the lack of leadership is coming from. I think you have to be on the inside to really be able to to really understand. Personally, I think you have to be on the inside to really give an understanding where it's coming from, whether it's the regents or athletic director, or there's an interim president right now. They need to get everybody aligned in order and understand what is acceptable and what is clearly not acceptable. Okay? And what is clearly a problem is the nonsense that is getting in the way of the athletic department, and specifically the football program. Now, is that vetting at the very base level, when you're bringing people in, are you doing a good job vetting them? Was this investigation thorough enough? Was there any cover-up? But honestly, right now, I mean, I don't know what the interim president's role is. Is the interim president going to hire the athletic director? If they make a change, is the interim president going to make the call to move on? If they decide to make a change, who's hiring the football coach? Like, they need to get everything aligned. I don't know what the dysfunction is, but this feels like a product of some dysfunction.
Well, this is where I say this is the confluence of events that it's a bad time for Michigan, because
it's a terrible time.
Interim people you think should be let go, and people that have been let go.
Additionally, the coaching cycle, it's not completely closed. I mean, maybe Michigan can get some people to pick up the phone that wouldn't pick up the phone for some other jobs. But we don't know that to be the case. 248-539-9797. Send your text over. We got streaming on Odyssey and our website, plus streaming with video on Twitch and YouTube. It's Karsch and Anderson. We'll get to some Lions stuff a little bit later on, but this is obviously dominating the day. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsch. Scott Anderson, Kangs behind the glass, Kenny on phones, 248-539-9797. Let's get to Tony next on 97.1. Hello, Tony.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
My comment is, to me, more important is to keep the team together. So if Michigan can't find the exact coach that they want, my idea is to let Pogge coach until next year, until the coach that you want becomes available. Because Michigan has a lot of young talent, and I would hate to see them go while you waiting and you end up settling for a secondary coach. If you can't get your first couple choices, I say let him go on and coach and keep the talent together that you have.
Well, I think that's part of the equation. And Tony, look, you just did. Tony's in charge. How you would approach it? If I'm in charge or I'm asked my opinion, I think it is important to move swiftly. And if it becomes clear in the early going that none of the people that you think would fit the standard of the quality that you want moving forward, somebody can run a program without any warts, without any scandal or any of that, and win at a high level, compete for Big Tens and compete for playoff spots every single year and national championships. If that guy won't take your phone call, and there's more than one of them this offseason because of the timing or their commitment to their current team or whatever, then what you just mentioned might be in play.
Yeah, because, look, you got a coaching staff already in place. The players are familiar with him. Pokey has head coaching experience. They're going to play Texas. The players like the coaching staff. If you can't get your coach that you're targeting instead of going for your Annecies, the Ferris State coaches and stuff like that, man, just wait. Calm down. Wait.
Don't make a bad hire just to make a quick hire.
Right.
I would agree with that, Tony. And
I think it makes sense.
I think Biff Poggi at this point in his career, if he wanted to be the interim coach, I think he would probably be an interim coach, understanding I'm just doing this for the year until they get their guy.
Yeah.
And that will, to me, make sense if they can't get people to answer their calls. If they've got the list of 6 guys that they really want and all 6 of them, for whatever reason, aren't interested, I could see it.
Yeah, I could see it too. The big risk there is that you lose a bunch of recruits and a bunch of players because, Biff Poggi doesn't have like this great track record. What was it, Charlotte before?
Yeah. He's got a great reputation and he's beloved by the current team. But, whether or not he's qualified to be the head coach of Michigan, you can make an argument. But it just as an interim, if it's going to help keep the roster together, we'll see. I mean, I suspect they'll get somebody. Gator, I'm going to float a name out there of somebody who might be looking for a change of scenery.
Okay.
Somebody who has had a great deal of success, but of late has kind of struggled in their job. Young name who I feel as though the clock might be ticking. It's starting to get a little uncomfortable where he is. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not so sure that it wouldn't make sense to call Lincoln Riley at USC.
Well, if they didn't just pull the number 1 recruiting class in the country, I might agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe he likes it out in Southern California, and he's got, like I said, the number 1 recruiting class in the country coming in.
I was surprised at how much grumbling there was about him when I was out there.
Well, there's been grumbling about him ever since he left Oklahoma. So because his teams are good, but they're not great. And you kind of expect it with resources that USC has that they'd be great. And he's developed, some pretty good players, but yet there's no trophies. There's no hardware as a result of it. But
I won a Pac-12. Remember the Pac-12?
So I guess that's my thought is, would I pick up the phone, ask? Sure, I would. But I think chances are it would be very slim because of what he's got going there. Now, would he think that he could take those guys and bring them to Michigan with him? Maybe. He would certainly be able to hang on to the recruits that Michigan has, I would think.
Just thought. The other one was Jeff Brom. The one guy called up and said Jeff Monken. I thought he was going to say Brom. Highly respected coach.
From Louisville, who played at Louisville, coached in the Big Ten at Purdue. Did not do particularly well, despite you loving Purdue every year.
Well, he did make it to the Big Ten title game at Purdue.
He did.
Yeah.
And Duke actually won an ACC championship this year in football too. But
Purdue before and after Jeff Brom.
Yeah. Well, look, do I think that you could land Jeff Brom? I would think that Michigan could. It's Michigan. It's way different than Louisville. But does he feel really comfortable at Louisville? That's where he played. I think it's where he's from. Does he want to leave? I don't know. They haven't given him an extension yet, but that might be in the offing soon.
248-539-9797.
What about PJ Fleck?
Not a huge fan of him at Michigan, but I think he's done a great job at Minnesota. Minnesota has been irrelevant for so long. I think he's good in that situation. I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he would be like if he had
the resources.
Better recruits. Yeah.
Bob in Pontiac. Hi, Bob.
Hey, how's it going? I just would like to say I think Shep's wrong. I think your wife and kids come over your job. I don't care if it's Michigan. I don't care where it's at.
That was kind of a weird. It was a weird call.
Yeah, I mean, you really got your perspective, right? But anyway, my neighbor went to Central and played there, friends with LaFleur and Saleh. And, I mean, I was really hoping Saleh would have got the job with the Lions, but I'm very happy with Dan Campbell, don't get me wrong. But, I mean, what about Saleh? I mean, it's a Michigan guy. I don't think, I don't know him like my neighbor or anything like that stuff, but it seems like a scandal-free background. Guy just loves football. I mean, he said he's a motivator of men. I mean, I don't know.
Great defensive mind. Didn't work with the Jets, but nothing works with the Jets. I mean,
He's a Michigan State guy.
And maybe you need someone for quarterback coach, to develop Underwood better. But, I mean, I don't know.
I don't think Robert Saleh would be a terrible candidate.
I think Robert Saleh might get another chance in the NFL.
He might.
Yeah, probably.
He might. Thank you for the phone call. Jack and Livonia, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Jack.
Speaking of Bryce Underwood, he unfollowed Michigan, so he's probably gone.
What's that?
Bryce Underwood unfollowed Michigan in his social media accounts.
I've been told that was debunked. That was going around that he did, but I guess he didn't.
Okay. Well, anyway, I think another good hire would be Anthony Campanelli. He was a linebackers coach here in 2019, and he's doing a great job with the Jaguars. That might be an underrated candidate. Seems like a no-nonsense type of coach.
Don't know anything about him. What do you know about him?
I think that, just linebackers coach at Michigan, did a great job with the run game. He was a run game coordinator for the Packers last year, and great recruiter when he was here at Michigan in 2019.
Yeah.
So might be a dark horse candidate.
I don't even really remember him, to be honest, at his time in Michigan, which is embarrassing but true. He was there for a year. Yeah, I don't know much about him. I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel, make anything up. I do think that they'll probably go for somebody who's been a head coach. I wouldn't limit it exclusively to that, but it seems like given the challenge, all the challenges of being a head coach of a program, right? Which includes keeping your nose clean with the NCAA would be preferred, keeping scandal-free, solid vetting and interview process, bringing in people that know the landscape of the college game. My guess is a resume like his comes up a little bit short, but that's why I think it's important to get somebody who's been a head coach and understands all the challenges.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Is the last guy that got the job at Michigan who wasn't a head coach before Lloyd Carr? Was he a head coach before?
Well, Sharon Moore.
I got Sharon, right? But he was, I guess, promoted from within. So
yes, Lloyd was promoted from within to be the head coach, from defensive coordinator. Was he the head coach at Northern? I don't think he was. Maybe he was. It's been a minute.
But interesting. I mean, I would not expect Michigan to go with somebody without head coaching experience. Unless it was coming from this, like the situation they had. I mean, they were a national champion, and he actually had his chance to coach several games because of the suspensions to Harbaugh.
Yep.
And did just fine.
He was, Lloyd was never a head coach prior to his time at Michigan, except for Westland John Glenn.
There you go.
248-539-9797. Chris. Hi, Chris.
Hey, has anyone mentioned Jed Fish from Washington?
Yes.
Former, okay. So that's a pretty good pick on my part. He knows the role. He's been in the system.
I'm not crazy about guys who are off the Harbaugh tree, but he was early Harbaugh and was kind of in and out. If I were to consider one, that would be the one. I like what he's done at Washington, but it would take a little bit more deep dive. But his name does come up. Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Have a good one, guys.
Yep. He's a pretty good offensive mind. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ryan in Royal Oak. What's up, Ryan?
Hey,
Hey, Carson Anderson. Good talk. Good calling in. I like listening to you guys. First
Thank
time
you.
I've called.
Appreciate it.
Man, and hey, Doug, I love the Lincoln Riley call. I think that would be amazing. And man, I want to throw a name out there, and I hope you guys don't cringe, but hear me out long term, considering the situation. Why not Ryan Kelly? Why not at least consider him? I know he bombed at LSU, but man, at Dame and in the Midwest, why not at least consider him as an option? I'm just throwing that out there.
I'll give you one reason why maybe you don't, and it's because if the thought is that he was mailing it in at LSU, we discussed this a little bit earlier. If he was mailing it in at LSU, then that tells me the coach is done. You know,
Gotcha.
So I mean, but his resume is spectacular. I mean, from the time at Grand Valley and then doing what he did at Central and at Cincinnati,
I think the first
Notre Dame.
I want to be careful here. The first thing they need to do is find out if it's true. Like, word on the street was that Brian Kelly kind of wasn't coaching with the same fire, didn't have the same drive that he did earlier in his career. You need to find out if that's true. I want to make something else clear, too.
Okay.
All of these names that come up, Jed Fish, Kalen DeBoer, Jeff Brom, Lincoln Riley, there's no guarantee that these guys would come to Michigan. There's no guarantee. But I think you can call and you can ask and you can investigate. Now, is Michigan at one point, I felt pretty comfortable in saying that Michigan is the kind of job that people would say, okay, I'll listen. And that's why I was so upset at the beginning of the show and continue to be frustrated. The damage that has been done to the brand in the last few years is something that may have consequences. You cannot keep having stuff happen away from the field. And this might be, an individual's issue that spiraled out of control. That's no greater reflection on the football program, but it's a terrible time for it to happen, coming off what happened with Jim Harbaugh. And that was completely unnecessary. Like, that's unnecessary self-inflicted wound stuff. They didn't need any part of that. And, I don't want to litigate all that, whether it was carelessness or blissfully unaware, whatever it is. These are self-inflicted wounds, and eventually they're going to have a price to be paid in terms of the court of public opinion and your name on the open market. Big names are going to get suggested, and that's fine. I hope people still pick up the phone. Will Michigan get people to consider leaving their current jobs at other schools they wouldn't leave for other schools? I think it's fair to question whether or not that's the case, and we will find out, I suspect. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Cold weather, especially extreme cold, can really wreak havoc on your garage door. Now, older equipment is especially susceptible to breaking down in the cold. So if you're having issues and it's not working properly or it's making a lot of noise when it opens or closes, don't wait to get it fixed. Precision Garage Door Service can get to you quickly to make repairs, even on holidays, weekends, and evenings. You guys have heard me talk about Precision for a long time. I love Precision. They've come out to my house a couple of times, one, to help fix the doors when I had issues with them when they were making noises years ago, and then again, not too long ago when I needed to replace the doors altogether, and they can do that for you as well. And in some cases, as little as 24 hours. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment online at a time that's going to work for your convenience at PrecisionDoorMI.com.
Doug Harsh. I mean, the last 24 hours have been crazy. Started yesterday when new evidence came in to suggest that indeed the rumors were true. Now, the rumors have been out there, online stuff, and we do our best here to vet them and deal with what we know. And I made appropriate phone calls and found out that there was an investigation and there was vigorous denials. But that person also told me now if new information comes available, because we're always looking at everything, and then if new information did become available, Sherrone Moore out. And then what happened after that is just, I mean, it's an incredible series of poor decisions and unfortunate. I mean, Sherrone made the situation, according to reports, allegedly so much worse. And now there is a report that he will be arraigned tomorrow. It's hard to believe how this is spiraled, and I can't honestly. I'm shocked at this whole thing. It's gone down the way it's gone down.
Have they said what he's been charged with?
It was on a Twitter. I'll have to find it. I'll find it coming up. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris in Macomb. What's up, Chris?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you for calling.
So I wanted to just throw a couple names in the hat. I know. I mean, I don't know if we'll be able to get him, but Pat Narduzzi out of Pitt. I know he signed that extension in 2023, but I know he's a Michigan State guy, but he's proven he's a great coach. I loved him when he was with State, even though more of a Michigan guy. I thought maybe we could poach him from Pitt, or if we're looking for maybe NFL guys, maybe Mike McCarthy. I know he's the front runner for the Titans job, but he's well respected. I don't know if he has any ties to Michigan. I don't think he does, but he might be someone who could, bring some energy back to the team.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's no point in not going through and finding out what established good coaches out there might have interest. And could you poach somebody who just signed a contract extension? You could. I find it hard to believe that Narduzzi would take the job, but he seemed to be well entrenched in his hate of Michigan.
This is true.
Yeah, so I don't know that would be that'd be something that's in play. But Dan Wetzel tweeted, Sherrone Moore is expected to appear in court for arraignment on Friday per the Pittsburgh Township Police Department. So that's
but no announcement of charges. I guess it'll happen after it's arraigned.
I guess. 248-539-9797. We go to Jim and Warren. Hello, Jim.
Hi, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
First thing I want to say, I just listened. I feel terrible about the Sherrone family. I mean, there's so many innocent people involved, and I just feel bad for them. It's just one of those things, I guess. Anyway, my suggestion to you, want to see what you think. Why not establish a search firm and have Nick Saban head it up? What do you think of that? Nick, it's been done before.
Here's what's interesting about Nick. Nick had struck up a bit of a relationship with Sherrone, and I know that Sherrone had talked to Nick. But, I mean, look, Nick consulted with Lane Kiffin on his decision to leave Ole Miss, and Nick seems as though when he was asked about that on the game day set, that Nick feels like he's like this godfather of college football.
He is.
And that he, can take he will listen and talk to people. So I don't know. I mean, I have no problem with if Nick Saban is willing and they want to bend his ear on this, sure.
No, I didn't know Nick Saban had anything to do with Sherrone being hired. I
don't know if he had anything to do with being hired. Sherrone had struck up a bit of a relationship with him and talked to him and sought his advice on some things throughout the years.
But
apparently not this.
Years ago, when Michigan State was looking for a football coach, they had Izzo on the panel, and they had Saban on the panel, and they did a search. I mean, it's been done before. I don't know if it's a good idea.
I don't know if that's. I know that Tom Izzo has been involved with coaching hires at Michigan State, and I think he was involved with the most recent one to bring Pat Fitzgerald to Michigan State.
The only time I think Saban would have been a part of anything at Michigan State was when he was already the head coach.
Yeah. Now, Nick Saban and Tom Izzo are friends. And would it surprise me at all if Tom Izzo had picked up the phone and talked to Nick and picked his brain about potential coaching hires? No, it wouldn't surprise me at all. But I don't think Nick Saban was officially in any kind of capacity the part of the search firm.
248-539-9797. Dan is next. Hi, Dan.
How you doing?
What's up?
I was just thinking Les Miles hasn't been talked about. He's a bowl man. You'll get him a lot cheaper than they would have got him years ago.
He's been out of coaching for 5 years, and he's 72 years old.
And there's baggage.
Maybe it was only a little younger.
Yeah, it seems rather unlikely.
I think that ship sailed.
Probably. Steve is next on 97.1. Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys. What's interesting to me is not the short list of coaches. We all know who they are, but what the schools are doing with those guys that are on their short list. Are we going to see a sudden big scramble of signing extensions and all that other stuff just to thwart the opportunity of their coaches being drawn away?
Could. You could. I mean, teams, coaches, programs play defense all the time.
There were a lot of coaches that made some money.
Yep.
In the last
this
couple weeks.
This offseason between buyouts and extensions.
A lot of extensions.
A lot of money's been poured into the coaching profession.
Yeah. And especially this one came out of the blue, so there was no noise that it was coming. So I think that changed the game on a lot of this stuff, especially after the first wave of firings and hirings.
No, these rumors kind of picked up a couple weeks ago. I can't remember if it was before the Ohio State game when I started hearing about this.
I don't know when you started hearing about it. It's been out there for a while.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying when it re-picked up, it's been out there for months and months, but I think when it re-picked up, I thought it was within the last couple of weeks. I don't remember if it was before Ohio State or after Ohio State. But
well, I'm also assuming Michigan probably had made some back channel things. They just didn't come to the decision last night that they were firing him. My guess is they knew, and maybe some back channel stuff already started.
It doesn't sound like that's the case.
It sounds like it became obvious yesterday.
It sounds like something happened yesterday that changed the entire tenor of this, and that was okay. There is evidence now, and something needs to be done. So we will get to some Lion stuff next hour. As we did 3 hours of this, 248-539-9797. We got some open lines as well if you want to get in. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Pittsfield Township Police have released a statement saying, quote, "This investigation is ongoing and under review by the Washtenaw County prosecutor. The suspect remains in custody at the Washtenaw County Jail and is expected to appear in court for arraignment on Friday in regards to Sharon Moore. However, the ultimate decision whether to bring charges or not lies with the Washtenaw County prosecutor's office, which said in a statement, no formal charges or arraignment are expected for Moore today. They have not commented on a formal charging decision yet. Adam Schefter shared some of his thoughts regarding the situation with ESPN's First Take this morning. Elsewhere in college football, out of East Lansing, former Spartan Max Bulla is coming back to Michigan State. He spent the last few years as the Notre Dame linebackers coach and will now have that same role and be the co-defensive coordinator under Pat Fitzgerald next season. And the Red Wings are back on the ice tonight for the second game of a back-to-back. They took down Calgary last night. That's their third straight win and fourth in the last 5 games. Simon Edvinsson did get hurt in that one, so they have called up Eric Gustafson from Grand Rapids for tonight. They face Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers at 9 o'clock. Pre-game coverage starts right here on 97.1 at 8:45 with Jeff Rieger. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson.
How about those Red Wings?
Yeah.
Huh?
When I fell asleep, it was 4-0.
Yeah.
Won the game.
They did.
It was funny because I was like, is Gibson going to go back-to-back shutouts?
Well, he went.
He needed it.
He did. In the first 2 periods, he kept it shutout. And then almost halfway through the third period, there was a penalty shot called. Sandine Pellica had tugged on the jersey of somebody, and that player scored on the penalty shot. Then about 2 minutes later, I think they scored another goal to make it 4-2. And then they scored again, make it 4-3. Like, really, is this happening again? But they were able to weather the storm and get the win. Continue to put 2 points up on the board, and good for them. But it might be a good sign that Gibson did play really well for almost. I think if you go back to even the previous game where before the shutout, there was a stretch there where he played well. That maybe he's coming around. 3 goals in 12 minutes doesn't look good at the end. But like I said, one of them was a penalty shot. But the young guy's getting it done as well. DeBrincat, couple goals, had 3 points in the game. You know, Finney looks good. Casper's looking good. Danielson's looking good.
Well, look, I mean,
but Edvinsson getting hurt was not good.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Dale is next. Hi, Dale.
Yeah, I just want to say I heard one of the previous guys said something about Nick Saban.
Yeah.
I think even if they appointed him AD for a couple, it would really stabilize the program. And my first choice as coach would be Marcus Freeman in Notre Dame. He's not doing any bowl games right now, and they could call and check on him.
Well, they can call and check on him, but if you're Marcus Freeman, why would you leave Notre Dame?
I know, but you never know. Their AD was kind of embarrassing earlier in the week.
Because they're not in a conference. That's why.
Right? Is that it?
Because you can put together a quality football team and get left out of the playoff because they're not in a conference.
Let me just think about something else that might play a role with Marcus Freeman. Where did he play college?
Ohio State.
Okay.
So he understands and respects the rivalry.
Right.
It's a perfect fit, Dale.
Where did he
it's a
coach
perfect
before?
fit.
It was a
You never
defense coordinator
know.
at Ohio State.
It doesn't hurt to call.
You can call.
You know, it's funny. Joel Klatt brought his name up, and I mean, what an unbelievable coup that would be. I would love it. Can't see it happening, but I would love it. So I have a ton of respect for Marcus Freeman. And I think that would be, I mean, in the early returns, there's not a lot of nonsense with Notre Dame football, right?
Right.
I mean, there's hold on. Understand what I'm saying. There's no like scandals or anything like that.
There's stuff.
I would love it.
Probably stuff everywhere.
There's probably stuff everywhere. And there's probably, you can't eradicate, there's thousands of people that work in an athletic department and student athletes and coaches and support people and academics and like stuff's going to go wrong. Michigan needs to button things up and quit with all the nonsense because it is. I mean, I think the most ardent Michigan fans are sick of it. On top of that, it's hurting the reputation.
Yeah, but go ahead, pick up the phone. Worst he's going to say is no.
Yep.
You give me Kay Adams' number, okay. She can say no.
Solid apples to apples comparison. Let's go to Andrew in Farmington Hills. What's up, Andrew?
Hello, how you guys doing?
What's up?
I keep seeing Jedd Fisch rumors, and it makes me puke every time I see it. I think it'd be a terrible hire. You're the University of Michigan. You're a top job. I think it's just a complete, a terrible hire for that matter. I think it needs to be Kalen DeBoer, or if you can't get him, is what it is. Go look at, I like Clark Lee a lot at Vanderbilt. I think he brings a similar type of physicality. He's a better offensive system. Pass the ball more, but can still run it really well.
Dude, Clark Lee and Kalen DeBoer are elite candidates. It'd be great to have. I'm intrigued as to what you don't like about Jedd Fisch because you didn't say anything
I remember specifically before when they played Michigan, Washington played Michigan. I remember thinking, wow, this dude's clock management is just as bad as Sharon's, and you know how bad Michigan's clock management has been since Harbaugh. Harbaugh never had good clock management. Sharon's even worse. It's been bad.
Every fan complains about their coach's clock management. But I'll say this. I think Fisch is a great offensive mind. And I think he'll do very well at Washington. And I think it's worthy of a phone call and and maybe do a little bit of research there. But I think he is a great offensive mind. 248-539-9797. Now, out of the three names you mentioned, DeBoer, Clark Lee, Jedd Fisch, he would be third on that list. Let's go to Joe on a cell. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Okay, Joe.
Yeah, I'm tired of hearing about Michigan, man. They get away with everything.
I don't think anybody got away with anything here.
It does sound like it.
Well, I'm just saying in general. They can have Kalen DeBoer. That's not going to help them. Alabama don't have no defense. Let Kalen DeBoer go to Michigan.
I don't want Kalen DeBoer to go to Michigan as a Michigan State man. I do not want to see that. I don't want to see that because I think Kalen DeBoer is a hell of a coach. I think he may be in the wrong situation being down in Alabama because the expectations are through the roof, and I don't know if everybody's fully buying into what he's trying to do.
He's a couple of years removed from taking Washington to the final game of the season.
Yeah, they did play for a national championship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he's a heck of a coach. I'd absolutely, if I were Michigan, I would 100% call him because the buyout is not significant. And Alabama may be willing to say, yeah, you go ahead. You want to look, you go. And if okay, we'll take you.
248-539-9797. Smitty in Detroit. Hi, Smitty.
How you guys doing today?
Okay.
Well, they should call John Gruden. He just said he wanted to get back in coaching. They could call John Gruden. You got Mike Hart. You got the Michigan man. And I like the Maryland coach. I think he's never had no great talent. He could recruit in Pennsylvania, New York, out east.
Mike Locksley.
Yeah. Smitty, okay, Gruden's been out of the game for a while. Given the way he left the NFL, my guess is Michigan, in their current situation, probably aren't going to want to take on that. 2, Mike Hart. Mike Hart is a guy who was trending towards being a Michigan coach someday, really short on a resume right now. 3 is Loxley's had mid-success at Maryland. He's considered a great recruiter. He's got something up and running now. He might be, because I like his young players at Maryland, he might have something building. But again, now I feel like if we keep going, we're going to name everybody.
Yeah. They did lose to Michigan State at the end of the season.
They did do that. But his quarterback is pretty good.
Well, he had a pretty good game against Michigan State.
And he's a local kid from the DC. Maryland might be good in some time, but no, I wouldn't imagine that Mike Locksley is the legitimate candidate for Michigan. And look, the Hart thing, right? I think if you think about Michigan's current situation, And they need somebody who understands how a program works, that maybe has a network that they can help bring people with them to button the thing up. I don't want somebody who's I don't think it makes sense for somebody who's a first-time head coach.
Did he burn some bridges?
Who?
Mike Hart?
I have no idea. Not that I'm aware of. 248-539-9797. We will get to more of your phone calls and feedback. We got the Blitz thingy at 1:30. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize. They focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. They're the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Let's take a couple more. Getting a little redundant, but no, we have new audience recycling through. 248-539-9797. Bob is next on 97.1. Hi, Bob.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
All right, Bob.
I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. My problem is that Ward Manuel needs to be gone. He screwed up a couple hirings now, and I don't think he should have anything to do with the search for the new head coach. If I were the president or the board of trustees, I would look for a current athletic director, head football coach combination that is working well, maybe with somebody from the Nick Saban assistant coach pedigree for Michigan.
When you say you want to get an AD and a coach from the same school?
Well, I'd try to find a successful football program and athletic program, and assuming that AD hired that coach, they've got a good working relationship and a pattern of success. And I think that Michigan is going to need both an AD and a head coach.
They very well may, and I don't know if I've ever seen somebody swoop in and grab the AD and the coach, but let's go to Marcus in Detroit. You're next. Hi, Marcus.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
How are we doing?
So, just to respond back to the guy who just came off, we have Dusty May, so I think one of his hires are doing okay. But what I really caught
Brandon Naurato has the number one hockey team in the country, so
that's not, that's all I'm saying.
But to be fair, the truth is most ADs don't get a second chance at hiring a football coach.
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. But just from a coaching standpoint, what do you guys think about this? Mike Tomlin, he's kind of, there's been rumors that Pittsburgh is, that relationship is kind of growing stale. So if Michigan's throwing out money, we're going to do that. I'm thinking Mike Tomlin or either Byron Leftwich. Byron Leftwich, he's been an OC. He's a Super Bowl OC. He's been around. He can definitely work with Bryce Underwood from a quarterback position. What do you guys think about that?
I've always been a massive Tomlin fan. I remember when Tomlin's name surfaced years ago with college jobs, Tomlin came out publicly and said something along the lines of, I'm in the NFL. Why do I have to keep answering jobs about college? If I want another job, it would be in the NFL, but I'm in the NFL. Like, he didn't sound like he was all that stoked to go to college.
So I'm just thinking, we're talking about years ago, right? He's been in the league now, not the league, but as far as a head coach, I think he got it in 2006 or something like that.
Yeah. 2007.
So maybe at this point, you've done it. What more can you do? You're not probably getting the quarterbacks that you want, that you want to succeed.
Well, I think he'd have, if Tomlin was on the open market, do you think he'd have NFL opportunities? Because I do.
I think he would. However, I just think that sometimes things get stale. It's kind of like Jim Harbaugh with San Francisco, right? I understand he kind of got pushed out of San Francisco, but sometimes just to keep your juices kind of fresh. And depending on how Michigan markets itself to him, of course, money-wise,
Marcus, these are personal decisions. If a coach wants to, in some ways, coaching college is more like coaching the pros now than ever before. And yet there's also all kinds of challenges that I think coaches, when they get into the NFL, it's in many ways, it's an easier job. Your players aren't free agents every year. You're not dealing with a lot of the stuff. It's just all about the football.
It's amazing, how similar that it's become, though.
If you're in the pros and you decide, hey, I'd like to try it, I don't know. Anyway. All right, so we got this from the morning show, shifting gears a little bit. How big is this game against the Rams? Ross Tucker went on with our morning show and had this to say about what he thinks of the Rams. Okay. As far as this game is concerned, we'll probably get into it more tomorrow, but just for those that have had enough of the whole Michigan thing, Gator, if they're the Super Bowl favorite, and certainly in Tucker's opinion they're atop many of the power rankings, if not all of the power rankings. It feels like in one fell swoop, any goodwill lost between the lines and their fan base can be made up with one game.
I think it certainly goes a long way. I still think it's I think there's a sigh of relief that we would be breathed, But it only gives you a few days, and then you got to prepare for the next one because that's just how it is with this season. Losing Brian Branch hurts. We want to see how the secondary looks on the field on Sunday afternoon against Stafford. Obviously, Matthew Stafford's playing at a very high level, maybe the best football he's ever played in his life is what he's doing this year. They've got a number of weapons to go to with a couple of top-notch receivers. They've got a tandem of running backs that's good. It's hard to get to Matthew Stafford. He hasn't been sacked all that much this year. But that being said, yeah, if the Lions are able to top the Rams, that would be a big feather in the cap of Dan Campbell and this team. This team believes in themselves. They kind of have a feel that it might be, everybody in that room for them all together against the world, because there are people in the fan base that have dropped off and said they can't win, they can't do it. The injuries have been too much. The losing of the coordinators has hurt them too much. And yet, the game they had against the Cowboys was kind of like a resounding response of, we're not done yet. Hold on, we got this. We can still score a bunch of points, and it's still going to be a work in progress. I think this is always going to be a tightrope for the end of the season because there's no guarantees they're getting in to the playoffs, and yet there's still a path for them to actually win the division. And I think being the number one seed, there's still a path to do that, which is kind of crazy.
So there's some interesting LPs out of practice, limited practice.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas Harper and Kirby Joseph were both LPs, two safeties, yesterday. In Kirby Joseph's case, and hearing from Dan Campbell earlier in the week, he made the comments that if Kirby can put back-to-back practices together, practice once, come back the next day, feel no real lingering effects, practice again, that's when he kind of gets the green light. Well, he was limited in practice on Wednesday. Christian Mahogany back on the practice field, limited. Khalif Raymond back on the practice field, probably limited and motivated from what he's seen out of Tom Kennedy. Yeah. The Mahogany development could be really interesting because now you get some options to try and find your best combination up front.
Yeah, he's just returned to practice, so yes. I don't think they expect him to play Sunday, but it's just having another body there to give you some more of that depth on the offensive line would make you feel great about it. I was watching a video last night of Amon-Ra St. Brown with his brother in their podcast, and they were talking about Amon-Ra getting back and ready to go last week when it didn't look good. And he was saying that, yeah, dude, after Monday, he had a workout and did some different drills, and he goes, I felt terrible, felt awful, and couldn't do some of the stuff I wanted to do. Woke up the next day, felt a little bit better, but not much. And then he started doing the drills. And he's like, okay, I feel a little bit better. Maybe we'll see how it goes. And Wednesday, he said that he knew he was ready to go and he was going to play. And it just got better and better for him. His ankle got better and better. Is that going to be the same case for these other guys that are limited? I mean, for Kirby Joseph, I don't know. I don't know what to think with Kirby Joseph if he's going to come, when he's going to come back. Because if we go back, I mean, how many times has he been a limited participant in practice? It feels like quite a bit over the last few weeks, and he still hasn't returned.
He keeps trying, and then obviously either does whatever the issue is, doesn't respond, but that would be such a huge boost if he's out there. And look, if you look at the games the rest of the way, there's really two that stand out. There's this one, and there's the Chicago game. It's funny you mentioned the 1 seed, and the 1 seed is something that really, I mean, I put $5 down. If they hit, I win $8.80. On them being the 1 seed. But if you look at the games on their schedule, they'd have to beat the Rams, who's in play to be the 1 seed. They'd have to be in Chicago. They have to beat Chicago, who's in play. So there's a lot of heavy lifting that still needs to be done, and then they need a ton of help. But this game against the Rams, big. The secondary, even though they gave up 30 points, the secondary and the pass defense held up because they got stops. They got turnovers. And if you can get a rush on Stafford, it's a game changer now. Like you said, he's going to be harder to get to than Dak was. But the pressure they put on Dak, that's the pass rush that they're capable of, but they were banged up at tackle in Dallas. So tougher challenge ahead. I'm looking forward to it.
I am as well.
Feels like a credibility game.
It definitely feels like a credibility, a yardstick game, a barometer game, whatever you want to say. Mm-hmm. It's a big game. It's really what you have to say. And it's a matchup of two of the top teams in the NFC. I mean, nobody is really done. There's not a ton of separation. I do think the Rams have separated themselves a little bit at this point, and yet if the Lions win, brings everybody back. You've got 3 teams out in the West that are playing really good football. You've got 3 teams in the North that are playing really good football, and you've got a couple other teams that are eye-opening. Like they can give you trouble, but I'm not sure if they're real contenders. But they can give you trouble. They can trip you up, whether it's the Eagles or the Cowboys or the Buccaneers or even the Panthers at this point.
Yep. Now, wouldn't that be cool, Files? Cleveland plays at Chicago. Hey, wouldn't that be cool if Cleveland can go beat Chicago?
Let's go, Shador.
Denver's hosting Green Bay. Hey, wouldn't that be cool if Denver can take care of Green Bay?
And Denver's pretty good.
Yep.
And they're underdogs in that game.
We're all Phillip Rivers fans. It'd be cool if Phillip Rivers in Indianapolis could go to Seattle and somehow find a way to beat the Seahawks.
I don't know if he's going to play this week, but sure.
Might be the biggest stretch of all of them. The Blitz thingy is next. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Make your holiday shopping and everyday spending more rewarding with the UMCU Visa Cash Rewards Card. It's a simple way to earn. Get over 1% cash back on every purchase, groceries, gas, bills, and gifts. No rotating categories, no spending limits. And your reward, well, they're automatically deposit monthly. Plus, when you use your UMCU card now, you can support a great cause. It's the 10th annual Shop Local, Give Local campaign benefiting the Children's Literacy Network. And you're automatically entered to win $1,000. Spend, earn, and give back. It's a win-win this season. Visit umcu.org/cashback for details. UMCU is insured by NCUA. All right, so it's funny this morning on ESPN, the Kalen DeBoer rumors are going to be there, and he's probably going to get asked about them as they play a week from tomorrow, and he's, likely to say, I'm focused on one thing and one thing only, whether he's focused on that or Michigan or not. If you are a Michigan fan, the timelines you are looking for to sort out to be sure you know who's hiring the coach. It'd be good if the university had a full-time president that could help make such decisions. In the meantime, a honest look at themselves to determine have the right people in place to make the next move. But Alabama plays December 19th. Is that right? This is December 19th or the 20th. They play a week from tomorrow, whatever day that is.
Well, tomorrow is the 12th. That would be the 19th.
There you go. All right. So, if Kalen DeBoer loses that game to Oklahoma, I actually think there's two things there. One, it opens up the possibility of putting the wheels in motion quickly to get him. I mean, you could do it now, but I think Michigan's got to get their own house in order before they make a run at a well-established head coach. And it'll probably be more reason why Bama, another loss for Kalen DeBoer, a fourth loss this year, and 2 years in a row of not looking like Saban, will have them freaking out, even though he's a hell of a coach. It just doesn't feel like – I thought it was a weird fit from moment one. To have a guy who had no ties to Alabama or the South try to integrate in.
I think what Alabama was doing at that time was, okay, we got to find the best coach possible. Who's the best coach in college football? And there's a lot of reason to like Kalen DeBoer at that time.
Yep.
And not recognizing that it may not be a fit. I think he'll be a great fit at Alabama if they are willing to stick it out and see what happens after a couple years of people buying into what he's doing. I think he's a really good coach. But I don't know if Bama's going to have, if the Bama fan base and the athletic director, if they're going to have the patience to do that. I mean, it's not like he's been bad. I forget what the record was last year, but they won 10 games last year.
Yeah, they lost to Michigan in the end, and then they lost this year. He lost their third game in the SEC title game.
Yeah, they lost to Florida State, and then, as you mentioned, to Georgia in the title game. But they have a third loss too, right?
Yeah, who else beat them?
Somebody in the conference, I forget who. But they got the three losses. It's still
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Yep.
They get a chance of redemption. They're still a really good football team.
Yeah. Look, it's. I mean, I like the idea of DeBoer for a lot of reasons. But anyway, the 19th is the first day that he really could get pushed towards Michigan. If they lose that game, Alabama Nation will react in an over-the-top way, which they typically do. And I don't know if that has any impact on reality. But if DeBoer hears it or is uncomfortable with it, he could be a possible poach candidate at that point. If they win that game, they play Indiana January 1st. And I'll tell you what, I think Michigan should go into agreement if Alabama beats Oklahoma, well, the Wolverines will take the loser of the Rose Bowl's head coach. No, in all seriousness. And January 1st, it would be important to move quickly there because the portal opens the next day.
Yeah.
Would you wait, if they keep winning, would you wait for DeBoer to January 9th and have your players be exposed to the portal for a week? If Michigan doesn't have a coach in place by the time the portal opens, there'll be a lot of assumptions that they're waiting for one of the coaches that's still coaching. Right?
I would think that would be exactly the case. That would be what my inference would be. Is it possible they'd be waiting for NFL coaches to open up?
Yep.
No, we'll see.
Well, the NFL season ends January 4th. So if there's anybody with NFL ties that they have interest in, again, the portal will have just opened. Ideally, you'd like to have somebody in place before that, but you don't rush this decision to save next year. That's a factor. You'd like to move within that timeline, but you can't be beholden to that timeline. There are critical dates, though. January 2nd, when the portal opens, is one. The Alabama-Oklahoma game, a week from tomorrow, is another. The January 4th NFL season ending is another. Those are dates you need to be aware of.
The most critical person with the Michigan football program right now might be Biff Poggi. because he's the interim coach and he's there to try to keep the ship together and hang on to recruits that literally just signed a week ago, and also to hang on to the roster so there isn't a mass exodus, all while trying to somehow navigate what's happening in the portal and keep an eye on who has entered the portal at this point or who is expected to be in the portal to try to facilitate getting players here during the portal time, all while knowing that you may not have that job in 2 weeks. But you got to do what you got to do at this point.
Poggi is really well liked, I think, in that building. I think that Biff Poggi was well cast as the interim coach earlier this year when he had to fill in for Sharon. And so Poggi will, I suspect here, be able to, keep the train on the tracks in this short period of time. But you can just imagine the free-for-all it is right now, going after Michigan's roster and going after their commitments. That's just the way this works in college football right now. So Poggi being a settling voice. Now, what's funny is Josh Pate was on ESPN this morning, and he said that he has talked directly to DeBoer about how he likes Tuscaloosa. And he says DeBoer has told him face-to-face that he's perfectly fine there. He likes life in Tuscaloosa. And if you've ever been to Tuscaloosa, how could you not? Nah, I mean, if you were the king of Tuscaloosa, it's probably awesome.
Well, I mean, Saban was there for a long, long time.
Yep. You're the king of Tuscaloosa. And the one thing, like, people always ask, why do coaches, do that? Why did he leave a perfectly great situation in Washington where he could have been the king of the Pacific Northwest? And, I mean, Alabama was one of those schools that, he couldn't pass up the opportunity. It gave more money. Washington could have matched that money, but. So DeBoer is an interesting one, and he seems to be at the top of wish lists everywhere. Clark Lee at Vanderbilt would be great. You know what's funny? Adam Schefter was on ESPN, and his phone started buzzing, and everyone's like, what's it say? What's it say? What's it say? And when Schefter came back, he mentioned 3 names. He mentioned Clark Lee. He didn't say this. He didn't reference him in the text. But he's sitting up there on the desk, phone buzzes. Everybody else talks for like 3-4 minutes, and then all of a sudden Schefter goes, it would be interesting.
Right.
Clark Lee, Eli Drinkwitz, and Jeff Hafley, who's currently the defensive coordinator in Green Bay. It was intriguing that Schefter went to those names. So, anyway, here's Rico Beard. Hello, Rico.
Gentlemen, is that the latest list of?
It's not the latest. Oh, okay. No, it was just Schefter on the desk and Get Up. His phone buzzed, and everybody else talked. And then 5 minutes later, he just said, it'd be interesting, and he mentioned those 3 names.
Yeah, because I saw a lot of Kalen DeBoer out there.
That's the one.
Yeah, I got a call yesterday. I don't think that one's going to happen.
Kalen DeBoer?
Yeah, I think you can go ahead and scratch that one.
Do you hear that? Rico Beard scratches Kalen DeBoer off Michigan's list.
We may make some extra money at Alabama because of this, but yeah. So.
Well, if they lose to Oklahoma.
Well, that's what I said to the person. I'm like, you guys are going to run him out of town if he loses. So, yeah, everything could change. But if they win and he's still playing, I don't think he's going to abandon the team.
You said scratch it off the list. Is it dependent upon a win or no?
No. Right, as of right now. Doug, it's like recruiting. It's all fluid. You know that.
Making sure.
Okay. Just yell at Doug Karsh.
Yes, because Doug knows better.
Well, I mean,
you make a declarative statement like he's not going to go. I think it's fair enough pushback.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys couldn't talk hockey. You had hockey going yesterday, and all of a sudden this.
And then this happened, and then this kept happening, and heck, we were about 10 minutes away from a white Bronco. So yeah, it just got ugly. Like,
it got
what
really
in
weird.
The world is going on?
Yeah.
Like, is this true? Is this real? Wow.
Well, it didn't end in any tragic circumstances, but certainly
thankfully,
terrible story. Wish the best for the innocent people involved here.
Did you have any clue?
In terms of, well, there were rumors, right? But I'd followed up on those rumors and was told that there was no veracity. They were vigorously denied.
So
by
you
the
were
people
just as
involved.
shocked like everybody else.
I was pretty surprised that those rumors were true, but especially the timing. The timing's awful for Michigan, given where we are in the cycle. But have a great show. Those guys are on deck. We will be doing it again tomorrow. We'll probably get a little bit more into the Lions and Rams. Huge game coming up on Sunday. Thanks for listening. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Let's get to business on a definitely not your average Thursday. Rico alongside as always. What a cesspool in Ann Arbor. Good gravy. Rico, it's amazing because I said this yesterday when we were on the air. It's the blessing and the curse of live radio. And like yesterday, I thought you and I were pretty measured. Like I'm not in the business of getting sued. You can hear rumors, but I'm also not a reporter. I've never even pretended to be a reporter. You're not here to break news, neither am I. People are here to react to the news. But as yesterday went on, well then, yeah, naturally, okay. Now you got a coach who, kicks down a door. He's got a knife on himself. He's threatening to kill his mistress. He's suicidal. Oh, boy. You can confirm some of that. But here's what is amazing to me as we sit here now, okay? Yesterday it was more, he's fired with cause. Okay, well, I guess the rumor was true. He's sleeping with an assistant. Then it took an entirely different turn. But here's my problem. And I want to start here, and we're going to build towards 3 o'clock. I want to ask the Thanos question. Basically, was it worth it, and what did it cost you? Everything. But here's my problem in the, I don't know the math on this, 12 or so, 14, 15 or so hours since you and I left work yesterday. Mm-hmm. What is it with all of the Michigan media, and I hesitate to even call them media at this point, saying, I got a cool story, yeah, I just couldn't tell it to you. Like, if I have one more Michigan person come out and say, well, I knew for months, no, I knew for 4 months, then either you didn't say anything because you're a eunuch, right, or you're horrible at your job, which is allegedly reporters. Like, if you can't source it, phone a friend. Find Regis Philbin. Just phone your editor. I'm hitting a dead end, but I think we're sitting on a big story. Because here's the problem, my man. It feels like now in the 14, 15 hours, this was everywhere. I mean, they were one step from selling tapes in the student union. Like, hold on a minute. And you, Rico, you and I went to State. I mean, it's a big school, but it's a small town. Right. So if it was this out there, here's the other thing it begs. This is where I'm at, brother. Who knew what and when? Because I swear to God, if Ward Manuel survives this, then I'm just going to say, fine, he's got a blood oath with Satan. Mm-hmm. He's done the Ice Spice, and he's flashing the horns at the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Like, dude.
I'm with you.
Come on.
Mike, I'm with you because this didn't happen last week. Apparently, this happened over a year ago, and it was denied because every person that I talked to who follows Michigan, well, I heard it, and we followed it up, and they all denied it. And it's just like, well, yeah, if you ask him, he's going to say no.
Yeah, here, go ask Osama, did you bomb the towers? Nah, man, that was some Libyan dude. Right. What do you think he's going to say?
Right, but so it's like, and then all of a sudden, it just came to light, and it was just really weird. Like, well, why now? Why did it all of a sudden surface right now after signing day, after the Ohio State game, and now you want to stand on some virtue and say, well, it's a zero tolerance policy and he has to go. Like,
no, it's not because they knew about it.
Right.
You nailed it right there. No, but because this is what they do. They lie, they deny, they deflect. They just got done destroying evidence. The NCAA came out and said they destroyed so much evidence, we really can't get to the bottom of this.
Well,
this is the playbook.
Well, it leads you to wonder, maybe at this point, Sharon was telling the truth of why he destroyed that cell phone. Maybe it wasn't messages to Connor Stallion he was trying to keep hidden. But all of a sudden, that cell phone was gone. And yeah, and maybe that's the reason why it got destroyed. And yeah, I don't know what happened to it because he didn't want this stuff to get out.
And look, I'm not a babe in the woods about it. And like I said, I have never purported to be a reporter. I'm an entertainer. I'm open about it. That's what I want to do. I never wanted to go and be a newspaper writer. But I'm just getting so tired of people purporting to be journalists when they're nothing more than Kremlin propagandists. If you knew all this stuff, where were you? I mean, dude, I almost had a stroke on the air. I almost passed out yesterday. I'm going, wait, what? Yeah, I admit it. Here, no, I didn't know all of this. Not like that. You know, you hear a whisper. Let me tell you something. If we reported on every whisper we'd have, I'd be up to my eyeballs in legal bills, and I'd be operating a meatball stand in Mexico. 25 years in this game, especially the last 15 with social media, Please. There are a lot of crap out there that comes back to you, and you're like, yeah, okay, good luck with that. But this, for the Michigan side of things, I love how that's their defense mechanism. Well, it was kind of guys, then what were you doing? Right. See, this is the other problem, and you and I both know this. Rico, they hired a guy who's a patsy. Sharon was a part of the cheating. I'm sorry. You're on the sidelines with Connor Stalions basically resting his chin on your traps. Stop it. So he was a patsy from the start. I think the difference is they actually won some games this year. So the NCAA finishes their, I'll loosely call it, investigation. He coaches. You and I both know they lose another game or two. This comes out earlier. That's just the world I live in.
Yeah,
I choose to live
Purdue.
in reality.
You lose to Purdue, and he would have been fired that Monday. I do believe that.
Yeah. Now, again, if it was so widely known, do you know who else knew? Donors. And who calls the shots? Donors. So ultimately, can we just – I want to tackle this, which is, guys, this is institutional. This is who you are. The guy who gets arrested 16 times for crack is a crackhead. Okay? Woman who sells body for sex is a whore. That's you don't get to say, that's not who I really – that's not the Jim Harbaugh I knew. No, that's actually who he is. Right. That's not the Sharon I knew. Well, guess what? He is.
Right, but Mike, you look at all the stories that have happened – and it's like, okay, well, yeah, we kind of heard something, but, and like I said, I will, as you hearken back to the whole Xavier Simpson and driving the minivan and what happened there. Well, things and stuff, and we'll let it go by. Okay, well, Connor Stalions, does he work for the school or not? Why was he on the sideline? Well, could be, maybe, don't know, and we just move on. And it's like in every story, it's just like, well, yeah, we heard some stuff, but then, yeah, and then we were just going to move on. Rather than just, look, if you knew a little bit of research, a little bit of follow-up, because if it was
when it's the one thing you cover.
Right.
It's all you do. Right. You don't do anything else.
And if it was that difficult to get the information, and if that's the case for all the beat writers out there, then why did it all of a sudden just become so easy yesterday, where all of a sudden all the stuff came out, everything was confirmed?
Well,
what changed in that 24 hours?
Well, the math doesn't math to me. The cops get called at 4:10. He's fired at 4:45. That sounds to me they wanted to fire him, but this went a whole different way. He didn't let them do the typical Michigan thing where, Sharon would have been duct tape in a trunk, and he releases a statement saying, I'm so thankful for my time at Michigan. I just want to go to the beach.
See, I thought, because Gator was talking about the timeline as well, I thought, okay, he was fired, and this is all purely speculative on my part. He was fired, and they were preparing the press release, and he was just going full Marion Barry. She set me up and drove over to her house. And then that's
Al Cowlings.
Right. And Mike, the only thing missing was a white Bronco yesterday. What the heck is going on? Connor Stalions driving the white Bronco.
It wouldn't surprise me. They've let that goofball hang around the program. Just the whole thing. Yeah. Look, it took a turn last night. But here's the other thing I can't stand. And then we'll I really do want to get feedback from people on this. Did you see Adam Schefter today?
No.
Why is Adam Schefter allowed? He's clearly compromised. You're a Michigan water carrier. Oh, Sharon felt a lot of people were out to get him. And, we need to hear his side. There's a bit of an issue. You took a knife to your mistress's house.
Hold on.
There's no other side here.
Mike, how about this? Let's play the audio for the people.
Yeah, probably all the people he was banging who weren't his wife and mother of his kids.
Fair.
I mean, how can Adam Schefter go to the air with that? I really need to hear the other side of. I want to hear Jeffrey Dahmer's side. Were the brains tasty?
Here's the thing: you kind of lose the. Let's wait for the other side when you then go over and break into a house allegedly and do all types of things. At that point, you kind of told me what's going on. Before then, okay, let's hear what happened. Maybe he could say, look, it was a big misunderstanding, but they just wanted to get rid of me. But when your first reaction is you got to hop in your car and you got to go drive someplace to do something. At some point during that drive, you could have just stopped and said, you know what? Let me just turn around and go home and start groveling to my wife to try to make this better. No, let me push forward and go over to the side piece's house. And it didn't work out well. Thankfully, nothing
noted
bad
U of M guy. But again, this is my point. They have all these incels all over media, and they're not media. They're propagandists. Gus Johnson is a propagandist. Joel Klatt, Adam Schefter, Rich Eisen, two of the major three networks run by Wolverines. I want to ask the audience, are you tired of being lied to? This really makes television cable news seem unbiased. Red or blue, you choose your network and you get told what you want to hear. In sports, the Michigan thing is a case study for how it's trickled down, because you can't even get people, when it's 2 + 2 = 4, I still got to have Adam Schefter on national television going, well, let's hear his side of things. Huh? What side of things?
Yeah, well, you know what, Mike? I can stomach that other than the article that I read in the Freak. And I'll just
you
leave
mean
it
Myth?
at that. Yeah,
No, just say it.
Myth was legendary. It started off about Sharon Moore, and it ended up being a finger wagging to every other program. And you Michigan State people, what about this? And you Penn State people, what about this? And don't you dare make fun of Michigan. It's like, what did we have to do with any of this? You lost cabin pressure, son. What are you talking about, Myth? You know what? Why don't you go hang out with Jason Richardson and Mateen Cleveland again?
Go make up another story, which you would fail out of a journalism school doing, but somehow you've kept your column. Who cares? Nobody listened to your show when you were on in our space anyways. The point is, the blue wall was in overdrive. Oh. I mean, you think Gus is priming his pump during a Michigan game? You should have seen the blue wall. It was overdrive. Oh, hey, Sarah Treewood, or whatever the hell her name is, write a piece about MSU hiring Fitz and how it's questionable. Somebody call Kathy Redmond. I mean, only thing missing was Paula Levine in a hot air balloon. You can't be serious. These are the stories we're running?
A story dropped at 11 p.m. Like, wow. Oh, okay. All right.
Somebody quick. Somebody call Sparty Shardy. I mean, you got to be kidding me. So let's get into this. Yeah, we know what's wrong here. But I want to get into this. We do want to get to the question of just at a certain point. I mean, come on. Ward's got to go. I don't think the firings are done. But there needs to be a reality check of basically everything you were raised on and you believe in is dead. We're going to have a long-form conversation today. I look forward to getting to the phone calls. Maybe. 97.1. All right. So we got a few more people we got to get after. But I'm going to throw the number up first time. I know I didn't do it in the first segment. 248-539-9797. If you're a Michigan fan, you tell me where you're at with your program. Besides embarrassment, shame, and look, the Ward Manuel thing, it's just if there's a more corrupt AD, someone who's presided over more filth, please find them. But I got to do this. John Jansen said two things, and bless John's heart, because I just...
What, did he want to be the head coach of Michigan?
I'm not even dignifying that. No, he said two things, and I had a major problem with both, okay? First and foremost, this is something that really, it just drives me up a wall. First of all, I don't like stupid stuff, but he actually attempted to blame Nick Saban for this. He went down this pathway of going, you see with the state of the sport and, guys like Saban left and, you have to hire these younger, inexperienced coaches. And I'm going, oh, whoa. Let me get this straight. So the sport has changed, and you think the byproduct of that is you hired a guy who wanted to bang everything with two legs. That's what you're doing today, really. Now, second of all, he did this thing that Michigan guys do. He did the integrity thing. He started stumping about how the next coach has to have all this integrity. And I laughed at it because I go, why? Yeah. Your school has none.
Yeah, your two previous coaches had none.
Correct. And this is the thing. I know the way John wants it. John actually wants it the way we want it. We want the old days of college football. But the difference is, this is the problem. John's on the broadcast. So, the cheating scandal's going on. He's doing What's Your Experience? John, you know what the cheating meant. So don't talk to me about integrity when you sat there.
No competitive
How about
advantage.
the days you took off during the Robert Anderson thing?
Boy.
Don't talk to me about integrity.
Oh, boy.
You're complicit. You want integrity. Then where's it been? You've been sitting there stumping for Harbaugh. Do you want to play the quotes that while you were cheating, you won the Natty and you squeezed the life out of Doug in the booth? Don't talk to me about it. Talk a lot of words. Don't do this. The whole Michigan integrity thing. Rico, it's like when you forced me to watch that damn Avengers movie. What did it cost you? Thanos was having a barbecue on Planet Nebula. Everything. That's what this cost you, John. There is no integrity.
No.
You have none. The school has none. It's over. You're filth. Like every school you made fun of the last 100 years. You're nothing. That school's nothing more than a common street whore now.
From your president, who was known for saying bet, who's not there anymore, who couldn't get a job at Florida. Florida turned you down. Think about that. Bet. And now your AD, who's just Teflon. I don't know how he still has a job.
I'm gonna tell you how he's got a gig. He knows where all the bodies are buried. Bet.
I mean, Harbaugh, who basically said, okay, after 2020, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win, and just flat out cheated your way to the top. And then Sherrone Moore, who cheated off the field. And here we are. Integrity,
I can't wait for
you have none.
I can't wait for the 5-year reunion for the title, and the best they're going to be able to trot out there is a broken vacuum. None of the coaches are going to be available. They're either banned from campus, in jail, the feds raiding them, show causes. They're going to have to put out that mascot they trotted out for 2 days.
Maybe in 5 years somebody will find Mike Hart. Because I don't know where that man is.
He's operating a fishing charter in Belize.
Yeah,
I don't know where he's at.
He's under a new name. Hey, aren't you Mike Hart? Nope, not me.
Nope.
Not me. Nope.
Dead giveaway.
My name is Pedro Williams.
David, talk to me. You are the resident Michigan scumbag. I want to hear from you. We'll get some ticket texts. We'll go to the phones. And then 3 o'clock, hell, we get started now if you want to. All right, Michigan fans. Was it all worth it? Because I got bad news for you. I mean, you can do whatever you want. You want to make a baby in your pants with your championship, go for it. Nobody in the rest of the world dignifies it, acknowledges it, cares about it. And hell, OSU just broke out the Swiffer a year later and went on and won the damn Natty. They might just damn well do it again. You didn't win before the cheating. You're not winning after the cheating. It might have been the cheating.
It looks like a duck, quacks like a duck. It was the cheating.
Correct. So was it all worth it? Because newsflash, you're dealing with this now because of the cheating. That's how you ended up with this idiot as head coach. He was the only guy available to take it. Go ahead, David.
I'm a
what's
little
up?
confused. Which cheating are we talking about? Because at
Can't
this
keep it
point,
straight.
I am so confused when that word gets used now. There's so much going on. And as a Michigan fan, it's sickening, okay? Because I also heard John say, and others say today, oh, well, what about his family? Leave the jokes aside. But the problem is we did it to others. There was a scandal at Ohio State, and we used jokes. There was a scandal at Michigan State, and we used jokes.
Yeah.
So
David.
where was the whole thing about their families?
David, I heard a Michigan fan crying this morning. I thought I was I had to text Cookies. Like, was he crying? He was really.
He was crying. Yes.
What if his family is listening? I think his family has bigger fish to fry right now.
Yeah. Newsflash. If the kids are listening to 97.1 to track the behavior of your dad's penis, it's probably the wrong move. Let's log out for the day. We appreciate you listening.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's. Jake Butt tried that crap too. I had a buddy send that to me. He did the whole tots and pears. He did the whole thing. This is, I think this is a time for reflection. Jake, do yourself a favor. Go sell insurance. He didn't care about his family. It ain't our problem to care either. Thank God the kids are young and she'll change her last name and they'll get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah.
Better decency than what Mel Tucker did to his grown-ass kids.
But yeah, the whole, we need to let this thing happen and hear Sharon's side. He kind of lost that when he got arrested. He compounded a poor decision with a really poor decision, and here we are. So, but I also think too, the funny thing, Mike, out of the playbook, let's not talk about this. Let's just focus on who's going to be that next coach. Let's just start that talk up because we don't want to talk about this.
Yeah, and you know what? Look, you're spot on. And look, in the moment before all the other stuff comes out, that's the natural conversation. Look, we had 40 minutes with this topic yesterday? Yes, we brought up, okay, who will they look at? And it is a part of the conversation, but it can't be Ward looking at it. You don't have a president. You can't have an AD. And look, Ward's going to get the golden parachute of all golden parachutes. Mm-hmm. He's going to get the ultimate NDA. This ain't NDA light. This is like, remember Surge Cola? He's going to get the extra caffeinated NDA.
Jolt.
Yeah, because, look, hey, I got news for you. I beg Sharon, or I beg Ward. I beg anyone affiliated with that school to sue the school. God, please go to Discovery. That would be a pay-per-view. Are you kidding me? We'd all be Mel Tucker in a hotel room. It'd be one giant episode of Crank Anchors.
Please. Wait, did the library just catch on fire with all the paperwork? Oh, sorry.
Just so happens.
My goodness.
You know what? Maybe they all just sing around and sing Mr. Brightside. There you go.
That has to change. That has to change. It cannot
be. Well,
the
it should have changed
anymore.
from the start. It's a song about a guy watching his girlfriend getting banged. I don't know why that's a thing. Hey, let's all use the weird chair in the hotel room. 3, 2, 1. Boo-doo, 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 boo. What the hell are you idiots singing? My God, why don't you have Jerry Falwell toss the opening coin? Right. Well, when the pool boy wasn't doing it right, I tapped in. David? I'll tell you what, we'll get to the ticket text and the phone calls coming up next.
Yeah, we'll get to that next.
But, and again, get to the Ward Manuel thing. How does Ward still have a job? Give me the announcement before we're off the air at 6. He's been relieved of his duties. He can go run a rental car thing. He's been pretty good at that.
There he is. And you know what? He'll even cover your accidents in case you get into one. All right. December is busy. You're wrapping gifts. You're streaming holiday movies. And you got your family constantly grabbing your Wi-Fi, right? Because everybody's on the internet. You need internet can handle all the action without dropping the ball. That's why I got to tell you about Xfinity and their incredible holiday offer. You know how fast fiber is? Well, Xfinity is offering fiber-powered gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month. It's that absolute best price, and it's guaranteed for 5 years. Seriously, imagine getting super fast, reliable Wi-Fi at the same low price for 5 years straight. You can save thousands compared to some of the other guys. You can get ready to be wowed by your Wi-Fi. It's the perfect gift for your whole home, but this offer is now through January 4th, so don't wait. Get that blazing speed, fiber-powered gig speed Wi-Fi now. Xfinity. Imagine that. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. That's Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing with autopay or a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coax cable. Actual speeds vary. Savings based on promo and post-promo price for 1 gig internet, 1 unlimited line, and Peacock Premium versus Verizon 1 gig internet and 1 unlimited line, welcome line, and AT&T 1000 internet and 1 unlimited SL starter line.
All right, let's get to the people. David, we'll go to ticket text in a little bit, okay? The callers want to speak. I want them to. And we'll try to kind of hone in the laser here at 3 o'clock. But Rico and I think rightfully wanted to give our opinion, but also talk about all the nonsense around this. Why can it never just keep the main thing the main thing? Your AD needs to be fired. We don't need to hear his side. I'm sorry, but we're not going to do thoughts and prayers. They weren't there for Mel Tucker. And it's simple. You run the most rogue athletic department in the entire nation. Period, amen, hallelujah. You don't have to like the messenger. I don't care if I went to DeVry, Southern New Hampshire, Quinnipiac, or Michigan State. It's immaterial. Mm-hmm. Find another athletic department that has done the things you've done the last 5 years. It's impossible. Get rid of Ward. He's a stain on that university. And if anybody's got a shred of integrity there, come on. Then again, they've answered whether they do. Let's go to Jay to bat leadoff today. 97.1. Jay, I'm sorry that took so long. Welcome.
Yeah, no worries. I just want to give a little context. I know you were hammering on these Michigan reporters, but I'm a senior. I'm a business major. I'm not pretending like I'm a reporter or anything, but around campus, people started hearing about this 2 months ago, and I think the points where everything flipped was December 2nd, the girl's name, the staffer's name started circulating amongst people. I was shown it by a friend of mine who got it from a cheerleader, and it ended up being true that that was the woman. So I think that's when everything flipped. And then in terms of Ward, I want to add, I used to do the radio as a hobby, and when Juwan Howard was the coach, I went on air and criticized him. The athletic department called the radio station and said he has to be banned forever from calling games. So bye-bye, Ward.
Yeah, no, Jay, guess what? You got a lesson in how the Kremlin works, and that's how your athletic department works. Think about it. I mean, I still am in disbelief. I'll always go back to this. I'll go to my grave with it. Blake Corum was asked about that LLC one time. No follow-up. Either Stalions committed a felony putting his name on there, or you were in business with the team star running back and he was ineligible the whole time. Oh, yeah, thanks for bringing that up, man. Yeah, my lawyers take a look at it. Hey, Blake, what'd your lawyers come up with? I'll be in a rocking chair someday. I'm telling you. That's like.
Hold on. In all fairness, no. Tony Garcia did follow it up, but he couldn't get anywhere with it. So he did try to follow it up.
Because they dissolved the damn thing. Okay, shout out whoever Tony is. The point I'm making, like, that kid getting taken off the air, yeah, that's exactly how it works down there. And that's how these reporters want to play the game. But that's my point. They're not reporters. This is all propaganda. Michigan's the most powerful machine out there. Give me a break. If the only thing you cover is Michigan, and I got to hear another person tell me, they've been kibitzing about it for 3 months. Come on.
It just leads me to wonder, why now? Why did you wait till after signing day? Why did you wait till after the Ohio State game? What piece of information?
They had a chance at the playoff.
No, right. Right, but it was like integrity. You had no integrity, because if you had integrity, the second you found this out, you did. Well, we held investigations, but then all of a sudden, you held real investigations? Those were just kind of practice investigations?
No, they asked Sharon, were you pounding your assistant? Oh, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Chicken cutlets.
I was not having sex with that woman, Miss Assistant.
Right. Okay, well, that establishes that. Yeah, dude, they had a chance to make the playoffs. And if they made the playoffs, they'd probably do what they always do. They would have found a way to hide it.
But the old Garrett Reeves.
We've disassociated. Yeah, after he kicked the game-winning field goal. Let's go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, brother?
Boys, how are you today?
Hey, Jay.
All right, Jay, what's on your mind, pal?
So before I get to my point, Mike, I got to tell you, I told you this before. Me and all my cooks listen to you guys when we're prepping all day. And we do Valenti impersonations. And we got a guy named DJ that comes in once a week, every week religiously, and he listens to you guys all day too. And every time he walks in the door of the restaurant, what I say to him is, okay, Deej is batting lead off. Deej, what's going on, buddy? And he dies. He dies every time. It's awesome. So just so you know, there's a little restaurant in White Lake that greets his customers with a Mike Valenti impersonation. So
thank you, Jay.
The point I want to make is that all day long we're listening to all this talk, and they're all focusing on all these little micro issues. Who's going to coach next? Are we going to be able to get them by January? Are we going to be able to hold on to some of these players? Blah, blah, blah. In my opinion, the macro issue that nobody's talking enough about is who do you as a school think you are, where you have now created a scenario where you are the most morally bankrupt program, not just program, but school in the country. Why do you think coaches are even going to touch this job? You're like the equivalent of the hot sorority girl that's on 5 different antibiotics for STDs. Like, yeah, you're hot, but nobody wants to touch you. Like, where do they get off thinking that they can even put this all back together to begin with? They have
money.
They've morally bankrupted themselves. They're like the morally flexible equivalent of a wet noodle. And I don't understand the arrogance after all the scandals.
I can help you with it, Jay. It's simple. Money. Look at LSU. Now, that was a radioactive job. The governor of the state was up there like Montel Williams, blasting people on TV. It's a political job. It's a tough job. They'll run you out. LSU landed Lane Kiffin. How? $91 million. Jay, they got the richest guy on the planet helping buy their roster. They got money.
Well,
I'll give Michigan credit for one thing. They stick together. You got people who step in front of a train for that school. So money, that's how. Oh, what happens if Bryce leaves? Money. We'll just buy someone else.
And he'll be the best quarterback ever.
Right. Controversies and things. Money. Oh, any recruiter leaves after signing day. Money. That's it. That's all the sport is. That's why I can't take the sport serious anymore. It's a joke.
Well, but
there's no integrity.
Well, that's just it. If you're just going to be about the money, just own it and say, yeah, we're going to go out there. We're going to buy the best players. And, okay, great. I get
it. But the reason you can't do that, and this is what we'll get to at 3, you have to let go of everything you were told your whole life. This is the equivalent of Santa Claus. The team, out. Those who stay will be champions. Fart noise. Leaders in best, a larger, maybe an unsafe fart noise. Who's got it better than us? A lot of people. Like, dude, you have to let go of all of it. I mean, think about this. What a disgrace that statue of Schembechler still stands, and that place is still named that. Hey, guys, Bonu. So, again, that school can't let go of the past because do you understand, Rico? People's entire lives are defined by those phrases. It's creepy.
Well, now it's those who stayed, check cleared. So, yeah. Because you're right.
Those who stay will blow up their family?
I said check cleared.
Those who stay will sell broken vacuums.
Those who stay will borrow the AD's car.
Oops. I often do think about it. Man, imagine if this was happening at OSU. Just imagine if the last 5 years had taken place at OSU.
Oh, my
And the very people that have defended this and didn't say anything the last few months, oh, Maron, they'd be firing space cannons.
Oh, Ryan Day abruptly got fired. Oh, my goodness.
How about them cheating and they were trying to say it was Ryan Day's brother dressed as Mrs. Doubtfire? I mean, come on, dude. So, yeah, we got to get into it. And then, the top of the hour, it's just, was it all worth it? You got a title nobody respects or even remembers. Everything you believed in is dead. And now you're dealing with this because of the cheating. It's the only reason Sharon was there. Right. Nobody else would touch the gig.
Right. And now you'll need somebody to come and, as John said, come and clean this mess up. Well, good luck with that.
I mean, it's possible. Money can fix a lot of things.
No. Money can fix a lot of things, Mike. But because when you hire a coach to just clean it up, it never works out. They're normally broomed out 2-3 years later.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing. They're going to need money. They're going to get sued into oblivion. Like civil case? Yeah. I mean, you don't think they're going to sue and try to find out about this investigation? You better pray there's not any other girls. Right. They will get sued into oblivion.
I mean, the young lady, I don't know who she's suing, but, she's plastered everywhere. So it's just going to be you're getting sued and you're getting sued and you're getting sued.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I'm not trying to sound bad about it, but it does take two to tango. She didn't fall, trip, and land on his penis.
No.
You knew he was a married man, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
You've entered a smoky room.
I saw him and his wife and his kids in the tunnel at the Michigan State game. So yes, he was married.
There you go. So you know what? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. All right. Appreciate the convenience. Once in a while, you don't feel like cooking, and maybe you got a lot going on. You're like David. You're driving to 17 different youth athletic events. You just want to get some pizza. You want to settle in. Hungry Howie's has got you covered. And they got the mix and match deal. So much like David, he's got fussy kids. And David has softened in his later years. So now, instead of saying, you'll eat what I provide or go to bed hungry, David walks around with a notepad and takes his children's orders. And one person wants a veggie pizza and another wants a deluxe. The mix and match deal provides that. Whether it's a salad, the Howie bread, the subs, or yes, the pizzas, $7.49 each. Everybody wins. So get it taken care of. HungryHowies.com. The mix and match deal, HungryHowies.com. All right, so we're handling things in a couple different ways. Here's how we're going to package the coaching search, because that's not the main thing. It's just not. The main thing is Sherrone, the school losing its soul. The AD needs to be whacked, fired, gone. And also, look, was it all worth it? We're going to get into it at 3. But if you want 6 minutes of coaching search, David, hit the music. Here you go.
All right, let's get right to it here. So I'm going to start at the bottom with the odds. These are according to betonline.ag. 25.
Oh, by the way, here, I'll add to the Sherrone stuff. New York Post, you got OnlyFans models claiming Moore was in their DMs. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
25-1 odds here for the next head coach at Michigan. Brian Kelly, John Gruden, Brent Vigen, Ryan Grubb, and Biff Poggi.
I mean, look, the Poggi thing would be nothing more than a patsy. Also, you don't want Brian Kelly. You can't. Hey, newsflash. Brian Kelly partook. He got a kid killed. We're not doing that. Brian Kelly's a bad guy who's washed, who quit at LSU. He didn't want to recruit. You don't want Brian Kelly. Not because he's lacking in integrity. In that case, he'd fit perfect at your hellhole. But because he's not good anymore. No to all of that.
Yeah, you said Ryan Grubb was on that list?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't see Michigan accepting Ryan Grubb to come in to be a first-time head coach. No.
20-1 odds, you have Jason Eck, that is the head coach over there at New Mexico.
Guy's been at New Mexico for 1 year. I think he could potentially be a really good coach. The problem is brought in 70 new players, including all of his own. I love the quarterback he had, the kid from New Mexico. I think it's Jack Lane. Little bit undersized, but he's a gamer, man. He's like welfare Pavia. But no, they're not hiring that kind of coach. No. They think they're above that. They'll spend to make sure they don't have to hire Jason Eck. Plus, I think Jason Eck will go to Wisconsin next year when they whack Fickle.
Yeah, and I think they would hire Poggi before they hire Jason Eck.
At 18-1 odds here, you have Tommy Rees, who's the current OC in Cleveland with the Browns.
The hell are we doing here?
Yeah, no. At 18-1, this is towards the bottom here.
Okay.
Just move on.
14-1
because that
odds.
offense is running so well in
Correct.
Cleveland.
14-1 odds. You have Manny Diaz, Josh Heupel, Dan Lanning, and PJ Fleck.
Oh, there you go. Dan Lanning. Why not just dig up Vince Lombardi? Dan Lanning. What the hell is he going to leave Oregon for you for?
No.
All that money down there.
I think you missed the one that he said.
PJ Fleck?
Did you say PJ Fleck?
He is 14-1 odds, yes.
He's right there with Dan Lanning. Wow. Yeah, Lanning's not gonna leave Oregon, but you know what? I would love to see PJ Fleck. He's
Rico,
a good coach.
They do have a thing for long walks on the beach and culty boners. Run out. Let's be elite today. PJ, I'm just trying to eat breakfast. Eat it elite.
I can't wait to see the Michigan helmet with row the boat on the back.
Ski-uma!
Let's get to the 12-1 odds. I'm going to Marcus Freeman 12-1, and I always mess this guy's name up. The DC at Texas, Pete Kwiatkowski.
It's Kwiatkowski. Used to play for him. Marcus Freeman. Look, Freeman's the leader in the clubhouse to be the Giants' next head coach. Why would you leave Notre Dame for Michigan? That doesn't make any sense.
To clean up a program. Why would
Michigan.
you do that?
And you know what?
And they're Notre Dame.
And maybe you hire Lanning to be your OC. How about that?
And Belichick 20 years ago is my DC. Got it. Come on, can we get some real names here? Where's Jed Fish?
Let's get to the 10-1 odds here. You have Dan Mullen and Brian Dable.
Okay, Dan Mullen, again, another guy
UNLV.
who quit on recruiting at Miss State. He's out at UNLV. No there. Brian Daboll, I'm too biased.
Well,
but
you know what? No. Mullins may take the job, Mike, because at least he knows the checks will cash.
Rico might win there. If you don't know, UNLV has to figure out how to pay him in 2028 and 29.
Yep.
Daboll, yeah, that's a fit. Him and Wink hate each other. There you go. Oil those two up and put them in the wrestling match like Blue and Old School. There you go. Have them wrestle for who gets to stay.
We're getting closer. 9-1 odds. Lincoln Riley and Kenny Dillingham. 8-1. Jeff Brom.
Okay. Now we're on to one.
Wait, Lincoln Riley?
Jeff Brom has had an extension from Louisville on his desk for 6 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Why hasn't he signed it? And now reporting today, well, my sources say they've expected this job to be open. Oh, really? That would have been a good one to roll out middle of the season. Maybe Brom was waiting to see if this came open. It's not like Louisville's going to clip him. Quarterback guy, former quarterback, good offensive mind, familiarity in the Big Ten. What's wrong with Jeff Brom?
No, there's nothing wrong with it, Mike, but is it big enough for Michigan? Because I feel like it has to be a home run higher. That's just Brom, it'd be a double.
Well, let me give you the top 4 here. You got Jedd Fisch at 7-1, Joe Brady 6-1, Jesse Minter 5-1, and the leader in the clubhouse, Kalen DeBoer.
Jesse Minter can't coach there.
He
He's
can't.
got a show cause.
Funny how people keep forgetting that.
And the betting odds of all things forgot that.
Hey, you see it on national, like, oh,
Hey,
what about
you know
Minter?
what?
Like, he's got a show
Actually,
cause.
here's what we should do. One by one, hire every cheater. Let's just go down the list until it works. Hire every dirtbag who was a part of the greatest cheating scandal in the history of football.
Okay, so
and
you know
just
what?
go.
First up, Lou Holtz. There you go.
You know, we got a really tough game against Kansas State this week.
Right. Eastern Michigan is really a challenge. No. They're really tough. I know you guys are laughing at me, but they're tough.
But Kalen DeBoer being the leader in the hot clubhouse, that makes total sense.
It
Yes,
does.
Jedd Fisch.
I would go for Fish. I don't think they're going to get DeBoer. I don't see that one happening.
Another episode of Rico Reports.
I think he'll use it to make more money at Alabama. But yeah.
And that's Football Today. All right, we got a long line of people that want to talk. You know what we're talking about. And we're not doing it the way the other shows did it because I don't think it's appropriate now with everything that took place for us to just move on and talk about, well, Kalen DeBoer. To hell with all that. Now it's more of who knew what and when. You're going to have lawsuits galore. Ward Manuel's got to go. And it's a question about where you're at with the program. Because, Rico, if you want, go ahead. This was your idea, and I love it. The idea of, okay, well, now we're sitting here. The cheating, what it yielded, the title, where you sit right now. Was it worth it? Go ahead. You tell us.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, because if you think about it, it did boil down to you went all in for a national championship, and you did unscrupulous things, whether you was on the field cheating, whether it was, making sure recruits didn't go visit Ohio State. You did whatever you could to get this title. You've had multiple assistant coaches arrested, and now you have the latest one. And my question is now was this worth it? Was this title worth everything that you wanted? Because it cost you everything. It cost you your reputation. It cost you your integrity. People don't respect the title. You do, but nobody else does. And for Michigan fans out there, was it worth it? Plain and simple. 248-539-9797. Because you got it all, but you had to burn down the house to get it.
And the problem is, I'm not going to generalize. I'll tell you the people I know in my circle, guys who went to the school, didn't go to the school. I know all types of Wolverines. They know deep down that title doesn't feel nearly as good as they thought it would. Just like this affair didn't feel as good as Sharon thought it would. It's never worth it. None of it's worth it. You destroyed everything you had, whether true or untrue, to be proud of about your school and about your program. It's all a lie. So my question is, when do we get to hear Ward Manuel's done? What else has to happen?
That one I don't know. That man's going to last forever, Mike. I'm just sure of it. I mean, when he was named athletic director of the year a couple of years ago, I was like, you got to be kidding me. Who was the competition? I mean, a pack of Twizzlers. I mean, when I look at this Michigan team and what you did, you didn't sacrifice. It's like you made a blood oath and you got the title, and you can't be proud of this because it turned you into everything that you've mocked and made fun of for decades and saying you're better than this, you're better than this, you're better than this. And now the latest coach who just got arrested happened yesterday after he got fired. And it's like you said, Mike, if they do a reunion, who's going to be around to show up to the reunion? Because they won't be able to allow it in the building because of the show causes and all of this. It's like, do you feel good about yourself? Because you got the title, but you got to feel dirty about it. You do.
No, I mean, it's a personal decision for people. I don't care. People can call up. They can tell the truth. They can lie. It's a free country. It's not North Korea. We're not going to blow you up by artillery, but it's nonsense. Yeah. They sold their soul to the devil for a title no one pays attention to. Ask somebody who won it a few years ago. They wouldn't be able to tell you, Michigan.
No.
And even if they did, they do it with a smirk.
Yeah. I mean, and
here you are.
No. And you're even seeing it in the NFL. Everybody who played on that team, as you like to say, it's a lot harder when you don't know the plays. You're not as good as we thought that you were.
There's a couple have been okay, but most of them have ended up wastes of space like Mozzie Smith. Mm-hmm. Fastest he ever moved was on his way to the gun range before it was open. Or maybe to DTW to get on that flight.
He made the flight.
Odd. Let's go to Danny, 97.1. Danny, you're batting lead off. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing? You asked if it's worth it. No, I'm so disgusted. And I can honestly tell you, when they won the championship, I said to my best friend, it's still gross. Gross was the term that I said to him. And everything you guys have said, I'm trying not to get my thoughts straight, not lose my temper, but it's just disgusting. And, who's going to make the new hire for the AD? The president's an interim. I mean, who can we trust? I don't know, guys. I don't know. Just disgusted. Was it worth it? No. It's the best I can give you. Just is.
No, and that's, Danny, your best is good enough. Like, it's cool. Not asking you to reinvent the wheel. Yeah. And I mean, look, that is the other part of this. You know, now it's coming out today. Oh, they knew that the school knew. Well, why didn't you do anything? See, then you run into Title IX issues. Then you run into civil suit issues. This is about who knew what and when. And look, I'm not interested in Michigan having their own investigation. There would need to be a third party involved because that school can't be trusted. Now, friend, let me take it a step further. I don't think any school can be trusted. Let me be clear. I don't think any school should run an in-house investigation. Hire a third party, steer clear, and let the facts come out. But you got to be willing. You got to be willing to pay to piper.
Well, I mean, they do the third party thing when it comes to coaching searches, so you could do it for an investigation. You waste money for that. I'm with you.
There's no question. It's crazy when you think about it. Is I can't come up. If you want to cite SMU 1984, all right, cool. There's your example. But outside of that, can you find an athletic department that has been this rogue, this out of control, this corrupt over a 5-year span? I can't.
I would maybe, well, I don't know, 5-year span. I was going to say maybe USC, the Reggie Bush era, but
Reggie Bush's mom got a house.
Right. And Pete Carroll, yeah.
You get my point. Over a 5-year span, and it's not just football, basketball program, volleyball, hockey, football program, multiply over multiple. Like, you do realize the absurdity now looking back at it. They hired a guy who had already been suspended for NCAA rules violations following the greatest scandal ever to now be the next head coach while awaiting more penalties. He defined Patsy. I think the only reason this didn't happen earlier is they tricked around in a god-awful Big Ten. They got put through the mattress by the top 2 teams they played, but they still had a chance against OSU. And you know if they made the playoff, I don't know what mysticism or envelopes or what would have needed to happen. They would have done whatever it took. And that's not even me being unfair, Rico.
No.
They've proven they'll just do whatever it takes, no?
No, you are correct, but...
And it's over football. That's the craziest part. That's an unbelievable university. And for football, you did it for football, a kid's game.
They wanted that title badly. Harbaugh wanted the title. He got it. He took off and ran when the punishment happened. He left everybody else to deal with the mess. He had multiple staffers being arrested. The FBI coming up into the building, didn't cooperate with the NCAA, spat in their face. And, yeah, all for what? For a title that in the end, the NCAA said it was the worst kind of cheating ever, but because there's no precedent for it, we don't have a penalty for it, which blows my mind. Yes, you did horrible things, but because no one's ever wrote down some rules of what we're going to do, we're going to slap you on the wrist, and Sharon, you can pick the days that you want to be suspended. There you go. Case closed.
Kind of said it all, didn't you? Go to Bob, 97.1. Bobby, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, Mike. How are you?
Good, Bob, and I do apologize. I know that was a little bit of a wait. What's going on?
No. You're good. All right. So I have a unique perspective on this. As someone, I think I'm a U of M student now. I did go to MSU for undergrad, and it's hilarious how different the coverage is between the two schools for basically what amounts to the same thing when all things considered. Let me say this. I think Michigan runs a propaganda apparatus that Joseph Goebbels and Adolf Hitler will be proud of, honestly. Like, I think you should replace the fight song with Yumish Uber Eyeless, and that would be appropriate. Like, seriously, I just don't understand.
Okay.
Whoa, yeah. No, let's not do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there were a lot of other examples you could have used. Why don't we just do that?
Yeah.
But if you want to talk propaganda, if you want to talk about having a big foothold in the media based on, look, it is a big brand. It is a big fan base. I have no problem. I understand the way of the world. I've just never seen Ohio State got thrown in a wood chipper for guys selling football pants for tattoos. I just look at this last 5 years and I'm like, how is that? I feel like I'm living in a simulation. The AD is still there. And you know, if Sharon had beaten OSU, he'd still be there.
Yeah, that's just it. It was like, funny how that worked out. Okay, you lose the OSU. Win signing day? Yeah, it's over. All right, right after signing day, I'm going to put a memo out there.
And look, And understand, I don't want to take an angry phone call where it's like, well, kids can get out of the letter. Guys, I understand they can get out, but you understand a lot of these guys, the high-level recruits file for early enrollee to get to school, to hit winter conditioning, to be in spring ball. If you opt out now, you're signing in February. It makes it more difficult. Also, the NIL you lined up. Budgets have been spent in a lot of places, or your spot could likely be gone. And sure, a high enough level recruit will find a landing spot. But the problem is you had your spot. You were ready to roll. You were ready to move to school. You did them dirty. If the school knew, which they did, it's pretty clear with the reporting. If reporters knew, if everyone on campus knew, well, yeah, you screwed these kids over. Who are we kidding?
But, integrity and things.
Well, that's where John doesn't get to say that. Rico, that's my problem. I don't have some deep-seated – first of all, I don't know John well enough to hate him. I don't hate him. The conversations, interactions I've had with John that don't reside about U of M, I actually think John is a decent human. I know he's a great dad. But when you come into my space, which is radio, you're not going to act a fool. Man, I put 25 years into this. You showed up 10 minutes ago. Don't come on this station and talk about integrity when you sat there like a babe in the woods during the greatest cheating scandal in the history of this thing. You took days off during the Anderson thing, and you've never demanded that school pay. So don't come out now talking about, well, we've got to reestablish integrity. John, you lost the plot.
See, I don't think that here's the thing, though, Mike. Even let's just say John is correct, and they bring in somebody who will install integrity. I don't think the school will embrace it. It's rare that you can go backwards. They've had a taste of winning and what it was like being on the wild side. What do you mean you want us to go to football rehab? You want us to get clean again? We don't want to get clean again. We kind of like this. They've sold out. I think the next coach, if he came in there and he was the most straight-laced coach, he'd be run out of town faster than Jonathan Smith left.
All right, stop ignoring the cold. Make a call. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Do a complete furnace checkup. Make sure it's running properly, safely. Right now, it's only $79, $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quick. And don't forget, they do plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. So do it now. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. Okay, David, I know we're going to do ticket text briefly, get to the phones. Rico, David has said, Guido, step aside. I need the microphone. So David, please. You've carte blanche.
Yeah, because all day I've been hearing integrity. Integrity. And I get it. That's important for your next coach. I understand what needs to happen. But I just need to focus here because we can't speak integrity, but Ward Manuel has his job. I get it. Maybe it doesn't happen today, but there should be in no way him hiring another head coach. You all mentioned it. Go through it. Everything that has happened under his watch, he cannot be here to be the head coach. And there's an article, only one article I've seen regarding Ward Manuel and all this, and that's on USA Today from Nancy Armour. No local reporter, no local writer. No one is saying what I'm saying here except her, that he cannot keep his job. You have the statement yesterday that says this conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy, and U of M maintains zero tolerance. And she writes zero tolerance. Anything goes at Michigan until you're caught.
Well,
what are we doing here?
David, you know what?
Daisy dips.
It's funny because I'm reading this tweet from Nicole Auerbach.
Uh-oh.
David, maybe this is a log onto your get rid of Ward Manuel fire. Michigan, according to her, Michigan had been alerted prior to Wednesday that Sharon Moore was dealing with mental health issues. Yet, Ward Manuel fired him alone with no HR rep and no security present, source told NBC Sports.
Oh, my Lanta. Oh, Rico, they're preparing the smoker.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
Ward. They're lighting the charcoals. You know that source came from U of M. Hey, Nicole, do us a solid, will you? Put this out there in the hemisphere. He fired him with no HR or security present? You're firing a head football coach who apparently had already had mental health issues? You fired him alone? What is this, 1943? What are you going to do, take him in the woods and shoot him?
Get out.
Hey, Sharon, how you doing? Get out. That's not how it works. Oh, boy. Yeah, they got to be prepping Ward's gone. Got to.
So, David, maybe, according to Nicole, maybe you'll get your wish because as Ward is sitting there saying, well, we got rid of that problem. Well, Ward, we got one more issue.
Yeah, there's another issue here.
Have a seat and let's get HR and security in the building. Yeah, Ward, you're now gone.
David, you want to do the ticket text, buddy?
No, because I'm not done.
Okay.
Because here's the other problem that I have, and you mentioned it to start the show, Mike. So many people on the Michigan side are saying, well, I heard this, and I heard that, which leads me back to Ward. If you knew, he knew all of it. Everything that we talk about with this scandal, with other scandals, he knew. You cannot continue this program, and you cannot go on the air and say integrity, and then not speak when the conversation about Ward Manuel comes up. You can't.
Sometimes, too, I mean, look, I think in this case it's been totally justified. We've talked about it for years. Is like, how does Ward have a job? But sometimes it's simple, man. Like your collateral damage. Not in this case, but like, you're the AD of a program, of an athletic department that's gone off the rails. It's gone rogue. You've got scandals in so many different sports, so many different times. It's just an easy move to make. It's the same thing here of like, so the cheating wasn't bad enough, but it was this that put you over the edge? That's what I can't square the circle on.
Yeah. None of it made sense. Why now? If you've known about it for this long, so what happened in the last, let's just say, week that now, you know what, it's zero tolerance and we have to get rid of you because of things and stuff? Because from what I've learned, you already had an investigation, but I guess your investigation went nowhere. So why did you need to go and re-adjudicate this and have a new investigation? Like, none of this makes sense. And that's all I would love for somebody to make it make sense. Give me a real timeline of what happened, why it happened, and when it happened.
It's a good way to put it. Dave, you want to do a couple ticket texts?
I sure can.
No, I'm actually hoping you yell at me more.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not. My
man. Todd in Milford says, this latest scandal is the latest blow to Michigan. I'm sick. I'm mad. I'm disappointed about what has happened to the program. This will have years of damage. Someone else says, Maybe. Okay.
Money fixes a lot of things, buddy. You know where college football is at.
But now this is where Michigan will be at the crossroad, Dave, and then I'm going to let you finish. Do you just bring in a coach to keep this thing going, or do you bring in somebody to try to fix this? Because I don't think they're the same thing. I don't think they're the same person. If you bring in somebody to fix it, they're going to be gone in a few years, and then you bring in the real coach. This guy's kind of like the cleaner. He cleans up all the mess. Or you just kind of say, well, stuff happens. Pay somebody. Let's get this thing going again, and let's try to win another title.
Choice B. That's who they are now.
Yeah.
The old Michigan's dead. So just embrace the new one. You're Harvey Dent with half a face.
Yeah.
Michigan
coin.
Michigan media pulling the "we can't report on rumors" is so lazy. Maybe do some investigative journalism when you hear rumors and hold people accountable.
If you're a reporter, like this is why nobody wants to be a reporter anymore. It's very difficult. It takes a lot of chops, and it's a dying industry. And there really isn't a lot of investigative journalists in sports anymore. All I'm trying to say is if it was this pervasive and everyone's running to say, well, I knew, well, then, dude, if you can't get the answer, call your editor. The same way, like if you're going to run those hit pieces on MSU last night at 11 o'clock at night, I'd like to think an editor would be smart enough to go, you know what? Let's read the room a little bit. This probably isn't the time for this.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm with you. And as far as reporting rumors, no, you would get fired if you go out there and you report rumors as fact. But in this day and age that we live in, when it's so over the top, it almost begs, you know what? We should probably place a few phone calls because this sounds so far-fetched. It probably means it happened. So, yeah, let's do a little digging. Let's go find the person does anybody know the young lady that supposedly is that person? Let's go talk to her. Let's go see what's happening. It can be done, but chances are, Mike, it probably just nah, we're good. We'll let somebody else deal with it.
Well, I'll give you an example of something. Like I was listening to a podcast. I'm not going to give free shout outs. They're saying, yeah, I was talking to agents and it's been a pretty big expectation this job would be open months ago. Where was that report? Just say it. Say I'm hearing from agents they think Michigan's going to make a move at the end of the year. Like, I don't need that report today.
Well, it's funny you said that because there was a tweet that's really aging like milk sitting in 100-degree weather when Desmond Howard came out and said that Sark was going to get you may want to watch out for Texas. They may be looking for a new coach. Cut scene. It's Michigan, Des, not Texas.
The guy also thought the blue and gold of the Ukraine meant go blue.
Well, didn't it? I mean, a war, yeah, but come on, go blue.
God bless Michigan.
Go ahead, David. We'll get a call or two in.
All right. Let's,
Good. Go to Timmy.
Hold on.
97.1. Timmy, what's going on?
Hey, brother.
Hey.
Why are you guys dogging Michigan so bad? I listen to this show all day long. No. Hey,
why?
How about Mel Tucker?
Yeah. Embarrassment.
Mel Tucker got fired a few years ago. He didn't get fired yesterday.
No, I know. I understand that. But you know what? You guys just seem to dog Michigan. And John Jansen's a great man. And I just think he deserves.
And John, you know what? You're right. John probably is a great guy. But when you go on radio, do your effing job. And if you don't, I'm going to be the first one to call it out.
Okay,
Unacceptable, Timmy.
I respect that. But he's a good man. He's a good father. And he loves the University of Michigan.
That's fine. But he's also compromised. He's also on the broadcast. And you know what? He sat there and tried to downplay the cheating when he damn well knew as a former player what was going on.
You think he did?
100%.
Okay.
The rest of the free world did. How come only Wolverines didn't?
I guess you're probably right, because I didn't, and I'm a Walmart Wolverine. And I'll admit
No,
it.
you know what it is, Timmy? You knew you didn't want to know. Because if it was real, if you acknowledged it, it invalidated everything you were watching. They polled college coaches overwhelmingly. Like 85% said it was worth at least 7 points a game, if not more. I'm not going to sit here and have somebody gaslight me. Well, what competitive advantage? Not you. I'm saying him. Look, there's personal and business. This is business. I don't have a bad thing to say about John personally. But don't come on this station, a station which I've put 20 years helping to build, and you're not going to bleep on the floor and get away with it just because you love the school. I don't do that with mine. I shoot straight. MSU's made plenty of mistakes, and I have spit roasted them for it. But I will be damned if I'm going to sit here and I'm not going to call that crap out.
Right, we're being too mean to Michigan, and the first thing that Timmy wants to say, well, what about Mel Tucker? Mel Tucker didn't get fired yesterday. Mel Tucker didn't.
Oh, and by the way, you know what, Timmy? I guess you weren't really bent out of shape every time I would play the I'm a horse bleep football coach. Or I'd play inappropriate drops referencing Mel Tucker playing his tummy sticks in his hotel room.
Right.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Like, honestly,
I'll
tell you what, if there's a clapback from John or Doug or any of these guys, go ahead. Find a time when I've supported state inappropriately. Find a time where I buried my head in the sand. Go ahead. Unlike him, I didn't take any days off during Nassar. I was here every effing day. Kind of weird how he gets quiet when it gets hot in that room. Oh, here's Heather with the news. No. Come on the air, be honest. It's what you're paid to do. And if you can't be honest, then you got to go look in the mirror.
Or you can talk about integrity.
You know how much easier my life would be if I was just dishonest about Michigan State? Okay, Rico, you're number 1, too. I love you. 97.1. All right, straight back to the people, and we appreciate your patience. There's a lot to sort through.
Mike, we are living in a simulation, just so you know. You are correct.
What
as
happened?
ESPN had Taylor Lewan on to talk about this Michigan situation.
Do I need to explain beyond him going to Michigan why that's a bad idea? No, I mean, there are reasons. I just don't think I need to get into
No. Yeah, simulation.
But you know there's reasons.
Oh, yeah.
No, the
we
problem
wanna
is,
call-
I don't care if you went to U of M. You have to be honest. That's what this job is.
Mm-hmm.
It's not to run cover because you're in your Spartan or Wolverine PJs. Just call it straight, man. Like, it's sports. This isn't anything beyond that.
Yeah.
Be damned if I'm going to step in front of a train for a stupid sports team. That makes no sense. Carry on.
No, I'm with you.
Who's been holding longest? That's who we go to first.
That would be Chad. Chad, you're on 97.1.
How you guys doing?
Good, Chad. What's going on?
So you guys touched on a lot of topics here today. I want to focus on Ward.
Sure.
And I do want to say a few other things to not so much, politicize or combat what you guys were talking about, the programs. But I do want to make comments on that. But however, I want to focus on Ward real quick. Look, do I think he should be gone? Yes, I do. Everybody knew out in Ann Arbor, myself included, about the behavior of Juwan Howard. Everybody knew it. Everybody, if you went to a sushi restaurant, people would talk about his behavior. And it wasn't just, on the court. It was with his own coaches, his personnel, and stuff like that. So we know that behavior went all the way back, and it was known to Ward Manuel. We know it, right? He made a great hire in Dusty May. The point that I'm trying to get at is every university out there knows the behavior of these coaches and their personnel. They have their own investigators. They have all of this stuff. Michigan and Michigan State included. Both universities, for example, have gone through their own, tragedies. And I'm going to call it a tragedy. This man went out, he cheated on his wife with a staffer, and now all this stuff is blown up in our face, right? But there's been far more traumatic instances with people that get into positions of power, such as coaching, and then politics get involved, and then everything just gets blown up. Everything needs to go right back to the way it was. It needs to go back. It should just be coaches going out and trying to recruit players for their program, and that's it. I wish that there was a way to stop all the politicization of everything that goes on in college sports and the NFL. And I want to make a point that I'm saying this because somebody in my family is a high-ranking NFL person. And we talked about this, my dad and everybody. This stuff goes on everywhere, Mike, Rico. This kind of behavior goes on everywhere. It doesn't just start at Michigan, and it doesn't stop. It goes on everywhere. And the SEC...
I'm listening to you.
Whoops.
I'm not interrupting, and I didn't space out. I'm listening, but I'm not doing this everybody does it stuff.
Well, and
Everybody
that's
speeds,
just it.
You got pulled over.
Yeah, he lost me on that, though. It's bad when your first thing is, well, everybody is doing this. Or you can just take responsibility and say, you know what? We did this. We shouldn't have done this. We need to be better. Plain and simple. I don't have to point at my neighbor. Right. I don't have to point at my neighbor and say, well, I'm better than him. And we're better than them. No, that means that you're not really sorry. You're just trying to turn this into a power ranking.
It's true. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
Hold on.
Hey, just a couple takes on your show opener, Mike, with regard to some thoughts about who knew and why this didn't come out. I spent like 30-plus years in PR and journalism and marketing as an analyst and a strategist. First off, Mike, you made a point yesterday about that beat writer who had the pretty unvarnished truth on Scooble. And it relates to that, right? Every journalist needs access. It's their juice, right? It's like you need that to do your job. And for that guy to come out and make that statement on Scooble is far out of the ordinary. It just
it was
doesn't
ballsy.
happen. You got to play
It was
nice.
really ballsy.
Yes, sir, it was. You got to play nice with the brand. You don't want to make waves. You need to have access to that locker room, to team officials and everything else, because it's your lifeblood. So I can see that, a lot of the folks that are covering Michigan football in this town are really slappies for the brand, right? And that leads to the next point too. It's like a three-legged stool. So the first one's access. Second one is the blue wall. Just watching this for many, many years, the blue wall is real, and it's a confluence of the best PR operation in sports. They kept a total lid on this thing, just like they did the Stallions deal. My buddy was out to lunch. He's in the PR industry. He was out with a guy, an insider, last week, Thursday, and they were talking about this stuff. An earlier caller said they knew about this stuff December 2nd. It's just, it just gets out there. These guys have deep legal pockets. If you're coming with a story, an investigative journalism story like this, you better be buttoned up, man, because U of M's got deep pockets, and your story better be airtight, okay? That's the second one, the blue wall. And then the third one is the shifting media landscape. I think you alluded to it before, Mike. With the advent of social media, newspapers are dying, TV news is dying. There is really no investigative journalism anymore. News has become more like propaganda, and it's just the new reality in which we live in. There just aren't news desks that can go out there and do hardcore investigative reporting like days of old. And so what's next? I think the NCAA needs to investigate this thing. They covered this whole thing up before signing day. It just stinks to high heaven. Will it happen? Probably not, because of all the points I made above. And finally, I think, no question about it, it's about time Warde Manuel has to go. So I'll shut up and listen to your take.
No, you
Thanks,
don't need
guys.
to shut up. It's a great call. I
Appreciate the
appreciate
call.
the perspective from that viewpoint of that 30 years in the game. No, you're speaking facts, and people don't have to like it, but it's reality. It's the biggest frustration in the world. Everything's propaganda now. You can't just talk about things the way they are. It's always got to be a version of how you want it to be. And I just
an agenda.
I don't get it.
No.
Yeah, big time, man. Like, it's all right. I know we're up against it. Let me take care of some business. We'll get more to people. We'll just touch the table ever so briefly in a football today on NFL, and then we'll continue with the Sharon Moore story. And somehow still right now at 340, Ward still has a job. Every NFL Thursday, your chance on FanDuel to hit the jackpot. It's the touchdown jackpot. You win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on it, all you got to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you win your bet. And you get a share of the bonus pool. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. You take your shot today. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who pick the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get right back to it. I want to make sure we're respectful of callers and we get to you. I know it's taken a while. You got to understand, guys, it's like air traffic control. You got a new audience coming in every 10, 11 minutes. I want to make sure people understand what the hell we're doing. Also, while getting to you guys. So I do apologize. With that, I know he's asked to be addressed as this. His name used to be Big Vern. He is now medium-sized Vern. A sex symbol in 2025.
Medium
it's
Vern.
great. It's great to hear from you, man.
It's great to be here, and it's great to find out that you are 50 Cent and John Johnson is now Ja Rule.
No. The caller decided to bark up that tree. That's what you're going to get. We're all adults. We don't have to agree on stuff.
I'm like Mike went all Death Row Tupac and Dr. Dre, but it's all good. So
I'm more of an Eric Sermons man myself.
I got you. So I got to nerd out for a second. My favorite villain of all time is Thanos. His daughter asked him, "You got what you wanted, and what did it cost you?" And he said, "Everything." Mm-hmm. Sports are fake, real fake. I don't care how sleazy you are, because what sealed it all for me, Mike, was the Houston Astros. One of the biggest blatant cheating moves, scumbag moves of all time. You know what happened? Nothing. Their title wasn't vacated. Nobody batted an eye. We got some slaps on the wrist. Cool beans. We move on. And like Rico said, we had punishments, but we couldn't dole out punishments because, quote unquote, we've never had anything like this before. It's like my coworkers used to complain about management. If management is not going to do anything, why do you care? And like the guy said earlier, so many programs do this all the time. When there's billions of dollars involved, there's so much crooked crap that goes on, and we all don't bat an eye at the results. It was a sleazy title, and guess what? I don't care. You know what else is gross? Getting beat by Appalachian State, losing to Ohio State for 20-some-odd years. I don't care because nobody else cares. When that trophy was hoisted and that championship was finally brought home, I don't care what you have to do because it's all fake, Mike. When it comes to scandals and cheating, I'm not justifying it at all. But as a whole, when you look at the whole scope of sports in general, from every cheating scandal that's ever happened, nobody has truly went nuclear. Nobody has truly doled out the punishment that the cheating dictated for the circumstance. So if they don't care, why should I care? Because at the end of the day, when that name is written on that title, we won it. We beat everybody. I don't care what happened to get there, because nothing comes of it. Every time we get irate, we want to get on the high horses, we want to talk about this and that and integrity, because there's no integrity when it comes to sports, man. I don't believe in it. I don't believe it exists, because people who have been dry from championships for 20, 30 some odd years would do everything short of a felony, and sometimes felonies, to get to the end result. I'm truly Thanos.
Vern, you had some felonies.
Whatever it takes.
Okay. So now you're just gonna go out and make soup out on your little cabin on a planet by yourself?
Hey, man, as long as I get to rock my Michigan hoodie that says "We beat everybody," I don't care. Get Warde Manuel out of here. Fire him, because if he knew, he has to go too. We have to wipe the slate clean, start all over. But at the same time, I don't care. I got a championship. My man, like one of the greatest philosophers of all time said, the Dr. Ric Flair said, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Do what you got to do, man.
All right, appreciate the call, Vern.
Hey, look, I respect it because at least he's honest.
Yeah, I mean,
what I don't respect is this crap about integrity, leaders and best, the team. Man, that's all dead. You cashed it all in.
Well,
it's all gone.
I respect. No, because we asked, was it worth it? And to Vern, it was worth it. Okay, I'm not trying to change your mind.
And regarding the integrity thing, you're exactly right. That's what he's basically saying in his call. And then this text came through. Michigan athletics is doing great. They have a #1 basketball team. Girls basketball is good. Hockey is good. Softball is good. Baseball is good. Stop with the Warde Manuel must go BS.
It's not BS.
They don't care about integrity at all.
No. They
don't care about history.
Yeah, the whole point is the facts are the facts. You've had a rogue athletic department. Go down the list. I'm not doing your damn homework for you. And by the way, you think anyone cares women's basketball's doing well? Men's crew? No one gives a damn. Stop it right now. Your football coach just turned into damn Al Cowlings. Stop it. And Dusty May's done an incredible job. So does the money. But that's immaterial to all of the things that have surrounded it. Your job as an athletic director is to run a program that at least remotely sticks to the rules. I mean, go down the list, guys.
Yeah, because I would say, how did you get to Dusty May? Oh, you had a coach out there open-handedly slapping other coaches.
Don't forget about the issue he had with an employee.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He slapped a coach. He threatened other coaches because he's from the streets of Chicago. But, things.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you think it's BS to say Ward is not a good rep for the programs anymore, then that's your prerogative. But give me a break. If this was happening at OSU, you'd call for his head, period.
Mm-hmm.
So just keep it on the level. That's all.
No. There's justice and just rules for Michigan.
Who's waited longest? I want to make sure we're very fair about this.
Okay, that'd be Ryan. Ryan,
Mike,
you're on 97.
How's it going, guys?
Hey,
Mike, you asked, was it worth it? I started watching Michigan in 2001 as a young boy. I sat at the Appalachian State game and wept and wiped my tears with my maize-colored shirt. I sat through the OSU losing streak, which I never thought would end. Yes, it was worth it. Unequivocally, it was worth it. That's all I can say. I have my T-shirt. We'll disagree about the cheating scandal, but it's fine.
That's fine.
And I'm happy with it.
And that's all I asked. Hey, man, this is not court. You don't need to prove anything. It is a simple question.
Right.
There are people who are going to say yes. There's people who are going to say no. I'm not mad at you, Ryan. I said when the cheating was going on, and Rico did too, factually, enjoy this now. You ain't going to like what's about to happen. Mm-hmm. But go ahead. Take your father to the game. Take your picture. Have your T-shirt. That's the deal I made in real time.
Because right now the bill is due, and you're saying things are happening to the school, and it may be a while before you see that type of success again. But if it was worth it to you, you could feel free. This is a safe space. Say it with your chest.
Yeah, you just don't get to talk about anybody else anymore.
No,
that's it. Full stop. All right, we'll take a quick TO. We'll get just a touch of NFL. We'll get back into the news of the day. All right, let's do the business. Touch table on some football briefly, and then back to the news of the day. David, music, please.
All right, this is the weekly top 14 in the NFL. Just so people listening for the first time, this poll changes weekly. It's not based on projection. It's based on where you are right here, right now. Starting with the honorable mention, I can't believe I'm actually saying this team, but they are the last of the honorable mention, the Miami Dolphins.
No.
They just won't.
Whoa.
I mean, when I look and see them in the graphic, they'll be gone tomorrow, but I guess
They're
I got to
in the graphic.
They're in the graphic.
Give them their credit and their due right now. I get it.
In the graphic.
At 15 would be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Fading fast.
Yes, they are.
And I'm telling you, this Bucky Irving thing is the weirdest situation in the league. He's in, he's not. He's in, he's not. He's hurt, he's not. No Mike Evans. Bucky Irving's dead every other play. The offense is scuffling. I'll tell you one thing. They might be in some trouble tonight. This is just the type of weird divisional game. They screw around. They keep these games close, and they get got, just like last week.
Well, there is one team that would be happy if they got tonight, and that's the team sitting at 14 on a bye week, the Carolina Panthers.
They're going to win this division.
Carolina's at New Orleans. Or am I hallucinating?
No, I'm saying no. If Tampa gets got, I mean, they're racing for the division with Tampa.
Yes, yeah. Carolina better watch themselves. 2.5-point favorites in New Orleans. This is exactly the spot we don't trust the Panthers.
You're right.
Are you an adult now? Do you want the car keys with a later curfew, or are you going to wrap this thing around a pole? You can't go and lose to the Saints if we're going to take you seriously, or you don't get privileges anymore.
Tyler Shuck season. All right.
Oh God.
At 13, David, your Pittsburgh Steelers.
You can put them out. They're done.
Hey, they're going to win that division.
They're not,
David.
because they're going to lose to the Dolphins. They're going to lose to the Ravens. It's over.
David, you can keep saying it. You just went to Baltimore and won.
But again, we put ourselves in a corner. They always fight out of a corner.
Nobody.
And then once they get out, then they die.
Nobody comes back. Like Mike Tomlin reminds me of the modern day was a Wayne Fonts. Just every time you thought it was over, Wayno would go on that 7-game winning streak.
Drags you back in with that Lions leather.
Right. At number 12, the Philadelphia Eagles. As you would like to say, Mike.
Too right, Mr. K-Line. Too right. I don't know what to say. That game on Monday night, I just Jalen Hurts looked like he was under a spell. And you've heard some of the things that there's tension between the team and him. His body language sucked. Dude, I'm
Well, here's the
they'll
funny
make
thing
the
about
playoffs,
this.
but man.
No, here's the funny thing about this, and I saw a stat this morning. They really tried to get A.J. Brown incorporated in the offense the last
They
3
can't win a
games,
game.
and they haven't won. But he's had
He's
over
got
100
100
yards. Yes, he's had over 100 yards, and they've lost all 3 games.
I'll just say it again because I love hammering this point home. This is why I love Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't got to worry about babysitting nobody. I'm telling you. You imagine AJ in this town, my head would explode.
No, I don't think he would work. No. I was going to make a comment, but no, I'm going to leave it go. Jacksonville Jaguars coming in at number 11. We're going to have to start learning how to trust the mullet.
Yes. It's one of those weird things where all year they did just enough and they survived all the storms. And just when you want to quit them, they reel you back in. Now look at the end of their schedule. Rico, they would have to work really hard not to win that division or make the playoffs. Mm-hmm. I'll still take Houston to do more, to be more interesting in the playoffs. But yeah, I mean, the Jags, 10-point favorites this weekend. Their schedule sets up this way.
Yeah. At number 10, coming off the Monday night game, a team that I thought would do a lot worse, but they just keep winning, the Chargers.
Yeah, it's look.
Quarterback with a broken hand. Yeah.
Running game is broken in sum total. Look, it was a war of attrition. I probably would have them a little lower on this list. I still worry about their pass protection in playoff-type games. But I understand why they're here. They've won a lot of games.
At number 9, the Chicago Bears. They lost to the Packers, but they came back in that game, gritty game in Green Bay, and Caleb probably threw to the wrong receiver, or they go to overtime or either go for 2 and try to win that thing.
Beat the Browns, the 7.5-point favorite, by 1 or 100. Win the game, and you get your next test. And it will set up one of the most important games in the last 5 years of Bears football. You're getting a pack at your spot. You got to respond. Everything's a test in this league. And as much credit as we want to give them, they ain't going to do you no good. You get swept by the pack.
Yeah, the Browns game, I think it's 10 degrees for that game.
Sounds about right.
Can't imagine sitting in that crowd for that game. At number 8, coming off the bye week, is the 49ers.
No problem with it. What am I going to say?
I was
should win
ready
this
for something.
week. No, there's nothing to say. They should win this week. You will have your tests. You're going to get the Bears.
Right.
You're going to get the Seahawks.
And you got the Colts.
You're going to have to steal one of those games to just make sure you get in. And this weekend, you get win number 10, correct?
Win number 10 this weekend, and then they get the new and improved Colts.
Okay. So if you win the next 2 weeks, you're in. But if you win the next 3, you're really in.
So I will say this, and it's not major because they're just one right behind each other. I maybe would have swapped the Bears with them, but again, it's just one move. They didn't play. The Bears proved it even with the loss.
Right.
But it's just one spot, so no big deal.
At number 7, the Buffalo Bills.
How about that spread? You see that one?
No.
They're a 1-point favorite in New England. And New England bodied them last time. They want to stay on this list and they want to be taken seriously as a real playoff team. You got to win this game. You cannot get swept.
Like, this is their year. Like, if you can't get it this year, it reminds me of the old Houston Rockets when Jordan was gone. You better do it now because Patrick Mahomes will be back. At number 6, one of the hottest teams, the Houston Texans.
Love it. Love it. Old school defense. Something from a bygone era, brother. And it's good enough to absolutely carry them.
At
you can't score on them, man.
No. But, man, that defense is lights out. At number 5, your Detroit Lions.
I think this is too high. They haven't won back-to-back games in 2 months. Also haven't lost back-to-back games in 2 months. If they want to be number 5, they'd have to beat the Rams. Because you know what you're going to do next week if they lose to the Rams. You're going to have these guys hanging around at 9 or 10.
Mm-hmm. They can't win 2 games in a row, and I can't keep them high 2 games in a row. They'll drop.
David, you think that's a little bit much?
I do. This is probably where the Bears should be.
So swap the Bears
That's
with the
probably
Lions.
what it should be because the Lions, you're right, Mike, they haven't won back-to-back, and the Bears are showing proof that they're a good team. The Lions on the edge.
Do you factor in Brian Branch's injury into the ranking or no?
No.
Because I know it's impacted me. I'm very concerned because Branch is way more important than people even realize.
Well, no. But remember, it's not projection. It's what you've done. So they won without – Branch got injured late in the game. So we'll see what happens when they play the Rams. At number 4, the Green Bay Packers.
I'm good with it. But they are in Denver this week, and they got something to prove.
Huge game.
But again, big win against the Bears. They've righted the ship. Big win over the Lions on Thanksgiving Day. I'm fine for now. They've got to win that game this week to stay here.
At 3, the Seattle Seahawks.
Ooh.
I know, Ginger quarterback.
I know, and it's hard right now with them. I just don't know what they are.
David, they're a playoff team. Now,
and they're road warriors.
What's going to happen?
Do not lose on the road.
Yeah, what happens when they get into the playoffs? That's a different story.
That's a different story. You're right. Right now, okay. All right.
At number 2, I have the New England Patriots. And at 1, the Los Angeles Rams.
Look, I'll just say this, and maybe I'm overstating it. I think there's quite a gap between the Rams and everybody else right now. They've just consistently played the best football. They're balanced on offense. They're fierce on defense. You want to give him a little bit of a knock on special teams. I'm okay with that. But you have the MVP quarterback. You have the weapons. Blake Corum's been excellent for them to create a 1-2 punch.
And Puka Nacua catches everything.
Everything.
I mean, he
It's
reminds me like
insane.
what Amon Ra used to be when it's just like, yeah, he's going to catch that. It's like Nacua, 3 people on him, and somehow he was the one that came down with the ball. How did that happen?
Said it all.
I thought Kenny was about to say something. Okay. All right. That's the NFL Top 14 poll, 97-1. Holidays are coming up, and let's face it, you're going to be eating more cookies than you probably should. Well, you know what? Let Planet Fitness help keep you in shape. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. It's a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. Feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment for a full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching. Convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine, so you can't say, I don't have time. Yes, you do. Free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you in over 50 Planet Fitness locations throughout the Metro Detroit area. And if you thought that was it, it's not, because now through December 19th, it's the 12 days of Fitmas at Planet Fitness. You can join right now for this special event. All you need is $1 down. After that, it's $15 a month. Head into one of the 50 Planet Fitness locations throughout the Metro Detroit area to sign up, or you can go online or use the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
somehow the Sharon Moore thing just gets worse. Rigo, you know I'm always perusing New York Post. I think it's one of the more entertaining sports sections of any paper. Sharon's plastered everywhere, but now apparently this guy was following like hundreds of OnlyFans models and Instagram models, and I mean, just now you're also getting TMZ audio of the 911 call. That's never good.
Yeah.
The victim claims, and again, doesn't mean it's true, but the claim is he was stalking her for months. Yikes. Now, here's my question. We're sitting here at about 4:15. You read that, was it Nicole Arbeck?
Yeah.
Forgive me. I immediately surmised, all right, they're laying the seeds for him to be let go today, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it's true that he fired Sharon with no HR present, no security, and we still have this time lapse issue.
And he knew he had some mental issues going on.
Right. How was he fired at 4:45 if the cops are called at 4:10?
And that's where I'm thinking. He was fired beforehand. The public didn't know because they were coming up with a statement. And during
and
the time,
his behavior ruined their ability to craft the statement.
And before they can come up with the statement, it sounds like he left straight from Schembechler Hall and drove straight to that young lady's address. And that's where, to me, that's the only way that the timeline fits. He was fired, got angry, walked out, drove straight over there. And then subsequently ended up getting arrested by the cops. Because other than that, you're right. It was like, wait, so was he fired because he went to her house? Or was he fired because he had an inappropriate relationship with her?
Right. The math doesn't math.
No, it ain't math.
We'll get to the callers. I want to catch up on Ticket Text briefly. David, is that something you can produce?
Sure. It's going to take years to recover our integrity. Fire War now. He definitely knew for a while and kept it under wraps until it suited him. Moore went full Petrino and then some. What a moron. I feel bad for his wife and children.
No, Petrino just lied.
Well, he showed up sunburnt with a neck brace. I don't think we're going to have that here.
No, but Moore went over with more heinous things to do, and it's just like, thank God nothing major happened, or this would have been a tragedy that, I couldn't have saw this coming. Like, he didn't wake up yesterday morning thinking I was going to end up spending the night in Pittsfield
The problem
jail.
is you're reading reports today that he was acting strange and irrational for the last few weeks.
Yeah.
See, it's all starting to come out, and you're like, man, where was some of the reporting here now? The one that I'm still blown away by is the reporting that in the agent world, there was an expectation the Michigan job would be coming open months ago. That is a wild report to sit on.
No, you're right, because that kind of is like when the Vegas line all of a sudden moves and you're like, wait, what is going on? Who knows what? And then you find out, oh, star players injured. Vegas knew like 3 days ago.
Go ahead, David.
You know who doesn't have a cheating scandal? Quinn Hughes. Love that conversation yesterday, guys.
Oh, man. Dude, I worked so damn hard on that topic.
I was really pulling for that topic to go, man. Come on, give me some Quinn Hughes.
Kenny, it did go. We were out of the zone. We had gotten through the left wing lock. We created a 2-on-1. We're about to fire shoot the puck. We were about to shoot the puck. Full lines. And Rico bleeped in the punch bowl.
No,
guys, I have breaking news.
David whispered in my ear, and I thought he was going to say, Scooble's been traded. No, Sharon Moore's fired. And I had to double take, like, wait, what? Yeah. So, sorry.
But none of us yesterday could have foreseen what the evening brought.
No way.
It was so ridiculous that it was kind of like the initial rumors, like, this is true. Okay, but wow, and that's true as well. Wow. It just got to the point where I'm not going to accept every story as gospel, but I'm not going to question it either. And yeah, that you see the mainstream news channels all sitting outside of Pittsfield Township police station, and they're saying he's going to stay there overnight. He's not getting out today either. So, Schefter, I can't wait to hear his side of the story.
I thought Adam Schefter was entirely embarrassing today. If you listened, that's embarrassing. Yeah. Do better. Here's an idea. Stay out of the Michigan space. You're an NFL reporter. Mm-hmm. Stay in your lane. Talk to us about the fourth-string punter being elevated off the practice squad. You don't need to carry water for your school anymore. Carry on.
I almost wish there was a college game day this Saturday. I would actually watch it.
I don't.
Oh, I would actually.
I don't.
Daz, you know what? We're just going to let you kick it off. Go ahead. What do you got to say?
Tex here says Moore makes the 7th Michigan football staffer arrested since 2015. Wow.
That's arrested. What about the ones who were fired or had to bail to the NFL because they got show caused? That's the whole point with the Ward thing. That's the whole reason I got so upset earlier with the John part of it. Stop acting like this is the moment you lost your integrity and we need to now get it back. No, you've lost it over the course of 5 years, and you had no problem with it along the way. So I don't want to hear from you today.
Facts.
Sean from Bay City says the Michigan Athletic Department is the equivalent to Enron. It's about time people realized it. Then Todd in Belleville says, am I the only Michigan fan with a brain? I feel so gaslit by this trash school. Their fans will tell me they never cheated and it was a witch hunt. Now this. I feel insane being a Wolverine right now. That's Todd in Belleville.
No, Todd, I would say their fans will simply say, but what about this school and this school and this school? It's almost like they took the words straight from Myth Album in his article today.
Okay. See, now I know what you're doing. Now I see what you're doing now.
What?
You're putting chum in the water. That Myth Album piece was so pathetic. I mean, first of all, who the hell still reads them? Second of all, your angle on the Sharon Moore thing is to wave your finger in the face of Spartans and any other fan bases and remind everyone else you've done bad things too.
Yeah.
Dude. That's your angle? Why don't you go back to creating players that weren't at games?
Yeah, probably. It's probably the best thing for him because, he lost credibility with me after that whole incident and everybody got fired but him. Shocker. But, really? So it started off about Sharon Moore and then it was like, but don't you dare even think about making jokes and blah, blah. Where are we going here? What happened? It was almost like a text message of his that just went rogue. Oh, okay. You know what? You may want to put the bottle of Jack down and just finish it.
But look at how it rolled last night. 11 p.m. You got a Pat Fitzgerald, Kathy Redmond reset into a Myth Album column. How about just report what's actually going on? State will give you plenty of reasons to get after him. Right. But what do we do?
But as a news person, yeah, Sharon Moore was giving you a ton of stories that, hey, I'm going to go to the jail. You go to the place where he broke in. You go here. Nah, how about we talk about the Pat Fitzgerald hire? What? Yeah.
And by the way, he was, fully exonerated. Oh, and he sued the school and got a hefty settlement plus an apology. That's just, you would have thought we hired Al Capone. I'd love to know when the editor got that little hit piece thrown on his desk, and they go, yeah, I don't know, Sharon, he's in jail. He threatened to kill somebody. Yeah, run it. This is the time. Let's do that.
Yeah, you know what? We're going to make this fair and balanced. We got a Michigan piece. We got to have a Michigan State piece. We'll give the Sparties something.
David, go ahead.
Hey, where's Paula Levine when you need her? Let's go get her for the story.
Listen, has Dan Murphy left his apartment in 3 years? He's right in Ann Arbor. All of this should have been pretty convenient. Could have saved him the drive up 96 when he was covering state.
I'm sure Molly can jump in and say something.
Oh.
Someone says, this is why
you know what she'd say? Hire me. unemployed with zero skills.
Go ahead, David. The text.
This is why I believe in karma. Michigan tested it often.
Yeah, but guys, I hate to break this to some of you who think this is going to be some huge downfall, and we can get into it in the 5. Like, I can futurecast exactly how this could go. They're going to spend their problems away. They're going to hire a really good coach. They'll fall up in life. And remember, the media machine won't stop. And by the summer, Joel and Gus and their ilk will be all oiled up, priming that pump, and talking about the alpha and the omega and all. I mean, and again, let's say Underwood left. It doesn't matter. They'll pay 3.5 and go buy another good quarterback.
Like they'll be hyping up Carr's grandson. He's going
right, and remember this too, guys. I hate to break this to you. If you think this somehow equates to a downfall, they're still recruiting at a really good level amidst 7 level 1 charges and an NCAA investigation. And even now, like what? One kid is asked for their release from the letter of intent. Every kid that leaves now, they put the money back in the NIL pile and they go shopping in the portal. Oh, and by the way, if you hire Kalen DeBoer or Jed Fish, you go steal their players. Yeah. So, no, I think if anyone's dancing around thinking there's some kind of downfall, you're not living in reality.
See, I'm wondering, I don't know, man. This may be one where, kind of like Penn State, they get told no a lot until they just finally find a coach who will be a space warmer until the real coach comes in a few years.
I'll keep it timely. I know we got to get to the phones. What if man, they've probably been working on it for weeks. We'll talk. Let's be timely though. I'm sorry.
Okay.
97.1. All right, let's get back to the people. At 5 o'clock, what we can do, we can get to the whole coaching search thing. I thought it was important to talk about what's actually going on versus, well, that's done. Let's move forward. Not after the way last night went. And do I expect Ward to be fired? Of course I do. You had a guy who apparently was having mental health problems. You fired him without an HR rep or security present. How long you sat on this can be used against you in a lawsuit about endangering not only the victim but the general public. It's a complete mess. Mm-hmm. And why it took this to maybe cost Ward his job, I'll never understand. But I will be speechless if he somehow survived all this.
And you know what?
It's impossible.
Be prepared to be speechless because I just think he's Teflon. I don't think that. Think about it, every time we said, well, you got to fire Ward after this, and you got to fire Ward after this, and yet he's still here. So
you're not wrong, people. I'd love to argue with you. I can't.
I mean, after the biggest cheating scandal on field, and he's still here.
Let's go to Mitch. 97.1. Mitch, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how we doing?
Hey, Mitch.
Good, Mitch. Thank you for your patience, man. Seriously, appreciate that.
I appreciate you guys getting me on here. I've been waiting years to talk with you guys about something meaningful, and here we are, provided with the most stinky Christmas present that we've ever been given. So here's what I'm thinking with this whole deal. So I didn't grow up a Michigan or Michigan State fan, a group of Michigan State fans. Didn't go to either school. Went to Oakland University, so don't necessarily have any allegiance with either school. But as everything's transpired in the past 10 years, with all the things that happened at Michigan State, it was really unfortunate to see. But, just like you mentioned not too long ago, talking with a guy named Timmy, it's like you don't bury your head in the sand. You stand up proud, you face the music, and, face the consequences. And I think Michigan fans, it's about time they do the same thing. All my life, all you ever hear is leaders and best, this and that, the Connor Stallions thing, the cheeseburger, no big deal. And here we are. Finally, everything's wrapped up in a stinky little Christmas gift for them. You don't have your head coach anymore that no one wants, and you also get all this nasty baggage along with it. And it's about time something like this happens. And it's only just the beginning. I mean, I can't imagine what's going to happen when all the dominoes fall. What's next? They lose their natty credibility? I don't know. Anything's possible now. But it's about time Michigan fans face the music and face the reality. Like, everyone I've heard on the radio today, they're all in denial, like, we're the best, blah, 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 this and that. I'm sick of it, dude. I'm sick of hearing this. Have some integrity. You call yourselves the leaders and best, and you won't stand up for the right thing for your program? I mean, come on. It's just a joke. I'm sick of hearing it. And
the problem is you can't ask fans to do that when the people in positions of power don't do it. I mean, that's just reality. Sure. Like, look, here's another nugget in here, and I appreciate the call. Like, explain this one. The Michigan staffer who's linked to Sharon Moore got a 55% pay hike in the last year. The staffer, who's not officially identified, and I'm not going to put her name out there. I don't want to do that. Reportedly saw her salary go from $58,000 to $90,000 with no apparent change in job title. Now, within the program, how does that not get flagged?
Yeah,
how does somebody not go, hey, Sharon, we got a little rounding error here? Yeah. Or better yet, who did Sharon have to go to get that raise approved?
Good point, because you would think this is where Ward Manuel will call him in. Hey, Sharon, I got to ask you about this. Why is she getting this big of a raise? What did you add to her job responsibility? No. So why are we paying her that much? Things. Go Blue.
No, my point is that's brazen. That's a red flag.
That's in the open.
Correct.
Everyone sees this.
Correct. Wow. Also, New York Post, if you want it, like, this is what I can't stand with McAfee. He doesn't talk in complete sentences. But McAfee is basically reporting that Bryce Underwood is gettable.
Yeah, I'm reading something now. They're watching, the Underwood camp is paying close attention to who the next hire is going to be.
As they should. Yeah. As they should. But what I would caution them, I'll be stunned if anyone's rolling out there and going to pay you what you got paid at U of M. They grossly overpaid you. You were not good. Be very careful.
Well, his contract, according to this contract, according to On3, the contract Underwood signed has to go to signed to go to Michigan does not include a buyout, sources say to On3. The lack of buyout means it's possible for Underwood to enter the transfer portal.
Look, I think if you hire a Jed Fish, if you hire a Kalen DeBoer, you sit tight. Those are high-caliber, quarterback-centric, offensive-minded coaches. My guess is Michigan will outspend their problems, go and get some high-level talent in the portal. You had a young team. There wouldn't be a reason to leave. I just think it would be silly. Now, I mean, again, it was silly for him to go there in the first place, but they bribed him. I mean, they basically went, how much? 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, 7 million, 10, 12, 13 and a half. Like, they just kept bumping the number until, okay, we got to take this. I mean, basically, Bryce Underwood got paid more than quarterbacks that are in the playoff who have played 3-4 years.
And that's why I see this story as, they're looking to see what happens next as funny to me, because you never went there because of Sharon Moore. So for this to come out and you're like, oh my gosh, I need to see, you're trying to get more money. And I don't think you deserve that. So if you want to go somewhere, then go. Well, it ain't because of Sharon Moore.
David, according to this, he gets to keep his Michigan money, and he can go make other money. So even if you're not going to pay him that much, that's okay. It's like the coaching buyout. Michigan took care of it.
Hold on. Say that again? I thought when you said there was no buyout, it means Bryce wouldn't have to pay the school back? Yeah. You're telling me they handed this kid all the money up. There's no... I'm not attacking you, Rico.
No.
There is no world they handed him that money and he can bolt for $13 million for 1 year. No way.
Unless I'm reading this incorrectly, yeah, he does not have a buyout, meaning he's good to go. Like, you wanted him that badly that you made promises to him, and it sounds like almost a fully guaranteed contract.
But he would have to be at the school to get the money.
Unless,
look, I'll tell you what. Let it sort out. I don't mean to put you on the spot, and I'm in no way am I attacking you, brother. I just I almost fell out of my chair there, where you're like, oh yeah, and he can keep all the money. Well, then he'd be a sucker not to leave. Go get paid more some more. Hell, if they're going to hand you the $13 million, whether I stay or go, hey, take the money.
So yeah, I'll do some digging in the next break.
No, you're fine. It's not like a homework assignment. It was like, wait, what? 248-539-9797. All right, let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Paul. Paul, thank you for your patience, man. Sincerely.
Hey, thank you. I just want to say one thing before I get into it, and I think it's hilarious. Rubble, rubble, brisket.
Rubble, brisket. Oh, we'll get to TJ tomorrow. Don't you worry.
Dude, that is so funny every time you guys do that. It's just keep it up. It's hilarious.
We like it too. We're basically two idiots, so it's fun. Go ahead.
More rubbles in. Anyway, this is an embarrassment. I'm a huge Michigan football fan, supporter, season ticket holder, and this is like, we can't go a frickin' month without having a scandal. First, we cheated our asses off to try and win a national title, which we did. And now this, and it's like, our public image has been so tarnished that, yeah, we're probably going to throw money at it to make all this go away. Even if Bryce leaves, like, who cares? We'll just pay somebody else to come here. But, like, I'm second guessing whether or not I should even support this program, because, like I said, it's an embarrassment. Everybody that's connected to the football program should be ashamed of themselves. We're the new Scandal U. Like, this is the worst that I've ever seen.
Paulie, that's been my point, is that, like, whether you like me or hate me or, oh, you're a Spartan, dude, who cares? Just let's look factually. Yeah. This is a rogue athletic department. I've never seen something like this in the Big Ten. Ever. Last 5 years?
No.
He's right, Rico. It's like every 3 months, a parakeet drops down and goes, got another scandal. I mean, it's crazy to me.
Right. It's like, right, when you got to say, well, when the punishments came down earlier before the season, it was like, wait, are these the punishments for which one? The JJ punishment, or is this for the Connor Stalions punishment? Like, yeah, it's like something new all the time, and you almost are like, okay, what else can happen next? And somehow or another, Ward's untouchable.
Yeah, well, We'll see. I'll be truly shocked. And I know you're saying, prepare to be shocked, Michael. 248-539-9797. More of the calls next. Hi there. Let me tell you about Paulson's audio video. Sorry about that. Listen, holidays, you want to upgrade the TV, the sound, smart home setup? Do yourself a favor. Skip the online roulette. Let's get real information from real experts. Go to Paulson's because they don't have nerds. They have real tech experts. They don't have college kids grifting for the holidays. Paulson's, they're audio video experts. This is their life. It's what they do. Choosing the right gear, that doesn't always require spending more. So go there. Get educated. Better products, better prices, more intelligent people, quite frankly. That's how they've been best in class since 1991. It's Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner. 248-553-4100. Or you can go to paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. All right, so we're handling things in a couple different ways. Here's how we're going to package the coaching search, because that's not the main thing. It's just not. The main thing is Sharon, the school losing its soul. The AD needs to be whacked, fired, gone. And also, look, was it all worth it? We're going to get into it at 3. But if you want 6 minutes of coaching search, David, hit the music. Here you go.
All right, let's get right to it here. So I'm going to start at the bottom with the odds. These are according to betonline.ag. 25.
Oh, by the way, here, I'll add to the Sharon stuff. New York Post, you got OnlyFans models claiming Moore was in their DMs. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
25-1 odds here for the next head coach at Michigan. Brian Kelly, John Gruden, Brent Vegan, Ryan Grubb, and Biff Poggi.
I mean, look, the Poggi thing would be nothing more than a patsy. Also, you don't want Brian Kelly. You can't. Hey, newsflash. Brian Kelly partook. He got a kid killed. We're not doing that. Brian Kelly's a bad guy who's washed, who quit at LSU. He didn't want to recruit. You don't want Brian Kelly. Not because he's lacking in integrity. In that case, he'd fit perfect at your hellhole. But because he's not good anymore. No to all of that.
Yeah, you said Ryan Grubb was on that list?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't see Michigan accepting Ryan Grubb to come in to be a first-time head coach. No.
20-1 odds. You have Jason Eck, that is the head coach over there at New Mexico.
Guy's been at New Mexico for 1 year. I think he could potentially be a really good coach. The problem is brought in 70 new players, including all of his own. I love the quarterback he had, the kid from New Mexico. I think it's Jack Lane. Little bit undersized, but he's a gamer, man. He's like welfare Pavia. But no, they're not hiring that kind of coach. No. They think they're above that. They'll spend to make sure they don't have to hire Jason Eck. Plus, I think Jason Eck will go to Wisconsin next year when they whack Fickle.
Yeah, and I think they would hire Poggi before they hire Jason Eck.
At 18-1 odds here, you have Tommy Rees, who's the current OC in Cleveland with the Browns.
The hell are we doing here?
Yeah, no. At 18-1, this is towards the bottom here.
Okay.
Just move on.
14-1
because that
odds.
offense is running so well in
Correct.
Cleveland.
14-1 odds. You have Manny Diaz, Josh Heupel, Dan Lanning, and PJ Fleck.
Oh, there you go. Dan Lanning. Why not just dig up Vince Lombardi? Dan Lanning. What the hell is he going to leave Oregon for you for?
No.
All that money down there.
I think you missed the one that he said.
PJ Fleck?
Did you say PJ Fleck?
He is 14-1 odds, yes.
He's right there with Dan Lanning. Wow. Yeah, Lanning's not gonna leave Oregon, but you know what? I would love to see PJ Fleck. He's
Rico,
a good coach.
They do have a thing for long walks on the beach and culty boners. Run out. Let's be elite today. PJ, I'm just trying to eat breakfast. Eat it elite.
I can't wait to see the Michigan helmet with row the boat on the back.
Ski-uma!
Let's get to the 12-1 odds. I'm going to Marcus Freeman 12-1, and I always mess this guy's name up. The DC at Texas, Pete Kwiatkowski.
It's Kwiatkowski. He used to play for him. Marcus Freeman. Look, Freeman's the leader in the clubhouse to be the Giants' next head coach. Why would you leave Notre Dame for Michigan? That doesn't make any sense.
To clean up a program. Why would you do that?
And you know what?
And they're Notre Dame.
And maybe you hire Lanning to be your OC. How about that?
And Belichick 20 years ago is my DC. Got it. Come on, can we get some real names here? Where's Jed Fish?
Let's get to the 10-1 odds here. You have Dan Mullen and Brian Dable.
Okay, Dan Mullen, again, another guy who quit on recruiting at Miss State. He's out at UNLV. No there. Brian Daboll, I'm too biased.
Well, you know what? No. Mullins may take the job, Mike, because at least he knows the checks will cash.
Rico might win there. If you don't know, UNLV has to figure out how to pay him in 2028 and 29.
Yep.
Daboll, yeah, that's a fit. Him and Wink hate each other. There you go. Oil those two up and put them in the wrestling match like Blue and Old School. There you go. Have them wrestle for who gets to stay.
We're getting closer. 9-1 odds. Lincoln Riley and Kenny Dillingham. 8-1. Jeff Brom.
Okay. Now we're on to one.
Wait, Lincoln Riley?
Jeff Brom has had an extension from Louisville on his desk for 6 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Why hasn't he signed it? And now reporting today, well, my sources say they've expected this job to be open. Oh, really? That would have been a good one to roll out middle of the season. Maybe Brom was waiting to see if this came open. It's not like Louisville's going to clip him. Quarterback guy, former quarterback, good offensive mind, familiarity in the Big Ten. What's wrong with Jeff Brom?
No, there's nothing wrong with it, Mike, but is it big enough for Michigan? Because I feel like it has to be a home run hire. That's just Brom, it'd be a double.
Well, let me give you the top 4 here. You got Jedd Fisch at 7-1, Joe Brady 6-1, Jesse Minter 5-1, and the leader in the clubhouse, Kalen DeBoer.
Jesse Minter can't coach there. He's got a show cause.
Funny how people keep forgetting that.
And the betting odds of all things forgot that.
Oh, you see it on national, like, oh,
Hey,
what about
you know
Minter?
what?
Like, he's got a show
Actually,
cause.
here's what we should do. One by one, hire every cheater. Let's just go down the list until it works. Hire every dirtbag who was a part of the greatest cheating scandal in the history of football.
Okay, so
and
you know
just
what?
go.
First up, Lou Holtz. There you go.
You know, we got a really tough game against Kansas State this week.
Right. Eastern Michigan is really a challenge. No. They're really tough. I know you guys are laughing at me, but they're tough.
But Kalen DeBoer being the leader in the hot clubhouse, that makes total sense.
It
Yes.
does.
Jedd Fisch.
I would go for Fish. I don't think they're going to get DeBoer. I don't see that one happening.
Another episode of Rico Reports.
I think he'll use it to make more money at Alabama. But yeah.
And that's Football Today. 5 o'clock, been an incredibly busy day. We'll get right back to the phones in a second. Just want to welcome our audience in. We've tried to cover the Sherrone thing for what it is, not just sidestep it and talk about who the next coach is. We've done 3 hours of basically the media's role in empowering this crap and how it can get here. When people, their lone job is covering Michigan, you're not covering all sports. You're not an entertainer. You're a reporter. I don't want to hear about you coming out today and telling me you've known for months. I mean, when you really look at it, it's something where even if you can't break the story, go to your editor and go, look, I need some help on this. I think we're sitting on a big story. That is, of course, if you still want to be a journalist and not a propagandist.
Right.
Then the other note is, well, what about you? And it's like, yeah, dude, I'm an entertainer. I don't make any bones about it. I didn't get a journalism degree because I wanted to be a journalist. I got a journalism degree because I didn't have anybody in my family who'd ever gone to school, and I didn't have a guidance counselor, and I thought it's what you needed so I could do radio. Okay? Look, I don't purport to be that. I've never been interested in breaking news. The whole point in this is how college football programs, not just Michigan, end up in this place. Because instead of hiring journalists, we hire overenthusiastic fanboys and fangirls. And they're vested in clicks, likes, hearts, and emojis. It's no different than staffers. Like, I've heard former players talk about this. Staffers are incentivized to make sure that coach succeeds. He succeeds, we succeed. So at every level of this, you are empowering or at a minimum overlooking bad behavior. And for Michigan, that's become a way of life. We've also discussed Ward Manuel's role in all this. There's an expectation he will be fired, maybe as soon as today. And it's just he has run a rogue athletic department the last 5 years. There's just no other way around it. No program has had the scandals they've had. And multiple sports, multiple times. So that's two. Look, the other part of it was Rico asking, I think, a pointed question was, hey, the cheating, all of it, was it worth it? Because you're still dealing with it right now. And to people's credit, look, they're being honest. Some are saying, yes, there's no integrity in sports. I'm just overlooking it. Cool. I'm not mad at anybody.
But think about this, Mike. Let's just say we're all just assuming they're going to go out and get this, DeBoer. They're going to go out and get somebody, a big name.
Yeah.
But what if the fallout is you almost fall back to the Rich Rod Brady Hoke era where it's, bad coach followed by another bad coach.
But you still got the outspend it. No, I know. Rico, you might be right, and maybe it's the ultimate litmus test of whether integrity or toxicity matters, or does money just speak? Mm-hmm. I'm still a believer with what we just saw with Lane Kiffin. It's money speaks. No. You're right. No, hold on. The serve and volley, I want to support you on this because you've made a really good point, brother. Like, Penn State money didn't talk. Penn State was sitting out there like Mel Tucker with their schwanz in their hand. And they're like, is somebody gonna help us here? Yeah. So you're right. I'm right. I don't know. But let me offer you this. I said yesterday before this whole thing went sideways, we were just talking about, all right, well, who's the next coach going to be? And I brought up Kalen DeBoer, and I brought up Jed Fish. Do you want me to add another name?
Yeah.
Because you had made, I don't like saying this, too many compliments in too short a proximity to make your head bigger than it is. But you had made a really interesting point that I've taken a few commercial breaks to think about. You said, do you want to hire someone to fix this and kind of get this thing back to a place that is more representative of what you think Michigan football should be, used to be, can be? Or it's all dead, it's all a myth, F it, hire, just go win, even if it's filth.
Boats and hoes.
Yeah. Do you want someone who could, quote, fix this, and I don't think they'd be a patsy? Now, it's good. None of this is going to be easy because, A, I'm pretty sure he just signed a new deal, and B, you'd have to get him from his alma mater. Used to coordinate defense at Notre Dame. I have immense respect for what he's done at his current school, a non-traditional winner, and he had him on the verge of the playoff. I find his quarterback highly annoying. I find the quarterback's family even more annoying than that. What about Clark Lee? No, I'm being serious. Vanderbilt is a place of higher learning.
No, you're right.
He has managed to become a winner in the SEC, which is a blood sport. They just flipped the number one QB in America. He clearly can recruit. He clearly has a staff that identifies portal talent. And again, you'd have to rip him from his alma mater. But it's still Michigan. I'm trying to be a little bit respectful here. Like, sorry. I wanted to throw that name in the mix because you had said it. Do you want to hire someone to fix this damn thing?
Right.
Well, Leah would do it.
Right. It's. Do you want that integrity? Do you want to bring Michigan back the way it was, where you could say, you know what? Yeah, we strayed, but now we're back on the right path. Or, F it, let's just go get the best coach we can, and we just keep doing things our own way. But I don't think those are the same coaches. So, yeah, if you want to go that route, Lee would be a guy. Now, it would, can he get embraced? Because if you're going to get the fixer, you're not going to be embraced. The fixer is just, all right, when is this done so we can bring in the real coach?
Could we agree with this? If you're factoring in integrity, probably best not to hire a Michigan man. I think they've been proven to be a little faulty.
I think you probably would have to steer clear of. I mean, who's the Michigan man that doesn't have a show cause? I guess Jed Fish. That's about it. And
do you get your Michigan man card if you're there for like a year? How does that work? Do you get your what do you, David? What do you got to do to earn your Michigan man card? Can you just be there for 1 year? Is there like birthrights like the royal family? Do you have to have played there? What do you got to do to be a Michigan man?
I have no idea because I've been a fan since I was 8, and they still say I'm not one. So
all right. Do you sit around and compare scandals? Oh, that's all your scandal was? Oh, jeez. Look at the rookie over here.
It's like people playing euchre. Right. Trump card. All right. So you want to get to the people?
Yeah.
So we can talk a little bit about the coaching stuff now, and certainly get your guys' thoughts on. It's one of the wilder stories out there, and he'll be arraigned tomorrow. That is what's being reported.
Now,
if that happens, go ahead.
I think you were about to go exactly where I was about to say, so go ahead and finish.
Little Friday news dump. Little Friday news dump.
Oh, man. All of a sudden, his lawyer shows up.
If Gus Johnson's his lawyer, I'm retiring. Charlie B. Shut up, you. All right, let's go to the
law
people.
Firm.
Oh, my God. Oh. And I'm here with my law partner. And Joel Klatt comes in carrying the briefcase. I'm leaving.
We fight for you.
Adam Schefter's the driver. I'm done. Go ahead. Who's held longest? And let's get to the people.
David, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Hey, man.
David, well, I've been waiting to hear from you.
I was trying to get in yesterday, but it just didn't work out because it was too busy.
No problem. Welcome.
Wow. Where do I begin? That's the biggest thing is, I don't understand why Ward's not fired yet. He should have been fired basically by a regent as soon as they came out with that information yesterday, and fired Sharon yesterday. What is a Michigan man? You just asked David. It's like, yeah, I agree we shouldn't be hiring a Michigan man, quote unquote. But what a Michigan man is supposed to be a man of high integrity and yada, yada, yada. And I understand it doesn't fit the profile right now for what the athletic department has been over the last 5 years. And maybe even longer than that, quite honestly, if you really want to go deep and look into some situations that just don't look too pretty. But that's why I lean. I like I like Vanderbilt's coach. I lean to PJ Fleck, believe it or not. I think that would actually be, I think that would be an absolute excellent hire. The number one guy on my list got hired at Penn State last week. So that's the other reason why I'm very fire Ward Manuel right now, because if all the reports are correct and all this stuff was, everybody knew everything before anything got reported and yada, yada, everything that you guys were talking about earlier in the show, then you lost the guy who wanted to come here. He was openly talking about how he would want to come and coach here. But Campbell would have been a great fit. I think Fleck would be a great fit. Obviously, DeBoer. I mean, that's the home run hire. But
I like Jed Fish too.
I like Jed too. But I quite honestly, I'm just going to be honest with you guys. Why would you leave either one? And
Well,
I understand money. I understand money, but at the end of the day, you're in a better program than what you'd be coming to. So at some point, the money isn't enough. If they, and I have to believe that those two coaches have people around them that are going to tell them exactly how it is, not how they want to hear it.
David, I think you may have hit upon something, because I think that's why you see a lot of coaches turn down jobs, because I don't need to go and make my bones by saying I was the guy that flipped this school and brought him back. Or you can just stay in Indiana, or you could stay at Vandy, or you could stay at wherever school and just keep winning, and you can make the playoffs.
Yeah, you have your quarterback there at Washington. It's Alabama. DeBoer's got it going. I understand he's lost 3 games this year, and he may get whatever if how it goes with Oklahoma in a few weeks. But that's a better program. It just is.
All right, but let me do this, because we're up against it. I just want to make a point about DeBoer. His biggest sin is he's not Nick Saban, and it is when they fire him, not if. So let's say he loses to Oklahoma. He could beat Oklahoma. Anything short of them playing for the national championship, he'll be on a hot seat next year. I don't think it's a fit down there. I didn't understand it then. I don't understand it now. He would have all the leverage in a negotiation with Michigan in an area of the country he understands, and he'd be inheriting. Now, again, if he doesn't like Bryce Underwood, that's a different thing. But he could hit Michigan up for $100 million.
You know what? Here, let me help you out, since you've been saying nice things about me.
Do it next. Can I wait in anticipation of you being nice? This is tremendous.
We'll do it.
Let me just take care of something before David flips me off again. This football season, don't just show up on game day. Score big, Moran Buick GMC. Right now, lease a 26 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab, $199 a month for 24 months. You can drive home in a 26 Invista, starting at only $279 a month. Both deals, $999 down, and inventory rolls in every damn day. Yukons are in stock, Denali's. It's all there. Moran Buick GMC. They just do it right. You go to MoranExpress.com for all your certified service. And whether you're loading up for the game or heading out to visit the fam for the holidays, Moran Buick GMC has the SUV for you. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, Rico, you're leading off, and then we'll get back to the callers. You had something you wanted to say, and we were up against it. Go ahead.
No, here's a nice thing that I'm going to say about you, since you said so many nice things about me. Maybe one of the draws in getting like a DeBoer or anybody, Jedd Fisch, to Michigan, it's like, why would you want to go there? You're going to leave your program because you never want to be the guy who follows up the legend. You want to be the guy who follows up the guy who crashed and burned following that legend.
There you go.
You don't want to be the guy. What was the guy, Tim Floyd, who followed up Phil Jackson? You don't want to be him. Wow. He was never going to win. You want to be the
Diedrich
next guy.
Willoughby era Bulls? Oh, my. Yeah, no, you're right. And look, if Michigan comes to DeBoer with 7 at 100, make you higher paid than Lane Kiffin. You got your quarterback here. Ty Simpson's leaving school. They don't like you down there. Come on up here. Way softer schedule. Hell, look at our schedule last year. We went 6 weeks without playing anybody. You didn't go 6 minutes. And here's the other thing. Why was DeBoer not at Penn State? Or why has a Jeff Brom not signed his extension at Louisville? Maybe it tracks with the reporting that in the agent world, they knew the Michigan job was coming open. And certain guys made business decisions of, I'll roll the dice on U of M or I'll sit tight. I can turn this other stuff down.
And I think DeBoer didn't go to Penn State because I guess he's in good with, the right supporters or boosters, and they like him. So
they should. Like, he's a really good football coach.
So you know what? We're going to keep you here. Forget about the noise. We're a bunch of crazy people down here in Alabama. Just go out there, keep winning, roll Tide roll.
If they offer 7 at 100, Alabama willing to go there?
I think so.
Okay.
Because,
I had to ask a question.
Because here's what would happen.
I know you know a couple people down there.
Then if you're Alabama and you let him go, where are you going? What are you about to do so late in the game? He's almost sitting in a great spot because he can walk in there and say, guys, I'm going to leave unless you take care of me. And now you got to scramble to find a coach. If you think it's bad for Michigan right now, imagine Alabama 2 days before the portal open and they have no coach.
Let's go to the people.
Okay.
Let's go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, how you doing, buddy?
How's it going, Mike?
Good. What's on your mind, pal?
So this is kind of what I'm thinking. I'm a Michigan fan. First thing I'm going to say, cheating scandal, yeah, we got a title. Whatever, we got a title. I mean, when that's the only team to cheat, we're just the ones that got caught. But having said that, my personal belief is we should bypass this bowl game against Texas. Let's call the season a wash, get rid of Manuel, do a fresh restart. Don't want anybody from the Harbaugh era coaching unless it is Jedd Fisch, and go out, your guns are blazing. There's no rebuilding this. You just come out bigger and better and just spend the money, get who you need to get, bypass it, just say, listen, this BS that what happened will not be allowed here again, and just move on.
Only thing is, though, Tom, if you say it, you almost have to mean it, and you almost have to have a zero policy type of thing where I told you, you screwed up, and now you're gone. I don't think you want to keep looking for new coaches every 2 years. Trust me, it ain't fun.
No, we did that. Remember Rich Rod and
yeah, okay. You know
so
what?
Forth. Yeah, so
fair. And you raised me up.
The Bryce Underwood thing. I'm gonna be like Drago. If he dies, he dies. If he goes, he goes. Don't care. He wasn't that great anyway.
And here's the thing. All I would say is you've seen what Indiana's done the last couple of years. If Michigan, and I have no clue if that'll happen, nor do I care. I'm with him on this. You take $3 million, you go get this year's Carson Beck or this year's Mendoza, you pay to play. I'd call the kid at Cal, JKS, Sagapula Tola Lola Rola, Rola Dola, Dola Dala.
What about your
I've
guy
watched
at
that
South
kid play
Carolina?
a bunch this year.
What about your guy?
Well, Lenore Sellers?
Yeah, Lenore.
If he's coming back to school. He didn't have a good year, but he didn't have an O-line. My point to you is this. Money fixes everything in this sport now. It's not. It used to be, do I have a nice stadium? Do I have good facilities? Can I connect with kids? Can I develop kids? Now, prestige worldwide, man. Okay. The Santa Maria.
So that means high expectation for Pat Fitzgerald. I got you.
Hey, you and I talked about it. I need year one. I don't care what you inherited.
He's bringing
7-8 wins
back.
Can we do that on a different day, please? I mean, I'm happy we have someone who at least understands the rivalry returning to school versus the Ziploc bag of Cool Whip that we had here. Yeah.
I love Cool Whip.
Okay, I bet you did, David.
Let's go back.
He was a great coach.
Tony, you're on 97.1.
Thank you. Great show, guys.
Thanks.
Hey, real quick, I know everybody's been bagging on Ward Emanuel, and I'll tell you, I think he's done a great job. Yes, this is a bad situation. I get it. But he was forced to basically hire Sharon Moore. I mean, when you have knuckleheads like Joel Klatt and A.J. Smith saying he better hire him, the thing is, Sharon was a good coach that probably should have went somewhere else. But Michigan, you don't go to Michigan to learn how to be a coach. And he had no track record. But to blame everything on Ward Emanuel, I think is a mistake. Look at what he's done with basketball. Look what he's done with hockey and numerous other sports. Hockey and basketball will win the championship. All you need is a competent coach in football. That's a top 5 team. Top 5 team. I predict them to win against Texas with Biff as their coach, interim coach. Guys that they should be looking at. I mean, Matt Campbell, one of your other callers, said he was my first choice also. I mean, that guy is, I think he's going to be very successful. I would try to go even after Cignetti. His buyout, I mean, if he really wanted to stay there, the buyout should have been $50 million. His buyout is $15 million, you know? So it's not like, hey, I'm fully committed. And DeBoers, I mean, any of those 3, and I would go after 3. You know, I don't care that
Tony, here, let me say this about Cignetti. I don't think he's going to leave because he doesn't have to deal with a crazed fan base. He is creating the fan base on the fly. So whatever this man does, they're going to bow and genuflex to him.
They already have a statue of him.
Yeah.
Commissioned. It's going to get built. I'm with Rico here. Plus, look, it's not that Michigan's not a more famous program or a bigger brand, but Rico, you've been on this way before me. It took me time to catch up to it. The power structure is not the power structure anymore. Like, Indiana's backed by Mark Cuban. They have everything they need. He's getting everything he wants. He's the biggest fish there. He's bigger than the basketball program.
Right. Think about that.
Indiana.
Think about that.
And
that's
if he
why
wins
I got
8 or
into
9 games, they're never firing him, ever.
Mike, it's why I got into it with Cookies when he was just like, the Iowa football. I'm like, no. And now that you have the money, no. 8-4 every year is just, no, that's not even negotiable. Go out, get the players, and go win games.
David, couple ticket texts here before we get to a little football today. Go ahead.
Ward Emanuel fired at 6:05 p.m. tomorrow. News dump. That is from BC. I am so bad.
You said Ward Emanuel?
Ward Emanuel.
Come on, he sounded like a very nice guy.
I'm glad you guys all caught that too. I was wondering.
Listen, I'm not going to make light of it. He sounded like a lovely guy. He mispronounced the name.
I'm a horrible person, Mike, okay?
Sharon Moore.
Well, good thing you're a spiritual leader at Greater Life Church on Tireman.
I think he also said divorce, that was cool too.
But no, if Ward got fired at 6,
yeah, if they say 6:05 news dump tomorrow.
Well, at least Wojo would have something to talk about.
Herbs and spices.
He won't be here. LOL, the drama. You guys are hilarious. Michigan is and always will be the most respected school in college sports. Settle down.
You're not respected now.
You're not. You can tell yourself.
I mean,
that, but
no.
not.
And that's what that person in the mirror. They respect Michigan, but everybody else.
Yeah. Also,
doesn't.
this is the type of stuff. I mean, it's like, who gets their jollies off of that? You think like Stanford or Harvard or Yale or guys, no one cares. And that's all the chips you cashed in. Because guess what? You're doing the same thing that others used to do. Now you got your little major for football players. You got your little summer program stuff. Hey, you can get a PhD in 3 years. You're shuttling a bunch of players through. Just stop, man. It's okay to let go of it. That part's dead. It's gone. You know, all the guys who went to U of M and were doctors and lawyers and they were football players, now they're Dennis Norfleet, who's probably still holding his 118 credits of nothing.
Come on, man. Leave the fleet alone.
I'm making a point. He had 118 credits and nothing. Come on. It's okay to let go of that stuff.
Right. Well, your case got fast-tracked by the NCAA because every school was like, okay, Michigan cheated on the field. They cheated. They flat out cheated.
Did you hear Penn State's AD in that leaked audio Yeah, man, that's no Vaseline. Here's what they think about you.
Right.
Like,
so
everyone knows what went down.
Right.
So stop with the respect thing.
Right.
If you're saying Big Noon respects you, it's because they're paid propagandists for a game they paid billions for.
Right.
They're hyping you up. The rest of us are laughing.
You're their meal ticket. That's why they like you.
And you did ask the question earlier of what is a Michigan man. Someone says, I'm a huge Michigan fan since I was a kid. Come to terms that the whole Michigan man thing is a myth.
It is. Today it is. I think there was something to it before at one point in history. But it's a total myth. It's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. Those who stay will be champions. Those who stay, kids are playing for 3 schools in 4 years. I mean, like, you just got to let go of this stuff. You cashed in your chips. You don't get to point fingers anymore. It's over. Just go win. That's all you care about. Go win.
And then Nick in the car says, cover up after cover up. It isn't just fruit that's rotten. The whole tree is diseased.
Yeah, and that's the point is, yeah, okay, the hockey program. Or, hey, what about hoops? Right, you have to wade through 5 years of scandals and shame. And honestly, when the NCAA came out and openly said you had a football program that not only bred a culture of non-compliance, it was of outright defiance, destruction of evidence. You're the AD presiding over that.
Yeah, and here's the thing, man. If it was just about all the other programs, Alan Haller would still be the AD at Michigan State because everything else was flourishing, football floundering. And he got fired.
Pretty sure Rico just rang his own bell right there. Congratulations. David, are we good?
We are.
All right, we'll get to a little football today. 97.1. Sorry, I had to take a breath there before I tell you about FanDuel and these 800 words. NFL Thursday, your chance to hit the jackpot. It is this touchdown jackpot thing they do. You can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. And you can get in on this Thursday's action. You got to pick who's going to score the first or last TD of the game. If you hit, yeah, obviously hit your bet, but you win your share of the $2 million in bonus bets. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Take a shot at the jackpot with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Apply that Profit Boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, this is the weekly top 14 in the NFL. Just so people listening for the first time, this poll changes weekly. It's not based on projection. It's based on where you are right here, right now. Starting with the honorable mention, I can't believe I'm actually saying this team, but they are the last of the honorable mention, the Miami Dolphins.
No.
They just won't.
Whoa.
I mean, when I look and see them in the graphic, they'll be gone tomorrow, but I guess
They're
I got to
in the graphic.
They're in the graphic.
Give them their credit and their due right now. I get it.
In the graphic.
At 15 would be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Fading fast.
Yes, they are.
And I'm telling you, this Bucky Irving thing is the weirdest situation in the league. He's in, he's not. He's in, he's not. He's hurt, he's not. No Mike Evans. Bucky Irving's dead every other play. The offense is scuffling. I'll tell you one thing. They might be in some trouble tonight. This is just the type of weird divisional game. They screw around. They keep these games close, and they get got, just like last week.
Well, there is one team that would be happy if they got tonight, and that's the team sitting at 14 on a bye week, the Carolina Panthers.
They're going to win this division.
Carolina's at New Orleans. Or am I hallucinating?
No, I'm saying no. If Tampa gets got, I mean, they're racing for the division with Tampa.
Yes, yeah. Carolina better watch themselves. 2.5-point favorites in New Orleans. This is exactly the spot we don't trust the Panthers.
You're right.
Are you an adult now? Do you want the car keys with a later curfew, or are you going to wrap this thing around a pole? You can't go and lose to the Saints if we're going to take you seriously, or you don't get privileges anymore.
Tyler Shuck season. All right.
Oh God.
At 13, David, your Pittsburgh Steelers.
You can put them out. They're done.
Hey, they're going to win that division.
They're not,
David.
because they're going to lose to the Dolphins. They're going to lose to the Ravens. It's over.
David, you can keep saying it. You just went to Baltimore and won.
But again, we put ourselves in a corner. They always fight out of a corner.
Nobody.
And then once they get out, then they die.
Nobody comes back. Like Mike Tomlin reminds me of the modern day Wayne Fonts. Just every time you thought it was over, Wayno would go on that 7-game winning streak.
Drags you back in with that Lions leather.
Right. At number 12, the Philadelphia Eagles. As you would like to say, Mike.
Too right, Mr. K-Line. Too right. I don't know what to say. That game on Monday night, I just Jalen Hurts looked like he was under a spell. And you've heard some of the things that there's tension between the team and him. His body language sucked. Dude, I'm
well, here's the funny thing about
playoffs,
this.
But man.
No, here's the funny thing about this, and I saw a stat this morning. They really tried to get A.J. Brown incorporated in the offense the last 3 games, win a game. And they haven't won. But he's had over 100 yards. Yes, he's had over 100 yards, and they've lost all 3 games.
I'll just say it again because I love hammering this point home. This is why I love Amon-Ra St. Brown. Mm-hmm. I ain't got to worry about babysitting nobody. I'm telling you. You imagine AJ in this town, my head would explode.
No, I don't think he would work. No. I was going to make a comment, but no, I'm going to leave it go. Jacksonville Jaguars coming in at number 11. We're going to have to start learning how to trust the mullet.
Yes. It's one of those weird things where all year they did just enough, and they survived all the storms. And just when you want to quit them, they reel you back in. Now look at the end of their schedule. Rico, they would have to work really hard not to win that division or make the playoffs. Mm-hmm. I'll still take Houston to do more, to be more interesting in the playoffs. But, yeah, I mean, the Jags, 10-point favorites this weekend. Their schedule sets up this way.
Yeah. At number 10, coming off the Monday night game, a team that I thought would do a lot worse, but they just keep winning, the Chargers.
Yeah, look.
Quarterback with a broken hand. Yeah.
Running game is broken in sum total. look, it was a war of attrition. I probably would have them a little lower on this list. I still worry about their pass protection in playoff-type games. But I understand why they're here. They've won a lot of games.
At number 9, the Chicago Bears. They lost to the Packers, but they came back in that game, gritty game in Green Bay, and Caleb probably threw to the wrong receiver, or they go to overtime or either go for 2 and try to win that thing.
Beat the Browns, the 7.5-point favorite, by 1 or 100. Win the game, and you get your next test. And it will set up one of the most important games in the last 5 years of Bears football. You're getting a pack at your spot. You got to respond. Everything's a test in this league. And as much credit as we want to give them, they ain't going to do you no good. You get swept by the pack.
Yeah, the Browns game, I think it's 10 degrees for that game.
Sounds about right.
Can't imagine sitting in that crowd for that game. At number 8, coming off the bye week, is the 49ers.
No problem with it. What am I going to say?
I was ready for something.
No, there's nothing to say. They should win this week. You will have your tests. You're gonna get the Bears.
Right.
You're gonna get the Seahawks.
And you got the Colts.
You're gonna have to steal one of those games to just make sure you get in. And this weekend, you get win number 10. Correct?
Win number 10 this weekend, and then they get the new and improved Colts.
Okay. So if you win the next 2 weeks, you're in. But if you win the next 3, you're really in.
So I will say this, and it's not major because they're just one right behind each other. I maybe would have swapped the Bears with them, but again, it's just one move. They didn't play. The Bears proved it even with the loss.
Right.
But it's just one spot, so no big deal.
At number 7, the Buffalo Bills.
How about that spread? You see that one?
No.
They're a 1-point favorite in New England. And New England bodied them last time. They want to stay on this list, and they want to be taken seriously as a real playoff team. You got to win this game. You cannot get swept.
Like, this is their year. Like, if you can't get it this year, it reminds me of the old Houston Rockets when Jordan was gone. You better do it now because Patrick Mahomes will be back. At number 6, one of the hottest teams, the Houston Texans.
Love it. Love it. Old school defense. Something from a bygone era, brother. And it's good enough to absolutely carry them. You can't score on them, man.
No. But, man, that defense is lights out. At number 5, your Detroit Lions.
I think this is too high. They haven't won back-to-back games in 2 months. Also haven't lost back-to-back games in 2 months. If they want to be number 5, they'd have to beat the Rams. Because you know what you're going to do next week if they lose to the Rams. You're going to have these guys hanging around at 9 or 10.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they can't win 2 games in a row, and I can't keep them high 2 games in a row. They'll drop.
David, you think that's a little bit much?
I do. This is probably where the Bears should be.
So swap the Bears with the Lions.
That's probably what it should be because the Lions, you're right, Mike, they haven't won back-to-back, and the Bears are showing proof that they're a good team. The Lions on the edge.
Do you factor in Brian Branch's injury into the ranking or no?
No.
Because I know it's impacted me. I'm very concerned because Branch is way more important than people even realize.
Well, no. But remember, it's not projection. It's what you've done. So they won without – Branch got injured late in the game. So we'll see what happens when they play the Rams. At number 4, the Green Bay Packers.
I'm good with it. But they are in Denver this week, and they got something to prove.
Huge game.
But again, big win against the Bears. They've righted the ship. Big win over the Lions on Thanksgiving Day. I'm fine for now. They've got to win that game this week.
Guys, you have heard me talk about my Matrix Seattle Seahawks. As a matter of fact, look, I'm down there last night decorating it for Christmas.
I know, and it's hard right now with them. I just don't know what they are.
David, they're a playoff team.
Now, and they're road warriors.
What's going to happen?
Do not lose on the road.
Yeah, what happens when they get into the playoffs? That's a different story.
That's a different story. You're right. Right now, okay. All right.
At number 2, I have the New England Patriots. And at 1, the Los Angeles Rams.
Look, I'll just say this, and maybe I'm overstating it. I think there's quite a gap between the Rams and everybody else right now. They've just consistently played the best football. They're balanced on offense. They're fierce on defense. You want to give them a little bit of a knock on special teams. I'm okay with that. But you have the MVP quarterback. You have the weapons. Blake Corum's been excellent for them to create a 1-2 punch.
And Puka Nacua catches everything.
Everything.
I mean, he
It's
reminds me like
insane.
what Amon-Ra used to be when it's just like, yeah, he's going to catch that. It's like Nacua, 3 people on him, and somehow he was the one that came down with the ball. How did that happen?
Said it all.
Oh, I
I'm
thought
not
Kenny was
arguing.
about to say something. Okay. All right. That's the NFL Top 14 poll, 97-1. A very underrated Christmas song. Very, very underrated Christmas song, Boys to Men.
Mike
Guys,
might have a point with this booty music Christmas stuff.
What is it? How is it booty music? It's soulful music.
It can be both. It's fine. We can compromise. We can shake hands on it.
It's not booty music, man. Everything ain't got to be jingle bells and that's good.
Marshmallow World, Rico. Marshmallow World.
Or Let It Snow. Hey, Kenny, as a married man, maybe you should try playing this.
You ain't lying. It'd be a very Merry Christmas.
Kenny? Maybe not, unless you want 20 kids.
I don't want to turn into David over here.
Right.
You know?
No, Jeremy, not me. Jeremy.
Well,
That's true too.
Wow. Yeah. You know what, Jeremy? Just no music. No
He's
music.
sunning and funning right now, making another one.
Probably is. All right, guys, we've been talking Sharon Moore all day long. And the biggest question for the Michigan fans was, when it's all said and done and everything that's happened and all the different scandals and arrests, and was it worth it? Was it worth that national championship? And we've had a couple people said, yeah, it was. And I'm not mad at you for saying that. But it's just, wow, it came at a cost. And, yeah, it does remind me of Thanos when Gamora asked him, hey, what did it cost you? And he said, everything. You got it all, but it cost you everything. All right, Jeff Rieger is coming up next. David, I'm going to take this one last call. Lorenzo, you're on 97.1.
What's up, guys? Great show.
Hey, thanks.
Mike, still invited to the cookout. Listen, let me be real. I got to touch on Michigan real quick. Moore, I hope he's not having any mental health issues like you mentioned earlier, Mike. But otherwise, he did this to himself, had the bag, and let some, woman pull him in. Also, Ward needs to go. He has to go. Everybody knew. They got emails and texts.
Yeah. Lorenzo, he needs to go. Doesn't mean he will go. He survived everything. The man's like a cockroach. You can't kill him.
You're right. But also about the pay raise. Somebody signed off on that. They need to go. And so does the Jezebel, staffer. She needs to go too. Enough is enough, man. My nephew graduated from there, aerospace engineer, and I'm a diehard Michigan fan. But this is too much.
Well, congratulations, nephew. No,
anyway, go ahead.
I'm with you. I mean, how did that get past ever? It wasn't like, a 2% raise. Like, she got a substantial amount of money to do the same job, and nobody noticed anything.
So they noticed. They signed off on it. I want to know who signed off on it. That person's got to go too. It's unacceptable. I work in an office, and I'm telling you, it has to be vetted out. They have to sit down and discuss it.
Yeah.
How she didn't get a change in job title? Nothing.
Just
anyway, great show.
Appreciate it,
guys. Thanks for taking my call. Take care.
All right. Rieger, Wojo, getting ready to suit up. They're going to be on for 2.5 hours after this show. David, we were talking in the break. I can't imagine being a fan in Chicago this weekend. Bears, Browns, wind chills expected to be -15.
Whoa. Bears, Browns.
I asked Kenny, how much alcohol do you have to drink to stay warm in -15?
Well, I think Bears fans are excited about that. They like to tell you they're tough. I'm not tough at all. I like the dome.
This goes for the topic for another day.
Yeah.
This is why you don't want Week 18 to be winner take all.
Oh, that's a good point. No, you're right.
This is
you're
why
right.
you don't want. We can take on the.
No,
it's -15 right now.
Doesn't Caleb hate the cold too? Right?
No, he's used to it.
He was in California.
I know, but he's playing some good foot. He just played at Lambeau. He played fine with the exception of that last pass. Rico, this is where your people get it right. The Spartans. Because I forever said, everybody was like so upset that Michigan State's last game was at Ford Field.
Oh, no.
I'm like, dude, no, you should be at Ford Field. It's nice. It's climate control. Why would you want to be outside?
Oh, no. The people who complain aren't the people who would actually go to that final game.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm like, you go. And if they were good, they would fill up Ford Field because I remember that day. It was snowing. I'm like, now imagine if you were in Ford Field, it had snowed so much that night. You sit in the snow when Kenneth Walker's running around scoring touchdowns. Newsflash, K9's long gone. Bad team. If you could play the final game indoors, I'm all for
I'll take it a step further. How many people at that Michigan-Ohio State game, because it was an awful day there too, how many were like, I want to go home? Now, granted, they got their asses kicked by the Buckeyes, but still, like everybody that says they're so tough, they like the elements in football, I don't believe that.
You know what? At this point, I'm soft. I
agree.
I'd rather
I am
be
too.
indoors.
Oh, I'm soft too. I admit that.
Well, I didn't want to call you out, Mojo, but yes.
So did you guys solve this Michigan situation or no? Or did you guys just add fuel to the fire? Help me out here. I've been busy.
No, you know what? We simply just asked the question to Michigan fans with everything that's gone on. And heck, last night we were about 10 minutes away from a white Bronco going down 94.
Oh, I know. I know.
Was it worth it? Was it all worth it? With all the scandals and all the arrests, was this so? Are you okay?
What did the majority of Michigan fans say?
Most said no, but there were a few who were like, you know what? I got my
T-shirts. I got my DVD.
was at the App State game, and this was absolutely worth it. I was crying about.
Well, their Sharon thing is mostly unrelated to that.
No. I'm just saying because it all came. He was on the staff for that. Like,
Sharon got the job because of the cheating scandal.
Right, that moment and just everything and every coach and everything that happened. Now the Sharon thing, and it also goes. How does Ward Manuel survive this? Because he will. Put me down.
Well, we don't know. I honestly don't know.
Wojo, put me down as guy who will do that. Anyway, Wojo,
Big show.
coming up next, 97.1.
Woo!